Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance, because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are now. Let's begin day 0. The furnace motor had seized sometime in the night, and Danny Kowalczyk was elbow deep in the guts of the Bemidji Public Library's heating system when the world ended above him. He didn't know it yet. Down in the basement, surrounded by ductwork and the smell of old dust and machine oil, he was focused on the corroded bearing that had finally given up after 30 years of service. The portable radio on the workbench played classic rock, Creedence, then Lynyrd Skynyrd, and Danny hummed along while his calloused fingers worked the wrench. The basement was his kind of place. Quiet, predictable. No one asking him to make decisions or take charge of anything. Just him and the machine, and the simple satisfaction of fixing what was broken. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. Probably Elise checking in, and he'd call her back when he finished. She was working late again. The text from this morning said as much. "Don't wait up. Love you." The little blue heart emoji she always added. The radio cut to static. Danny looked up, frowning. The station had been coming in fine all morning. He wiped his hands on his work pants and crossed to the bench, twisting the dial. Static. Static. A burst of voices, too fast and panicked to understand, then static again. The hell? He found another station. This one was clear, but the voice coming through wasn't playing music. It was someone talking fast, too fast. Something about Duluth and containment and staying indoors. The ceiling above him shuddered. Danny froze. The library was a solid building, old brick and thick floors. He'd been in basements during thunderstorms that didn't make the ceiling shake like that. Then came the screaming. It was muffled by the floor, but unmistakable, high and raw and terrified. Multiple voices. Something crashed, heavy enough to send dust sifting down from the exposed joists. Danny's hand went to the wrench on instinct, gripping it tight. The screaming stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Just the hiss of the radio and Danny's own breathing, too loud in his ears. Then, he heard footsteps above him. Shuffling, dragging. Too many to count. And something else. A sound that wasn't quite moaning, wasn't quite growling. Something wet and wrong that made the hair stand up on the back of his neck. Danny's legs didn't want to move. He stood there, wrench in hand, staring at the ceiling while his heart tried to pound its way out of his chest. The rational part of his brain was listing explanations. Gas leak, some kind of accident, mass hysteria. But the older part, the animal part, was screaming at him to hide. He hid. The utility closet in the corner of the basement was barely big enough for him to squeeze into, but he made it work. He pulled the door shut behind him and crouched in the darkness, surrounded by cleaning supplies and the sharp smell of bleach, and he waited. Time stopped making sense. Hours passed. Maybe. Danny's phone had died at some point. He'd forgotten to charge it the night before, and Elise always teased him about that, said he'd forget his own head if it wasn't attached, and he had no way to track the minutes crawling by. The sounds above him came and went. Sometimes footsteps, that shuffling drag, sometimes silence. Once, a crash that might have been a bookshelf falling over. Once, something that might have been a voice. Might have been a person calling for help. But it cut off so abruptly that Danny pressed his hand over his mouth to keep from making a sound. He didn't move. Didn't make a sound. Just sat there in the dark, with the smell of bleach burning his nose, and tried not to think about what was happening upstairs. Tried not to think about the radio, about Duluth, about the way that scream had just stopped. His knee started to ache. The old injury from the construction accident flared up when he held a position too long, and crouching in a closet for hours definitely counted. He shifted his weight, trying to take the pressure off, and his elbow knocked against a metal bucket. The clang was small, barely a sound at all, but the shuffling above him stopped. Danny held his breath. Footsteps, slow and deliberate. moving toward the basement door. He heard the door creak open, heard something start down the stairs. The wooden steps groaned under weight, one after another, descending into the darkness where he hid. Danny's hand found the wrench. His fingers were slick with sweat, and he almost dropped it, had to grip tighter until his knuckles ached. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, stopped. Through the crack in the closet door, he could see nothing. Just darkness and the faint outline of the workbench, the radio still hissing static. The shuffling started again, something moving through the basement, knocking against equipment, dragging past the furnace he'd been working on. Danny pressed himself back against the closet wall and prayed to a God he hadn't talked to since his mother's funeral. A shape passed in front of the closet door. He caught a glimpse, just a glimpse, of gray skin and torn clothing, and eyes that caught the faint light from the basement window and reflected nothing back. Then it was gone, moving past him, moving toward the back of the basement where the utility access led to the parking lot. Danny waited. His legs were shaking. His whole body was shaking. But he waited until he heard the exterior door bang open, until the shuffling footsteps faded into distance, until the basement fell silent again. Then he counted to 500. Then to 500 again. Then he moved. The library was a slaughterhouse. Danny emerged from the basement stairs into a darkness that stank of copper and something worse, something sour and biological that coated the back of his throat. His flashlight, the cheap one from his toolkit, barely better than a phone screen, cut through the black in a thin beam that revealed horrors in fragments. Blood on the floor. A hand, just a hand, lying palm up near the circulation desk. Books scattered everywhere, some of them soaked dark and wet. Overturned chairs. A smear along the wall that led toward the children's section. Danny didn't follow the smear. He didn't want to know what was at the end of it. He moved toward the front entrance, stepping over debris, trying not to look at the things his flashlight found. His work boots squelched in something he refused to acknowledge. The wrench was still in his hand, and he held it like a talisman, like it could protect him from what had happened here. The front door was blocked. Something heavy had fallen against it from the outside. He could see the shape through the glass, human-sized, not moving. Danny backed away. Side exit. Through the reference section. He turned and his flashlight found Mrs. Patterson. She was kneeling in the aisle between the tall shelves, hunched over something on the floor. Her cardigan, the blue one she always wore, the one that smelled like lavender and reminded Danny of his grandmother, was torn open down the back. Her gray hair had come loose from its bun. She was making a sound, a wet, rhythmic sound, and her shoulders moved with each repetition. Danny's flashlight wavered. His hand was shaking so badly he almost dropped it. Mrs. Patterson? She stopped moving. The silence stretched. Danny could hear his own heartbeat. Too fast, too loud. He could hear the static from the radio drifting up from the basement. He could hear something dripping somewhere in the darkness. Mrs. Patterson turned her head. Her glasses were gone. Her eyes were clouded, milky white with dark veins threading through. Her jaw hung at a wrong angle, broken or dislocated, and the lower half of her face was slick with... Danny ran. He didn't think, didn't plan, just turned and ran, knocking against shelves, sending books cascading to the floor. Behind him, he heard Mrs. Patterson rise, heard the shuffle of her sensible shoes on the bloody floor, heard that sound again, that wet moan that wasn't quite human anymore. The side exit was ahead. Emergency exit, alarm door, but Danny didn't care about alarms anymore. He hit the push bar at full speed and burst out into the night. The cold hit him first. October in Minnesota, and he'd left his jacket in the basement. The parking lot stretched in front of him, orange pools of light from the sodium lamps interrupted by shadows. His company van was there, Northern Comfort Heating and Cooling on the side, right where he'd parked it that morning. Jerry was in the driver's seat. Danny stopped running. His breath came in ragged gasps, white clouds in the cold air. Jerry was his coworker, his ride-along on big jobs, a guy who talked too much about fantasy football and never remembered to refill the gas tank. Jerry was sitting in the driver's seat of the van, with the door hanging open and his throat torn out. Danny's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees on the asphalt and vomited until nothing was left, then kept heaving, his body trying to expel something that couldn't be expelled. Behind him, the library door banged against the wall. That shuffling sound, closer now. Danny forced himself up, forced himself to move. He couldn't take the van. Jerry was in the van. Jerry was in the van. And Jerry was dead. So he ran. Past the parking lot, down the alley, into the residential streets of a town he'd lived in his whole life. Bemidji was burning. He could see the glow on the horizon, orange flickering against the low clouds. He could smell the smoke mixing with the cold autumn air, and everywhere he looked, there were shapes moving in the darkness, some of them shuffling, some of them running, some of them screaming. Danny ran toward home. The 7 miles between the library and his house took 6 hours. He moved in bursts, sprinting from cover to cover, hiding in shadows when shapes passed too close. His knee screamed at him, the old injury flaring with each step, but he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Twice he had to double back when the streets ahead were blocked by those things. That's what he called them in his head. Those things. Because calling them anything else meant acknowledging what they used to be. Once he hid in someone's garden shed for 40 minutes, listening to them shuffle past the door, close enough that he could hear their breathing. Not breathing. That wet rasp in their throats wasn't breathing. It was something else. Dawn was breaking by the time he reached his street. The sky turned pink and gold, beautiful in a way that felt obscene given what had happened in the night. Danny's legs were shaking with exhaustion. His hands were numb with cold. The wrench was still in his grip, though he couldn't remember deciding to hold on to it. His house looked the same. White siding, blue shutters, the lawn he'd been meaning to rake. Elise's car wasn't in the driveway. He didn't run. He walked because running would draw attention and because some part of him was afraid of what he'd find inside. The front door was locked. Normal. Nothing wrong with that, and his keys were in his pocket, where they always were. The house was empty. Elise? His voice came out as a croak. He cleared his throat, tried again. Elise? Nothing. The living room was normal. Kitchen normal. Bedroom normal. Bed unmade because Danny never made the bed, and Elise had given up nagging him about it years ago. Her nursing bag was gone from its hook by the door. He found the note on the kitchen counter. Danny, going to hospital. St. Mary's overwhelmed. They're sending me to Duluth to help. I'll call when I can. Love you. The pen had skidded across the paper at the end, leaving a trailing line. She hadn't finished. Something had interrupted her. Danny read the note 3 times. Then he read it again. His hands were shaking so hard, the paper rustled like something alive. Duluth. The radio had said something about Duluth. Containment, he'd heard. Something about containment. He went to the landline. Cell phones had been spotty for hours, but the landline might work, and picked up the receiver. Dead. He tried Elise's number anyway, punching the buttons from memory. Nothing. He stood in his kitchen, holding a dead phone and a note that ended mid-sentence, and he felt something crack open inside him, something that had been holding together through the terror and the running and the hiding. It cracked, and what came out wasn't tears. It was a sound. A long, low sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite a sob. It went on until his throat hurt and his lungs burned, and then it stopped. Then Danny sat down on the kitchen floor and stayed there until the sun was high in the sky. He stayed in the house for 3 days. The first day was fog. Danny moved through rooms without seeing them, eating food without tasting it, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. He found himself standing in front of the bathroom mirror at one point, looking at a man he barely recognized. Gray skin, hollow eyes, dried blood on his clothes from kneeling in the library. He showered. The hot water lasted 20 minutes, then went cold. He stood under the cold spray until his teeth were chattering, because feeling something was better than feeling nothing. The second day, the power went out. Danny was trying the TV for the 100th time when the screen flickered and died. The hum of the refrigerator stopped. The house fell into a silence that felt like being buried alive. He found candles in the drawer where Elise kept them for dinner parties they never threw, matches in the kitchen junk drawer. He lit 3 candles and set them on the coffee table and watched the shadows dance on the walls. The radio. He had a battery-powered radio somewhere, a holdover from Y2K preparedness that Elise had laughed at. He dug through the garage until he found it, brushed off the dust, and turned it on. Static. Then nothing. Then, faintly, a voice. Emergency broadcast system. Remain indoors. Do not attempt travel. Military has established quarantine zones at static. Duluth area lost. Repeat, Duluth area lost. Evacuation routes along Highway 2 are compromised. All civilians are advised to static. Danny listened until the batteries died. Duluth area lost. He read Elise's note again. They're sending me to Duluth to help. The crack inside him widened. The 3rd day, they came to his street. Danny was in the living room when he heard the shuffling. He went to the window, carefully, staying behind the curtain, and watched them pass. 3 of them. A man in a business suit, tie still knotted at his throat. A woman in workout clothes, yoga pants, and a sports bra, her stomach torn open. A child. Danny looked away from the child. They passed his house without stopping. Didn't look at the windows. Didn't seem to notice the house at all. They just shuffled down the street towards something only they could sense, that wet moan rising and falling between them. When they were gone, Danny went upstairs and pulled his old hunting jacket from the closet. He found the boots he wore for ice fishing. He packed a bag with food from the pantry, canned stuff, crackers, anything that wouldn't spoil. He took the photo of Elise from the nightstand. It was a candid shot from their anniversary 2 years ago. Elise laughing at something he'd said, her hair catching the sunset. He couldn't remember what the joke was. That bothered him more than it should have. He put the photo in his wallet. He put the note in his pocket. He shouldered the bag. Then he went to find his wife. The bicycle was a stroke of luck. Danny had made it 4 blocks from his house when he heard them coming. A group, larger than the 3 from his street, drawn by something in the direction he was heading. He ducked into an open garage and pressed himself against the wall, listening to them shuffle past. The garage belonged to the Hendersons, a retired couple he'd nodded to at the mailbox, but never really talked to. Their car was gone, but their son's old mountain bike was propped against the wall, tires still holding air. Danny took it. He'd feel guilty later. Or he wouldn't. It didn't matter. The bike changed everything. He could move faster now, could outpace the shuffling dead, could cover ground without wearing down his bad knee. He rode through back alleys and side streets, avoiding the main roads where abandoned cars and wandering dead made travel impossible. Bemidji was dying around him. Some houses were burning. Others had been broken into, doors hanging open, windows shattered. He saw bodies in yards, on porches, sprawled across sidewalks. Some of them were still. Some of them weren't. He didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Elise was in Duluth, and the radio had said Duluth was lost. But the radio had also said survivors were scattering, that some had made it to the coast. There were rumors. A woman he passed who was barricading her front door screamed something about boats, about an island, before slamming the door in his face. Danny filed it away and kept moving. By nightfall, he was clear of town. The roads beyond Bemidji were quieter, fewer dead, more open space. He pedaled until his legs gave out, then walked the bike until he could pedal again. The first night, he slept in a barn. The second night, a church that had been locked tight, parishioners probably long gone. The third night, he found the cabin. Cabacona Lake was 15 miles south of Bemidji, a patch of water surrounded by pine forest and summer homes. Danny had driven past it 100 times on his way to service calls, never giving it a second thought. Now it looked like salvation. The cabin sat at the end of a gravel road, set back from the lake, half hidden by trees. No lights, no movement. The windows were intact. The door was closed. Danny approached carefully, wrench in hand. He checked the perimeter. No signs of forced entry, no bodies, no blood. The back door was locked, but the lock was cheap, and Danny knew cheap locks. A few minutes with his tools, and he was inside. Empty. The cabin was small but well stocked. Canned food in the pantry, bottled water, a fireplace with dry wood stacked beside it, a gun cabinet, locked, and he didn't have time to break into it properly, but he filed that away for later. He checked every room, every closet, even the space under the beds. Nothing. The owners had left, evacuated maybe, or just gone somewhere else to die. Danny sat down on the worn couch and let himself breathe. His hands were shaking, his whole body was shaking. But he was alive and he had shelter. And for the first time since the library, he felt something other than animal terror. He felt tired. He locked the doors, blocked the windows with furniture, checked every entrance twice. Then, he lay down on the couch without undressing, wrenched within arm's reach and closed his eyes. He dreamed of Elise. She was standing at the end of a long hallway, too far away to touch, saying something he couldn't hear. He ran toward her, but the hallway kept stretching, and she kept getting smaller, and Danny woke to the sound of an engine. The truck came up the gravel road at dawn, headlights cutting through the morning mist. Danny watched from the window, heart pounding, wrench in his grip. He'd found a kitchen knife in the drawer, not much, but better than nothing, and he held it in his other hand. The truck stopped in front of the cabin. A man got out. He was big, 6'2" at least, broad shoulders, dark skin, gray in his beard. He moved slowly, deliberately, like someone who'd learned that sudden movements got you killed. He had a shotgun in his hands, and he was looking right at the cabin. Danny ducked below the window, counted to 10, peeked again. The man was still there, still looking. Then he did something Danny didn't expect. He called out, "Hey, in the cabin! I'm not looking for trouble!" His voice was deep, calm. "Saw smoke from your chimney last night. Know you're in there. Got a truck full of supplies and nowhere to put them. Thinking maybe we can help each other." Danny didn't move. The man waited, a minute, 2. Then he lowered the shotgun and sat down on the truck's tailgate facing the cabin. "I get it," he called out. "Trust's hard to come by these days. But I've been driving for 3 days and I'm too old for sleeping in the cab again. I figure you've got questions, I've got answers, and I've got about 50 cans of food, plus a propane tank and a medical kit. Seems like we could work something out." Danny's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten properly since he'd left home, and the cabin's pantry was smaller than he'd hoped. He stood up, moved to the door, opened it a crack. "How do I know you won't shoot me?" The man on the tailgate smiled. It was tired, worn around the edges, but genuine. "Son, if I wanted you dead, I'd have just waited. You've got a fire going and no vehicle. You're not going anywhere." He set the shotgun down on the tailgate, hands up. "Name's Rome. Jerome Washington. Been driving trucks for 28 years, and right now I'm looking for a place to park. What do you say?" Danny looked at the truck, piled high with supplies, looked at the shotgun, set aside and out of reach. Looked at the man's eyes, which were steady and calm and very, very tired. He opened the door. Rome talked while they unloaded the truck. "Crash happened south of here," he said, hefting a case of canned vegetables. "Black ice on a bridge, jackknifed into the guardrail. Semi's totaled, but the cargo's fine. Been loading what I could into the pickup ever since." Danny carried boxes into the cabin, stacking them in the living room. Beans, soup, vegetables, bottled water. Enough to last weeks if they rationed. "Where were you headed?" "Detroit." Rome set down another case and straightened, rubbing his lower back. "Wife and daughter are there. Were there, are there." He shrugged, a gesture that carried more weight than it should have. "Radio's been dead for 2 days. Don't know what's happening anywhere east of here." "Duluth's gone," Danny said. The words came out flat, matter of fact. "Heard it on the broadcast." Rome nodded slowly. "Figured. That's where it started, right? The news was talking about some kind of lab accident, pharmaceutical company. Something about, he shook his head. Doesn't matter now. Dead's dead. They worked in silence for a while. Danny found himself studying the older man, the way he moved, the way he held himself. Rome had the look of someone who'd seen things in the last few days. But he was still moving, still functioning. That had to count for something. Your wife, Rome said eventually. That's why you're going east. Danny stopped mid-step. How did you... The note in your pocket. Saw it when you were reaching for things. Couldn't read it, but I saw the way you touched it. Rome's voice was gentle. Man doesn't carry paper like that unless it means something. Danny's hand went to his pocket. The note was still there, folded tight against his chest. She was in Duluth, he said, or heading there, before everything. She a doctor? Nurse? Nurse practitioner. Rome was quiet for a moment. Then he said, medical personnel were getting evacuated. Heard that on the radio before it died. Something about the coast, about boats, an island. Danny's heart lurched. What island? Didn't catch the name, but they were moving people, trying to set up a quarantine zone, somewhere out in the lake. Rome shrugged. Could be nothing, could be something. Point is, if she's smart and she's medical, she might have made it out. It was thin, barely more than rumor. But it was more than Danny had. I'm going to find her, he said, soon as I can figure out how. Rome looked at him for a long moment, then he nodded. Detroit's that direction too, for a while at least. He stuck out his hand. Seems like we're heading the same way, Danny. Might as well head there together. Danny took his hand. Rome's grip was firm, calloused, the grip of someone who'd worked with his hands for decades. Together, Danny said. It felt like the first decision he'd made in days. They settled into a routine over the next week. Rome was a natural at this. The survival part, the making do with what you have part. He'd grown up poor in Gary, Indiana, worked his way up from loading docks to his own rig, learned how to stretch $1 and make something from nothing. Within 3 days, he had the cabin's generator running, had found a way to filter lake water, had mapped out the surrounding area for resources. Danny contributed what he could. His HVAC skills weren't useless. He got the cabin's old furnace working, fixed a leak in the roof, rigged up a system to heat water for washing. Rome watched him work and nodded approvingly. You're good with your hands, Rome said one evening, sitting by the fire. Practical. That'll matter, going forward. Going forward. Danny stared into the flames. You say that like there's a going forward. There's always a going forward. Question is whether we're part of it. They talked in those quiet evenings. Rome told him about his wife, Sandra, a school teacher who'd stuck with him through the lean years and the long hauls. About his daughter, Keisha, just graduated from college, first in the family, prouder than he'd ever been of anything. About the plans they'd had, retirement in 5 years, a little house somewhere warm, grandchildren eventually. Danny talked about Elise, the miscarriages, the years of trying, the way it had worn at them both without either of them admitting it. The fights that weren't really fights, just silences that stretched too long. The way he'd felt her pulling away in the last year, working longer shifts, coming home exhausted, and how he'd let it happen because confronting it was harder than ignoring it. We were supposed to try again, Danny said. Next month. She had an appointment with a specialist in Minneapolis. Thought maybe this time. He didn't finish. Rome didn't make him. Love's a strange thing, Rome said after a while. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't follow rules. But it's stronger than just about anything else I've seen. He looked at Danny, firelight catching the gray in his beard. You'll find her, or you'll die trying. Either way, you'll know. It wasn't comfort exactly, but it was something. The woman appeared on day 9. Danny was checking the perimeter, a habit now, twice daily, morning and evening, when he saw her on the road. She was walking toward the cabin, not running, not hiding. Just walking, like she was out for a stroll on a normal autumn morning. He ducked behind a tree and watched. She was young, maybe late 20s, strawberry blonde braids, round face. She wore thick glasses and carried a backpack that looked too heavy for her frame. No weapons that he could see. I know you're there, she called out, not looking at him. Saw you go behind the tree. I'm not, her voice cracked. I'm not a threat. I saw the smoke. From your chimney. I've been walking for 2 days and She stopped. Sat down on the road, legs folding under her like they'd given up. Didn't cry, didn't scream, just sat there with her head bowed and her shoulders shaking. Danny came out from behind the tree. What's your name? She looked up. Her eyes behind the glasses were red-rimmed, exhausted. Bethany. Beth, I was a teacher. Art in Park Rapids. She laughed, a broken sound. Art teacher. Very useful skill for the apocalypse. Danny held out his hand. Danny, HVAC technician. Equally useless. She took his hand and let him pull her up. Her palm was blistered, raw from gripping straps. There are 2 of us, Danny said. In the cabin. Man named Rome. We're not going to hurt you. I know. Beth wiped her face with the back of her hand. I watched the cabin for most of yesterday. Saw you moving around. You seemed normal. As normal as anything is now. She'd been watching them. Smart. Paranoid, but smart. Come on, Danny said. We've got food, water. You look like you could use both. Beth followed him up the road. She didn't speak again until they were inside, until Rome had handed her a can of soup and a spoon, and she'd eaten half of it in silence. Then she said, I left them. Danny and Rome looked at each other. My students. Her voice was flat, empty. I was in my classroom when it started. 5th period. 23 kids. I heard the screaming from the hallway and She stopped, swallowed. I told them to stay, told them I'd be right back. And then I ran. No one spoke. I couldn't. Her hands were shaking. Soup sloshed over the edge of the can. They were looking at me, trusting me. And I ran. I left them there. You survived, Rome said quietly. That's what you did. And they didn't. Beth's voice broke. I went back. The next day. I went back and the school was... There were so many of them, I couldn't even get close. Danny took the can from her hands before she dropped it. She didn't seem to notice. She was somewhere else, somewhere dark, and he didn't know how to pull her back. You're here now, he said. It felt inadequate. It was inadequate. But it was all he had. You're alive. Whatever happened before, you're alive. Beth looked at him. Her eyes were wet, but something in them had shifted. Not forgiveness. He didn't think she'd ever forgive herself. But something like acknowledgement. Like recognition of a debt that would never be paid. Yeah, she said, I'm alive. They gave her the couch that night. Danny took the floor. Rome kept watch by the window, humming something low and sad under his breath. Somewhere in the darkness, something howled. The old man found them 4 days later. He came by boat, a small aluminum rowboat that he rowed across the lake with methodical, practiced strokes. Danny spotted him from the dock and called for Rome, and they watched together as the boat drew closer. He was ancient, or looked it. White hair, white beard, wire-rimmed glasses, thin and wiry in a way that suggested toughness rather than frailty. He wore a heavy coat and rubber boots, and when he stepped onto the dock, he moved with a slight limp, but no hesitation. Afternoon, he said, like they'd met at the hardware store. Theodore Marks. Teddy to my friends. I'm looking for the Anderson place, Frank and Martha Anderson. They live over on the North Shore. Danny shook his head. We found the cabin empty. Don't know what happened to the owners. Teddy's face didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted. Ah, well, that's that then. He looked at the cabin, at Danny and Rome, at Beth watching from the window. You folks seem to be set up here. Room for one more? Who are you? Rome asked. Not aggressive, just careful. Retired veterinarian. 35 years, large animal practice, mostly horses and cattle. Teddy smiled, and there was something dark in it. Also the only person within 50 miles who knows how to perform surgery, treat infections, and stitch up wounds. I imagine that might be useful going forward. Rome and Danny exchanged a look. Come on in, Danny said. Teddy was dying. He told them on the 3rd night, sitting by the fire, voice as calm as if he were describing the weather. Pancreatic cancer, diagnosed 8 months ago. The doctors gave me 6 months at the outside, but I've always been stubborn. He sipped from a mug of instant coffee, savoring it like fine wine. Point is, I'm not going to slow you down by declining. I'll be useful right up until I'm not, and then I'll handle things myself. Seemed fair to put that on the table. Beth looked stricken. That's horrible. It is what it is, Teddy shrugged. I was planning to spend my last months doing a lot of reading and watching a lot of sunsets. Now I'm spending them keeping people alive instead. Seems like a better use of the time. Danny didn't know what to say. The old man talked about his own death like it was a scheduling conflict, something to be worked around rather than fought against. It was alien to him, that kind of acceptance. Why tell us? Rome asked. Because secrets get people killed. Teddy set down his mug. And because you deserve to know who you're taking on. I'm a doctor, but I'm also a liability. If there comes a point where saving me means losing someone else, I expect you to make the right choice. He looked at Danny directly. Especially you. Me? You're the leader here. Don't look so surprised. I've been watching. Rome's got the skills, Beth's got the awareness. I've got the knowledge. But when a decision needs to be made, everyone looks at you. Teddy smiled, thin and knowing. You probably didn't want that. Most leaders don't, in my experience. But it's yours now. Better learn to live with it. Danny wanted to argue. He wasn't a leader. He was just a guy who fixed furnaces, who avoided conflict, who let other people make the hard calls. But Teddy's eyes were steady and certain, and Rome was nodding slowly, and even Beth was looking at him like she expected something. I don't know how to do this, Danny said. Neither does anyone else. Teddy picked up his mug again. We figure it out as we go. That's all any of us can do. The root cellar was discovered on a gray morning when the first snow was threatening. Danny had been exploring the cabin's property, mapping out potential resources and escape routes. The cellar door was half hidden behind the woodpile, rusted hinges barely visible in the dead grass. Rome, Teddy, found something. They gathered around the door. Rome brought a crowbar, worked it under the edge. The hinges groaned, resisted, then gave way. The smell hit them first. Danny's stomach heaved. He'd become familiar with death, had seen it, walked past it, dreamed about it. But this was different. This was close, concentrated, wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. Beside him, Beth made a small sound and stepped back. Rome went down first, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Danny followed. The cellar was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet, lined with shelves that had once held preserves. Most of those were still there, untouched. But in the center of the floor, oh God, Rome breathed. 4 bodies, a man, a woman, 2 children. They'd been dead for weeks, maybe longer. The cold had slowed decomposition, but not stopped it. They lay on sleeping bags and blankets, positioned carefully, almost peacefully. The children had turned. Danny could see it in the way they lay. Not peaceful at all, but contorted, frozen mid-movement. Their small bodies had been trying to rise when someone had stopped them permanently. The marks were clear on their skulls. The woman lay closest to them, a kitchen knife still in her hand, its blade dark with old blood. Her other hand was wrapped around what remained of her wrist. Deep cuts, parallel and deliberate. She hadn't turned, she'd made sure of that. The man was in the corner, curled in on himself, untouched. He'd starved. Danny could see it in the sunken cheeks, the way the skin stretched over bone. He'd starved while his wife killed their children, then killed herself. And he just sat there, waiting. They tried to wait it out, Teddy said quietly. He'd come down behind them, moving slowly on the narrow stairs. Common enough in disasters. Hunker down, live off supplies, wait for help that never comes. The children got sick, Rome said. His voice was rough. Had to be. The kids got sick, and when they turned, Danny couldn't stop looking at them. The boy, 10, maybe 11, wearing a Timberwolves jersey that was too big for him. The girl, younger, 7 or 8, in pajamas with cartoon characters he didn't recognize. They'd been someone's whole world. And now, they were this. We have to bury them, Beth said from the stairs. Her voice shook, but there was steel under it. We can't just leave them like this. Ground's too hard, Rome said. Frost's already setting in. Then we burn them. Beth's voice hardened. We do something. We don't just walk away. Danny thought of Mrs. Patterson, of the child on his street, of all the bodies he'd walked past without stopping, because stopping meant dying. He looked at the children again. Beth's right, he said. We do this properly, whatever that means now. They burned them at dusk. Building the pyre took most of the day. Danny and Rome cut wood while Beth gathered kindling and Teddy prepared the bodies, wrapping them in clean sheets from the cabin, tying the bundles tight, working with hands that didn't shake. Why don't they shake? Danny asked, watching the old man work. Your hands. Seeing this. Doing this. I've been a veterinarian for 35 years. Teddy didn't look up. I've euthanized more animals than I can count, held them while they died, looked their owners in the eye afterward, and told them it was peaceful. He tied off the last bundle, a small form that weighed almost nothing. This isn't different. It's just bigger. They laid the family on the pyre together, the man and woman in the center, the children on either side. Teddy said something over them, not a prayer exactly, but words. Words about rest and peace and letting go. Danny didn't believe in any of it, but he listened anyway. Then Rome lit the fire. The flames caught quickly, spreading through the dry wood, reaching upward toward the gray sky. Smoke rose in a thick column, and Danny watched it go. Wondered if anyone else could see it. Wondered if anyone was left to care. I don't know their names, Beth said quietly. We should know their names. Anderson. Teddy's voice was soft. Frank and Martha, the children would be... He paused, thinking. There were photos in the cabin, on the mantel, a boy in a baseball uniform, a girl with a ribbon in her hair. Danny thought of the photos he'd seen and ignored, too focused on survival to notice the lives that had existed there before him. Shame twisted in his gut. We'll remember them, he said. It felt inadequate. It was inadequate. But it was all he had. They stood by the fire until the pyre collapsed, until the flames died down, until there was nothing left but ash and ember. The children didn't rise. The family didn't move. Whatever had been done to them in that cellar had been final. Danny told himself that was a mercy. He almost believed it. The forest fire started 3 days later. Danny saw the glow first, a distant orange flickering on the southern horizon, visible through the trees when he climbed to the cabin's roof to check the chimney. At first he thought it was sunset, though the sun was in the wrong place. Then he smelled the smoke. We've got a problem. Rome and Teddy came outside, squinting at the horizon. Beth followed, wrapping her coat tighter against the November cold. That's not good, Rome said slowly. That's not good at all. How far? Hard to say. 5 miles? 10? Rome shook his head. Wind's coming from the south. If it shifts our way, it's not just the fire. Teddy had binoculars, found them in the cabin, military surplus, pressed to his eyes. Look at the road. South side, past the tree line. Danny took the binoculars, adjusted the focus, looked. The road was moving, not the road, the things on it. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe. A tide of gray and rotting flesh shuffling northward, away from the fire, toward them. Horde, Rome said. His voice was flat, controlled. But Danny could hear the fear underneath. Fires driving them our way. How long do we have? At that pace, a day, maybe 2. Depends on whether they spread out or stay clumped. Danny lowered the binoculars. His hands weren't shaking. He was surprised by that. A week ago, the sight would have paralyzed him. Now, it just felt like another problem to solve. We need to go, he said. Pack everything we can carry. Prioritize food, water, medical supplies. We've got... He looked at Rome. The truck? Half tank of gas, maybe less. That's not enough. Not if we're going where I think we're going. Rome's eyes narrowed. Duluth? Past Duluth, east, toward the coast. Danny thought of the radio, of the rumor Rome had heard. Boats, an island. There's supposed to be an evacuation point. Medical personnel were being taken to an island in Lake Superior. If Elise made it out of the convoy, that's where she'd go. That's a lot of ifs, Beth said quietly. It's all I've got. Silence. The wind shifted, bringing the smell of smoke stronger now. underlaid with something else. Something that made Danny's stomach turn. "I'm in," Rome said. "Detroit's that direction anyway." "Close enough." Teddy nodded slowly. "I said I'd be useful until the end. This seems as good a direction as any." Beth looked at Danny. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She'd been sleeping badly, dreaming of her students, waking up screaming. But there was something solid in her gaze. Something that hadn't been there when he'd found her on the road. "I don't have anywhere else to be," she said. Danny looked at each of them in turn. These people, this trucker, this teacher, this dying old man, were his responsibility now. Teddy had said he was the leader, and maybe that was true. Maybe that was the weight settling onto his shoulders right now. "Okay," he said. "We leave at dawn." They packed through the night. The cabin had more supplies than Danny had realized. Canned goods, bottled water, warm clothing, tools. They loaded the truck's bed until it groaned under the weight, then added more. Strapped tarps over everything to keep it dry. Rome went over the engine with Danny, checking fluids, testing the battery. "She'll run," he said. "Not sure for how long, but she'll run." Teddy organized the medical supplies. Antibiotics, bandages, painkillers, suture kits. "Most of this is veterinary," he admitted, "but a wound's a wound. Infection doesn't care whether you're a horse or a human." Beth packed the food with careful precision, counting calories, calculating how long their supplies would last. 3 weeks, she said, if we ration. Longer if we find more along the way. Danny checked the map Rome had found in the cabin's closet. A paper map, worn at the folds but still readable. The route was clear in his mind. South to Highway 2, east through the forest, skirting Duluth. No point going into the city if it was lost. Then following the lakeshore toward Michigan. 400 miles, give or take. Across territory, crawling with the dead. He didn't let himself think about that part. The fire glow grew brighter as the night wore on. By midnight, they could see flames on the horizon, licking at the tree line. The horde would reach them by tomorrow, the fire by the day after. They had a window, a narrow one. Danny sat on the cabin's porch as the sun rose, watching the light spread across the lake. The water was glass still, reflecting the colors of the dawn. Beautiful, peaceful, a lie. "You should sleep." Rome came out with 2 mugs of instant coffee, their last saved for this morning. "Long drive ahead." "Couldn't." Danny took the mug, wrapped his hands around its warmth. Kept thinking about the family, the kids. That's going to happen. The thinking. Rome sat down beside him, joints creaking. "Trick is not letting it stop you." "Does it ever get easier?" "No." Rome sipped his coffee. "But you get stronger. Strong enough to carry it." They sat in silence as the sun climbed higher. The smoke on the horizon grew thicker, darker. The day was coming whether they were ready or not. Danny finished his coffee, set down the mug, stood up. "Let's go find my wife." The truck pulled away from the cabin as the first fingers of smoke reached the lakeshore. Danny watched in the side mirror as the building grew smaller. The place that had saved them, sheltered them, given them a chance to become something other than 4 strangers running from the same nightmare. He knew he'd never see it again. Beth sat in the back seat, arms wrapped around a backpack full of medical supplies. Teddy was beside her, eyes closed, conserving energy. Rome drove, hands steady on the wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead. And Danny sat in the passenger seat with a map on his lap and a photograph in his wallet and a note in his pocket that ended mid-sentence. "Love you." He was going to find her. He was going to cross 400 miles of frozen hell, through hordes and fires, and whatever else the world threw at him. He was going to reach that island. Or he was going to die trying. Either way, at least he was finally moving. The truck hit the highway and turned east, toward the rising sun, toward the distant shore of a lake that might or might not hold salvation. Behind them, the fire consumed the world they were leaving. Ahead of them was everything else. The first test came less than 20 miles from the cabin. The road was blocked. Not by the dead, though Danny could see them in the distance, scattered figures moving through the trees, but by a jackknifed semi, sprawled across both lanes like a beached whale. The trailer had split open, spilling its cargo of household appliances across the asphalt. Refrigerators and washing machines lay scattered like dice from some giant's game. Can we go around? Beth leaned forward, peering through the windshield. Not without going off-road. Rome was already scanning the terrain. Ground soft from the snowmelt. We'd get stuck inside 50 feet. Back up. Find another route. That puts us closer to the fire and the horde. Danny studied the map. There was another road, a smaller one half-paved, that wound through the forest to rejoin the highway 20 miles ahead. But it would take hours. Hours they might not have. What about through, he said. Rome looked at him. Through the truck? No, through the appliances? If we clear a path, that's going to make noise, a lot of noise. Danny nodded. I know. They all looked at the figures in the tree line. 15, maybe 20. Too far away to be an immediate threat, but getting closer. We do it fast, Danny said. Everyone out, everyone working, 5 minutes and we're through. It's the only option we've got. Danny opened his door. Rome, keep the engine running. Teddy, you stay with the truck. You're our fallback if this goes wrong. Beth with me. He didn't wait for agreement, didn't wait for argument. Just got out and started moving. The first refrigerator was lighter than he expected. Empty. Thank God. And he dragged it off the road with adrenaline-fueled strength. Beth was beside him, grabbing a microwave, hurling it into the ditch. They worked in silence, muscles burning, breath coming in white clouds. 2 minutes. The figures in the trees had noticed them, were turning, starting to move. 3 minutes. A path was forming, just wide enough for the truck. Danny's arms screamed in protest. He didn't stop. 4 minutes. The figures were closer now, close enough that he could see the rot on their faces, could hear that wet moan rising from their throats. That's enough, Rome shouted. Get in! Beth was already running. Danny grabbed one more washing machine, just one more, and shoved it aside, then sprinted for the truck. Rome had it moving before he closed the door, tires screaming as they bounced through the gap and past the wreckage. Danny looked back. The figures reached the road behind them, shuffling into the space they'd just cleared, mouths working at empty air. That was stupid, Beth said. She was breathing hard, color high in her cheeks. It worked. Still stupid. Yeah? Danny slumped back in his seat, heart pounding. Probably. But they were through. They were moving. And for now, that was enough. The days blurred together. They drove when they could, walked when they couldn't, hid when they had to. The landscape changed around them. Forest giving way to farmland, farmland to marsh, marsh to forest again. The world was bigger than Danny had ever realized, and emptier. Towns that had held hundreds were silent now. Streets filled with abandoned cars and wandering dead. They scavenged what they could. Gas was the priority. Rome could coax the truck through almost anything, but not without fuel. Followed by food, then medicine, then everything else. They developed a routine. Beth scouted ahead, her sharp eyes picking out danger before it found them. Teddy managed the medical supplies, treating cuts and blisters and the constant ache that came from living on edge. Rome drove and navigated and kept them moving. Danny made decisions. That last part never got easier. Every choice felt like a wrong one. Turn left or right, stop or go, risk it or play it safe. But Teddy was right. Everyone looked at him. So he chose, and they followed. And somehow, they kept not dying. One night, it might have been a week since they'd left the cabin, might have been longer. Beth asked him about it. How do you do it? They were sitting by a small fire in an abandoned barn, the others asleep in the truck. The choosing, doesn't it terrify you? Every time, Danny admitted. Then how? Because not choosing is worse. He stared into the flames, thinking of Elise, of the note, of all the times he'd let her make decisions because he was afraid of making the wrong one. I spent my whole life avoiding this, letting other people lead, and you know what I got from it? Nothing. A life that happened to me instead of one I built. Beth was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I ran. When it mattered most, I ran. I know. Do you think I think you're here now? Danny looked at her, at the guilt that lived behind her eyes, at the steel that had formed around it. Whatever happened before, you're here. You're fighting. That counts for something. Beth didn't answer, but something in her posture shifted, and Danny thought maybe that was progress. They reached the outskirts of Duluth on the 12th day. The city was visible from miles away, not because of lights, but because of smoke. Parts of it were still burning, weeks after the outbreak. Plumes rose from downtown, from the industrial district, from what had once been the port. The fires had been left to burn unchecked, fed by gas leaks and broken mains, and the debris of a collapsed society. "We're not going through that," Rome said flatly. "No." Danny studied the map. "We go north, around the city, hit the shore road on the far side. That adds 3 days to the trip. It also keeps us alive." They skirted the city in silence, maintaining a mile of distance at minimum. Even from that far, they could see the dead, thousands of them, wandering the streets, congregating around building entrances, drawn by sounds and smells that living humans couldn't perceive. And once, they saw something else. Vehicles. 3 of them, military style, moving through the chaos at speed. Danny watched through the binoculars as they passed, glimpsing figures in uniform, weapons mounted on the roofs. "National Guard?" Beth asked. "Maybe." Teddy's voice was grim. "Or what's left of them. Should we—" "No." Rome didn't take his eyes off the road. "Military means checkpoints. Checkpoints mean quarantine. And quarantine in this situation means—" He didn't finish. He didn't need to. They drove on, leaving the city and its secrets behind. The lake appeared on the 15th day. Lake Superior stretched to the horizon, gray-blue under a gray sky, waves rolling against the shore in a rhythm that had nothing to do with the world's ending. Danny stood on the rocky beach and felt something shift in his chest. Something that might have been hope, might have been relief, might have been the simple wonder of seeing something beautiful in a world gone ugly. "It goes on forever," Beth said softly. She was standing beside him, arms wrapped against the cold. "I never realized how big it was." 500 miles long, Rome said. He'd brought the map, was tracing routes with his finger. Bigger than some countries. Deep, too. Cold enough to preserve bodies, they say. Ships that sank 100 years ago, still sitting on the bottom, perfectly intact. Teddy made a sound, not quite a laugh. Cheerful thought. "The point is, it's passable. Frozen by now. We can cross on foot if we have to." Rome looked at Danny. "Your island. It's out there somewhere. Mackinac. Just need to get to the Michigan side." Danny nodded. The name had surfaced in his memory over the past 2 weeks, drawn from half-heard radio broadcasts and scattered conversations with the few survivors they'd encountered. Mackinac Island. A quarantine zone. Medical personnel being evacuated there. Elise. How far? Another 200 miles, give or take, following the shore road. Rome folded the map. Assuming nothing else goes wrong. Danny looked at the lake, at the distant horizon where water met sky. 200 miles. A lifetime. A heartbeat. Then let's keep moving. The truck died on the 19th day. It happened without warning. One moment they were rolling through a stretch of deserted highway. The next the engine coughed, sputtered, and went silent. Rome coasted to a stop, tried the ignition 3 times, then sat back with a sigh. "That's it. Can you fix it?" "If I had parts, maybe. Tools, a warm garage, and a week to work." Rome shook his head. "Out here, with what we've got, she's done." They salvaged what they could, packed supplies into bags that bent their backs and burned their shoulders, started walking. The snow had started by then. Not heavy yet, but steady. A white curtain falling from a white sky. It muffled sound, hid tracks, made the world feel smaller and closer. Danny pulled his hood up and put one foot in front of the other and tried not to think about how far they still had to go. Beth walked beside him, matching his pace. Teddy moved more slowly, his limp more pronounced in the cold, but he kept up without complaint. Rome brought up the rear, shotgun in his hands, watching their backs. They were a group now. Not just 4 people who happened to be going the same direction, but something more. Something fragile and essential and worth protecting. Danny didn't know when that had happened, but he knew he'd die before he let it fall apart. The 21st day brought the church. It appeared through the snow like a mirage, a white steeple, a brown building, smoke rising from a chimney. Signs of life. Danny's heart lurched. Careful, Rome murmured. Smoke means people. People means unknown. I know. They approached slowly, spread out, using what cover the terrain offered. The church sat at the center of a small town, Bayfield according to a snow-covered sign, with other buildings clustered around it like supplicants. A voice called out, "That's far enough." Danny stopped, raised his hands. "We're not looking for trouble, just passing through." A figure emerged from behind a snow-covered car. Male, middle-aged, bundled in layers. He held a rifle, but it wasn't pointed at them. Not yet. Passing through to where? East. Mackinac Island. The man's expression changed. Something flickered in his eyes that Danny couldn't read. Mackinac, he repeated. You know what's there? Survivors. Medical personnel. Danny's heart was beating too fast. My wife. She might be there. She was a nurse. A lot of medical people went to Mackinac. The man lowered his rifle, though he didn't put it away. Coast Guard was running evacuations early on. Before everything fell apart completely, Danny felt Beth's hand on his arm, steadying. You've heard about it, the island? Heard about it. Haven't heard from it. Not in weeks. Radios went quiet a while back. The man studied them, weighing something. You look like you've come a long way. 200 miles, give or take. For your wife. For my wife. The man nodded slowly. Something in his posture shifted. Not relaxing exactly, but settling. Like he'd made a decision. Name's Pastor David Greenleaf. This is what's left of my congregation. He gestured toward the church. You folks look like you could use a hot meal and a roof. We've got both if you're willing to help with chores in exchange. Danny looked at Rome, at Beth, at Teddy. They were exhausted, hungry, frozen half solid. The smart thing was to take the offer, rest up, keep moving tomorrow. But something in the pastor's eyes made him hesitate. Something that wasn't quite right. Just for the night, Danny said. We appreciate the hospitality. Of course. Pastor Greenleaf smiled, and it didn't reach his eyes. Just for the night. The church was warm. That was the first thing Danny noticed. The warmth, wrapping around him like a blanket after 3 weeks of cold. A fire burned in the hearth at the front of the sanctuary, and figures huddled around it, faces illuminated by the orange glow. There were more survivors than he'd expected. 20, maybe 30, scattered through the pews and on pallets along the walls. Men and women, young and old. A few children. They looked up as Danny's group entered, eyes wary but not hostile. Welcome, Pastor Greenleaf said, spreading his arms. God's house is your house in these dark times. Teddy caught Danny's eye. His expression was neutral, but Danny had learned to read the old man over the past weeks. Something's wrong, that look said. Stay alert. Danny nodded slightly, smiled at the pastor. Thank you. We won't impose for long. They were given food, thin soup, stale bread, but hot and filling. A corner of the church to sleep in, away from the others. Blankets that smelled of dust and old incense. Danny lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the sleeping congregation. Everything seemed peaceful. Normal, insofar as anything was normal anymore. And yet Beth had noticed something. She'd whispered it to him before closing her eyes. Some of them are wearing bracelets, same bracelet, like a uniform. Danny hadn't noticed the bracelets, but he noticed other things now in the darkness. The way certain people slept closer together. The way others slept separately, near the doors. The way the pastor's smile never touched his eyes. Trust is hard to come by, Rome had said weeks ago. Maybe the hardest thing left. Danny closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, and waited for dawn. Morning brought revelation. It came through Beth, who'd woken early to use the latrine. She returned pale-faced, shaking, and pulled Danny aside. There's something in the basement. What kind of something? I didn't go down, but I heard, she swallowed. I heard moaning. Not like the dead, but people. People in pain? Danny's gut went cold. He found Rome and Teddy, explained quietly, quickly. The four of them slipped through the empty morning, following Beth to a side door that led to stairs going down. The basement door was locked. Rome dealt with it, a crowbar applied with careful pressure, and they descended into darkness. The smell hit them first. Not death, but close. Unwashed bodies. Old blood. Fear. Danny's flashlight cut through the black. Found chains on the wall. Found figures huddled in the corners. Found what the church really was. There were 12 of them. Men and women, young and old, chained to the walls with their wrists raw and bleeding. They flinched when the light hit them, raised their arms to shield their eyes. "Help us," one of them whispered. A woman, middle-aged, voice cracked and broken. "Please, help us." Danny felt Beth press against his shoulder, heard Rome's sharp intake of breath, felt the weight of the wrench in his hand, suddenly inadequate. "What is this place?" "The offering." The woman's eyes were bright with fever, with madness, with something beyond either. "They call it the offering. When new people come, people who aren't believers, they bring them here, wait for them to get sick, and then..." She didn't finish, didn't need to. "The pastor," Danny said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Flat, distant. "Greenleaf. He decides who goes, when." The woman's chains rattled as she reached toward them. "Please. I've been here for 3 days. They're coming back soon. When the sun rises all the way..." Footsteps above them. Voices, the congregation waking. "We have to go." Rome's hand was on Danny's arm. "Now. We can't leave them. We can't save them either. Not like this, not against 30 people." Rome's eyes were steady, sad, certain. "If we try, we die. And then no one makes it to Mackinac." Danny looked at the woman, at the others, watching him with desperate hope. He thought of Beth's students, abandoned in a classroom. Thought of the Anderson children, burning on a pyre. Thought of all the people he couldn't save. "I'm sorry," he said. The words felt like poison on his tongue. They ran. The church was waking as they emerged from the basement. Danny saw Pastor Greenleaf across the sanctuary. Saw the moment recognition flashed in his eyes. Saw his hand go to something at his belt. "Run!" They burst through the front doors, into the cold and the snow and the pale morning light. Behind them, shouts erupted, voices raised in anger, in pursuit. "The road!" Rome was pointing, already moving. "North, toward the lake!" Danny ran. They all ran. His lungs burned, his knees screamed, but he kept moving, feet pounding the frozen ground. Behind them, the church disgorged its congregation. Men with weapons, women with makeshift clubs, all of them screaming something about sinners and judgment and the gift. A shot rang out. The snow beside Danny exploded. "Into the trees!" They crashed through the underbrush, branches scraping and tearing. The sounds of pursuit faded behind them, muffled by forest and distance. Danny kept running until he couldn't run anymore, until his legs gave out and he collapsed against a tree trunk. Beth was beside him, Rome and Teddy nearby, breathing hard. "What the hell was that?" Beth's voice was shaking. "What kind of people?" "The desperate kind." Teddy's voice was calm, despite his heaving breath. "The kind who needs someone to blame, something to believe in." He met Danny's eyes. "It won't be the last time we see it." Danny thought of the woman in the basement, the chains, the fear. "I left them. You survived." "I left them to die. You survived," Teddy repeated. "That's what you did. That's what you keep doing until you can't anymore. And maybe, somewhere along the way, you find the strength to go back. But not today. Not now." Danny wanted to argue, wanted to rage against the unfairness of it, against a world that forced these choices on him. But Teddy was right. He knew Teddy was right. He got to his feet, started walking. The others followed. They found the shore again by nightfall. Lake Superior stretched before them, half frozen now, ice forming along the edges, while the deeper water remained dark and churning. The wind off the lake cut through their clothing, carrying cold so sharp it felt like knives. "We need shelter," Beth said. Her teeth were chattering. Before full dark. There, Danny pointed. A structure in the distance, a boathouse maybe, or a small marina. Something with walls and a roof. They made for it at speed, pushing through exhaustion. The boathouse was abandoned, its doors hanging open, but the walls were intact, and it offered some protection from the wind. They huddled inside, layering blankets, sharing body heat. Danny sat apart from the others, staring through a gap in the boards at the dark water beyond. The note was in his hand. He'd pulled it out without thinking, unfolding it by the dim light of their small fire. Danny, going to hospital. St. Mary's overwhelmed. They're sending me to Duluth to help. I'll call when I can. Love you. Love you. That's what she would have written. Love you. The same words she'd said every day for 11 years, in text messages and voicemails, and whispered in the dark before sleep. Words he'd taken for granted, heard without really hearing, because he'd assumed there would always be another chance to hear them. You're thinking about her? Rome had moved to sit beside him. The big man's face was shadow and firelight, unreadable, always. Tell me something about her. Something you haven't told anyone. Danny thought for a moment. She snores. Not loud, just this little whistle thing. She's embarrassed about it, but he swallowed. I can't sleep without it. In the cabin those first few nights, the silence kept waking me up. I'd reach for her and she wasn't there. Rome nodded slowly. Sandra hums when she cooks. Old gospel songs, from when her grandmother used to sing to her. I don't even think she knows she's doing it. But when she's quiet in the kitchen, he trailed off. That's when I know something's wrong. Do you think they're alive? Rome was quiet for a long moment. Then, I think we have to believe they are, until we know different. Is that enough? Believing? It's what we've got. Rome put a hand on Danny's shoulder, heavy, warm. It's what we've got, Danny. And it's enough to get us through one more night. Danny looked at the note, folded it carefully, put it back in his pocket. One more night, he agreed, and then another after that. And another. Until he found her, or didn't. Until it was over. The snow fell heavier as they pushed east. Days blurred together, walking, hiding, scavenging, walking again. The landscape changed around them, forests giving way to open stretches of frozen marsh, then more forests. The lake was a constant presence to their left, its dark water gradually becoming more white, as ice crept further from the shore. They encountered others. A family of 5 heading west who warned them about the cult people in Wisconsin and traded stories for canned goods. A lone man who watched them from a distance but never approached. A group of bodies, frozen solid, huddled around a fire that had long since died. Survivors who hadn't survived. Danny made note of each encounter, filed away each piece of information. The world was reshaping itself. New rules emerging from the chaos. Those who learned the rules lived. Those who didn't. There, Beth said one afternoon, pointing to the horizon, a structure barely visible through the falling snow. Is that a bridge? Rome had the binoculars out, squinting through them. Big one. Has to be the one into Michigan. Danny's heart lurched. The Mackinac Bridge. 5 miles of steel and concrete, connecting Michigan's 2 peninsulas. And beyond it, the island, Elise. How far? Maybe 20 miles. Day and a half if we push. Danny wanted to run. Wanted to sprint the entire distance. Exhaustion be damned. But he looked at his group. Beth with her blistered feet. Teddy with his deepening limp. Rome with the cough that had started 3 days ago and wouldn't go away. And he knew better. We camp tonight, he said. Push hard tomorrow. Make the bridge by day after. No one argued. No one had the energy to argue. They found shelter in an abandoned ranger station, boarded the windows, lit a small fire. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell and the world continued its slow descent into white. We're close, Beth said quietly. We're actually close. Yeah, Danny stared into the flames. We are. But close wasn't there. Close wasn't finding Elise, holding her, knowing whether she was alive or dead. Close was just another kind of distance, another gap that had to be crossed. One more night, then another. Then, Danny didn't let himself think about then. Just put one foot in front of the other. Just kept moving forward. Just survived. The sun rose on the 29th day to reveal a world transformed. The snow had stopped in the night, leaving behind a landscape of white so pure it hurt to look at. The lake was frozen solid now, at least near the shore, a vast plain of ice stretching toward a horizon that glittered like diamonds in the morning light. Danny stood outside the ranger station, breathing clouds into the frigid air, and felt something unfamiliar move through his chest. Hope. It wasn't certain, wasn't guaranteed. Elise might be dead. The island might be a ruin. Everything he'd been fighting toward might turn to ash the moment he reached it. But it was there. Hope. Fragile and stubborn and refusing to die. Ready? Rome appeared beside him, pack on his shoulders, shotgun in his hands. Yeah. Danny shouldered his own pack. Yeah, I think I am. They set out as the sun climbed higher. 4 people walking toward a bridge, toward an island, toward whatever came next. Danny didn't look back. There was nothing behind him anymore. Just the path ahead, stretching into the blinding white, waiting to be walked. The bridge appeared at dusk on the 30th day. It was massive, far larger than Danny had imagined. Twin towers rose from the ice, like the bones of some ancient beast, cables stretching between them in frozen arcs. The roadway disappeared into the gathering darkness, a ribbon of concrete and steel that seemed to go on forever. And it was not empty. Through the binoculars, Danny could see them, the dead, wandering the bridge in clusters, dozens, maybe hundreds, frozen in the cold, yes, slowed to near immobility, but not stopped. Never stopped. We can't go through that, Beth whispered. Not tonight, not in the dark. No. Danny lowered the binoculars. We wait. Dawn. When we can see what we're doing. They made camp in the shelter of a wrecked semi, its cargo long since looted. The fire was small. They couldn't risk attracting attention this close to the horde. And they ate cold food from cans, barely tasting it. Tomorrow, Rome said. His voice was rough. The cough had gotten worse. We cross tomorrow. We cross tomorrow, Danny agreed. Teddy said nothing. Just looked at Danny with those steady, knowing eyes, and Danny understood. Some of them wouldn't make it. The old man knew, had probably known for a while, and he'd made his peace with it, the way he'd made his peace with the cancer eating him from the inside, with the world falling apart around him. Danny wanted to say something. Thank you, maybe. Or I'm sorry. Or please don't leave us. But the words wouldn't come. So he just nodded, and Teddy nodded back, and they sat in silence as the night grew deeper. Tomorrow they would cross. Tomorrow everything would change. But tonight, they were still together. Still alive. Still fighting. And that had to be enough. Dawn came gray and cold, clouds hanging low over the frozen world. Danny woke before the others, slipping out of the camp to study the bridge in the growing light. The dead were still there, moving more now as whatever passed for warmth filtered through the clouds. They wandered the bridge in aimless patterns, bumping against cars, pressing at barriers, waiting for something to hunt. Danny. Rome was beside him. The big man looked older in the morning light, shadows under his eyes, lines deeper in his face. He'd been coughing half the night. You should stay back, Danny said. Rest. We'll find another way. No. Rome's voice was firm despite the rasp. I've come this far. I'll see it through. Rome, my girls are in Detroit, Danny. Every mile I travel with you is a mile in the right direction. He met Danny's eyes. Besides, who's going to watch your back if I'm not there? Danny didn't have an answer for that. They gathered their gear, checked their weapons, such as they were. Beth had her knife. Rome had the shotgun. Teddy had a fire axe they'd found in the ranger station. Danny had his wrench, battered and blood-stained and familiar in his grip. Not much, not nearly enough. But it was what they had. Stay close, Danny said. Move fast. Don't stop for anything. And they stepped onto the bridge. The first mile was the worst. The dead were everywhere, slumped against cars, standing in clusters, wandering in patterns that almost seemed purposeful. The cold had slowed them, turned them into shambling statues, but they weren't frozen solid. Not anymore. Not with the weak sun rising and the temperature climbing. Danny led the way, picking a path through the chaos, left around the overturned bus, right to avoid the tangle of bodies near the guardrail. Straight ahead, always straight ahead, toward the towers that rose in the distance. Behind him, he could hear Beth's breathing, Teddy's shuffling step, Rome's quiet cough, suppressed but not hidden. The dead watched them pass. Milky eyes tracked their movement. Mouths worked at the cold air. But they didn't attack, didn't pursue. The cold kept them slow, kept them confused, kept them just barely on the edge of animation. For now, halfway, Rome whispered. The northern tower loomed above them, cables thrumming in the wind. Halfway there, Danny nodded, kept moving, and then the sun broke through the clouds. It was just a moment, a shaft of light cutting through the gray, warming the air by a few crucial degrees. Not enough to matter under normal circumstances. Enough. The dead began to move, not shambling anymore, walking, turning toward the warmth, toward the movement, toward the living bodies moving through their midst. Run, Danny said. They ran. The world became chaos. Dead hands reaching, dead mouths gnashing, dead bodies pressing in from all sides. Danny swung his wrench, felt it connect with skulls, felt the sick crunch of bone giving way. Beside him, Rome's shotgun roared, once, twice, then clicked empty. Keep moving. A gap ahead. A clear stretch of road, maybe 50 yards, leading toward the far side of the bridge. Danny sprinted for it, heard the others behind him, felt the wind of something grabbing for his coat and missing. They burst through into the open. The far tower was close now, so close, and beyond it, the Michigan shore. Safety. Come on! Teddy stumbled. Danny saw it happen, saw the old man's leg give out, saw him go down hard, saw the dead closing in around him. He turned back, reaching, but Teddy's eyes found his, and the old man shook his head. Go, Teddy said. His voice was calm, almost peaceful. Get to the island. Find your wife. No, this is my choice, Danny. Teddy pulled the fire axe from his belt, raised it, smiled. Make it count. He turned toward the horde, swung the axe, screamed something that might have been a name or might have been a prayer. Danny ran. They reached the shore as the sun began to set. 3 of them now. Danny, Rome, Beth. 3 people standing on the frozen ground, looking back at the bridge where something still moved, where Teddy's last stand was ending in the gathering dark. He saved us, Beth said. Her voice was hollow. He knew. He knew and he chose. Rome's voice cracked on the word. That's what he did. He chose. Danny couldn't speak, couldn't find words for the grief that pressed against his chest, for the gratitude and the guilt and the terrible weight of still being alive. They made camp that night on the Michigan side, huddled together against the cold. The bridge was a dark line against the stars, and somewhere on it an old man who'd been dying anyway had given them the time they needed to survive. Danny thought about what Teddy had said. Make it count. He thought about Elise, somewhere on an island he couldn't see, about Rome's family in Detroit, about Beth's students, lost and never coming back. He thought about all the choices ahead, all the paths still to walk, all the people still counting on him. Make it count. He would. The 31st day dawned clear and cold. The lake stretched before them, frozen solid now, a highway of ice leading toward the horizon. And there, barely visible in the morning light, the island. That's it, Rome said. His voice was hushed. Mackinac. Danny stared at the distant shape. Smoke rose from it. Chimney smoke, not fire smoke. Signs of life, of people, of hope. We need to rest, Beth said. Prepare. We don't know what's over there. What kind of... Tomorrow, Danny agreed. We cross tomorrow. He looked at his hands. Blistered, cracked, stained with blood that wasn't his own. The hands of someone who'd made choices, who'd survived. Who would keep surviving? Elise was on that island. He could feel it now. a certainty that went beyond logic or hope. She was there, waiting, and tomorrow he would find her, or die trying. One more day, just one more day. The night before the crossing, Danny dreamed. He was in the library again, the basement. The furnace motor lay in pieces before him, and the radio played classic rock, and everything was exactly as it had been before the world ended. Elise walked down the stairs. She was wearing her blue scrubs, the ones she wore when she worked the night shift. Her hair was down, the way she rarely wore it. She was smiling. Danny. He wanted to go to her, wanted to hold her, but his legs wouldn't move. "I can't find you," he said. "I keep trying, but you found me." She was beside him now, though he hadn't seen her move. Her hand on his face, warm and real. "You're almost there. People died because of me, because of my choices. People lived, too." Her eyes were steady, familiar. The eyes he'd fallen in love with 11 years ago. That's what matters now. Not the ones you couldn't save. The ones you did. "How do you know?" "How can you know?" "Because I know you." She kissed him, soft and brief. "I know who you are, Danny. Even if you're still figuring it out." He woke with tears freezing on his cheeks. The sun was rising. Rome was already awake, checking their gear. Beth was stirring, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Ready?" Rome asked. Danny looked at the island, at the frozen lake that separated them from everything they'd been fighting toward. "Yeah," he said. "I'm ready." They set out across the ice. The crossing took most of the day. The ice was thick but not uniform. Some stretches were clear as glass, others covered in snow, others cracked and refrozen into unstable ridges. They moved slowly, testing each step, spreading their weight across surfaces that groaned beneath them. The island grew closer with each passing hour. Danny could make out details now. Buildings clustered around a harbor, smoke rising from chimneys, movement along the shoreline. People. Living people. "Almost there," Beth breathed. They were 100 yards from shore when the figures emerged. Armed figures, half a dozen of them, carrying rifles, spreading out along the ice's edge. One of them raised a megaphone. "That's far enough. Identify yourselves." Danny raised his hands. "We're survivors, from Minnesota. We're looking for someone, a nurse, Elise Kowalczyk. She was evacuated here early in the outbreak." Silence. The figures conferred among themselves. Then, "You'll need to come with us. Protocol." Danny looked at Rome, at Beth. They'd come so far, lost so much. "Okay," he said. They walked the final 100 yards to shore, where the armed figures waited with their weapons and their questions and their protocols. And Danny thought, this is it. Whatever comes next, this is where it begins. The island rose before him, cold and gray and full of secrets. Elise was somewhere inside. He was going to find her. The armed figures led them to a building near the harbor, a former hotel, converted into some kind of processing center. Inside, other survivors waited in lines, filling out forms, answering questions from people in white coats. "Standard procedure," one of their escorts explained. "Quarantine check, blood test. Make sure you're not infected." "We're not," Beth said. "We've been traveling for weeks. If we were infected, rules are rules." The escort's voice was flat, disinterested. "This way." They were separated. Danny tried to protest, but a firm hand on his shoulder pushed him toward a curtained area where a woman in medical scrubs waited with needles and vials. "Roll up your sleeve." He did. The blood draw took seconds. The questions took longer. Where they'd come from, how they'd survived, whether they'd been exposed to the infected. Danny answered everything, his mind elsewhere. "You mentioned a name," the woman said finally. "Elise Kowalczyk. Is she family?" "My wife." Something flickered across the woman's face. Recognition? Concern? Danny couldn't tell. "Wait here." She disappeared behind another curtain. Danny sat on the examination table, hands clenched, waiting. Minutes passed, then more. Then the curtain parted, and a man walked in. Gray hair, neatly trimmed, a white coat over civilian clothes, eyes that assessed Danny with clinical detachment. "Mr. Kowalczyk, I'm Dr. Marcus. I understand you're looking for your wife. Is she here?" Danny's voice cracked. Is she alive? Dr. Marcus was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, She's here. She's alive. Relief flooded through Danny like a physical thing. He slumped forward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. I need to see her, please. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Not immediately. Dr. Marcus's voice was careful, measured. Your wife is special. Her condition requires certain precautions. What condition? What's wrong with her? Nothing's wrong per se. In fact, quite the opposite. Dr. Marcus sat down across from Danny. Mr. Kowalczyk, your wife was bitten during the evacuation. She was exposed to the infection. Danny's heart stopped, but she didn't turn. Dr. Marcus leaned forward. She's immune. One of perhaps a few hundred people in the world whose bodies reject the phage. And that makes her very, very valuable to everyone here. The relief was gone. In its place, a cold, creeping dread. What have you done to her? We've kept her safe, protected her. Dr. Marcus smiled, and Danny saw nothing warm in it. But she's also helping us, helping all of humanity. Her blood, her tissue, they may be the key to a cure. I want to see her. In time. Now. Dr. Marcus's smile didn't waver. Mr. Kowalczyk, you've just arrived after a long and clearly traumatic journey. You need rest, recovery, and your wife, well, she needs to be prepared, emotionally. We told her you were dead, you see, for her own mental stability. The words hit Danny like a physical blow. You told her. It seemed kindest, given that we had no reason to believe you'd survived. Danny was on his feet. He didn't remember standing. His hands were fists at his sides. Take me to her. Now. Or I swear to God, Mr. Kowalczyk, Dr. Marcus's voice hardened, this island is a sanctuary. But sanctuaries have rules, and those rules exist for a reason. He stood, straightening his coat. You'll see your wife, when the time is right. Until then, I suggest you rest. He walked out. The curtain fell closed behind him. Danny stood alone, fists clenched, mind racing. Elise was here, alive, but not free. The island was a prison, and he'd just walked through the front door. They gave him a room, a small one in what had once been the hotel's staff quarters, a bed, a chair, a window that looked out on the frozen harbor. Rome and Beth were in similar rooms nearby. They'd compared notes after the processing, asked the same questions, given the same non-answers. But they hadn't been pulled aside for special conversations, hadn't been told about valuable blood and valuable tissue. Something's wrong here, Rome said, when they managed to meet in the hallway. This place feels controlled, Beth finished. Too controlled. Danny told them what Dr. Marcus had said, about Elise, about the immunity, about the lie they'd told her. So she thinks you're dead, Rome said slowly. And they're keeping her, what? Locked up? He called her valuable. Danny's voice was flat. Said her blood might be the key to a cure. Beth shook her head. That's not protection, that's imprisonment. Danny turned to the window, looked out at the island that had been his destination for a month, the salvation that was turning to ash in his hands. They're bleeding her, using her, and they don't want me messing with their supply. What are you going to do? Danny thought about the question, thought about Teddy, choosing to die so they could live, about all the people they'd lost along the way, about Elise somewhere on this island, being told her husband was dead while needles drew her blood. I'm going to find her, he said, and I'm going to get her out. How? I don't know yet. Danny turned back to face them. But I didn't come 400 miles to stop now. Rome nodded slowly. Beth's eyes were bright with something fierce. Then we help you, Rome said. That's what we do. Rome, your family, is in Detroit, which I can't get to without a plan, without resources, without help. Rome put his hand on Danny's shoulder. We started this together. We'll finish it together. Danny looked at them, this trucker from Gary, this teacher from Park Rapids, and felt something shift in his chest. Not hope exactly, something harder. Something that had been forged over miles and days and choices that couldn't be taken back. Okay, he said, together. And in the darkness outside the window, the island waited, full of secrets, full of answers, full of Elise. The end of one journey, the beginning of another. Danny Kowalczyk had found the island. Now he just had to find his wife. The first week on Mackinac Island felt like drowning in slow motion. Danny woke each morning in the same small room, stared at the same water-stained ceiling, and counted the hours until he could try again. Try to see Elise, try to get answers, try to understand what kind of place he'd fought so hard to reach. They wouldn't let him near the medical facility. Quarantine protocols, the guard said, every time he approached. Immune subjects are restricted, for everyone's safety. He'd learned the layout of the island in those first days, walking its perimeter like a caged animal. Mackinac was small, barely 4 miles long, but the council had divided it into zones. The harbor district, where survivors lived and worked, the interior, where the old Victorian homes had been converted into administrative buildings, and the medical complex on the eastern shore, surrounded by fences and guards and silence. Elise was in there, somewhere behind those fences, alive but unreachable. Danny stood outside the complex on the 7th morning, hands shoved in his pockets, breath fogging in the cold air. The guards watched him with bored eyes. They'd stopped bothering to tell him to leave. "You're wasting your time," the voice came from behind him. Danny turned. The woman was young, early 20s, compact and muscular, black hair cropped short. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, and she held herself like someone who knew how to fight and wasn't afraid to prove it. "I'm sorry?" Standing out here, staring at the fence. She crossed her arms. "You think you're the first person to try? The first one with someone inside they want to see." My aunt's in there. Has been for 2 months." The woman's voice was flat, controlled. "They told me she was getting the best care, that she was helping save humanity. All the same bullshit they probably told you." Danny studied her face. The anger there, carefully contained, the grief underneath. "What's your name?" "Nicole. Nikki." She uncrossed her arms. "You're the guy who walked across Minnesota, right? Looking for his wife. Word travels fast. Island's small. Stories are smaller." Nikki glanced at the guards, then back at Danny. "There's a group of us. People who know what's really going on in there. People who want to do something about it." Danny's pulse quickened. "What kind of something?" "Come to the old church tonight, after curfew." She was already walking away. "And don't let anyone follow you." The church was a ruin. It stood on the island's northern edge, abandoned long before the outbreak. The roof had partially collapsed, and snow had drifted through the gaps, covering the pews in white. But someone had cleared a space near the altar, arranged salvaged chairs in a rough circle, lit candles that flickered in the drafts. Danny counted 7 people waiting for him. Nikki was there, arms crossed, watching the door. Beside her sat a lanky teenager with smudged glasses and nervous eyes. An older woman with bottle blonde hair and calculating eyes. A weathered man who smelled of fish and salt water. A woman with braided black hair who sat apart from the others, watching everything with unsettling stillness. A heavy-set man in camouflage who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. And Pastor David Greenleaf. Danny stopped short. His hand went to his belt, reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. "Easy." David raised his hands. "I know what you're thinking. You tried to feed us to the dead." Danny's voice was ice. "Your church. The basement? That wasn't my church." David's eyes were steady, pained. "I found that place same as you. Joined them because I thought..." He stopped, swallowed. "I thought they were believers. Real believers. By the time I understood what they really were, it was too late to walk away." "So you ran." "So I ran." David's voice cracked. "Left people behind. People I should have helped. I'll carry that until I die." He met Danny's eyes. "But I'm here now, trying to make it right. That's all any of us can do." Danny looked around the circle. These people, strangers, all of them, watching him with something like hope, like expectation. "Why am I here?" "Because you want to get your wife out." Nikki stepped forward. "And we want to tear that whole place down." They talked for hours. The blonde woman was Lori, a real estate agent from Wisconsin who'd survived by being ruthlessly practical. She'd been on the island for 6 weeks and had spent most of that time mapping the council's operations. They control everything, she said. Food distribution, work assignments, housing, information. If you want to eat, you work. If you ask too many questions, you get reassigned to the shit jobs. Keep asking and you disappear. Disappear where? That's the thing. Lori's eyes were hard. No one knows. People just stop being around. The fisherman was Gary, a commercial boat operator from Lake Superior, who'd made it to the island in the first wave of evacuations. He knew the waters, knew the boats, knew every approach to the island that the council didn't monitor. They've got patrol boats running day and night, he said, but there are gaps, times when the ice makes certain routes impassable, when the guards are changing shifts. If you know what you're looking for. The quiet woman with braids was Amy, a wildlife biologist who'd walked out of the wilderness alone after 3 weeks. She didn't talk much, but when she did, everyone listened. The medical complex has 3 buildings, she said, main research facility in the center, staff quarters on the north side, and a smaller building on the south. That's where they keep the immune subjects, separate from the general medical care. How do you know? I watch things. Amy's eyes were unreadable. It's what I do. The teenager was Kevin, a college freshman who'd somehow survived the collapse of civilization through what he called dumb luck and video game reflexes. He was scared, visibly, constantly scared. But he was also smart, good with electronics, and apparently the only person on the island who could make the old radio equipment work. I've been listening to their frequencies, he said. The council communicates on encrypted channels, but the guards are sloppy. I've picked up patrol schedules, shift changes, even some conversations about what's happening in the facility. He pushed his glasses up his nose. It's bad. What they're doing in there. Really bad. The heavyset man in camouflage was Doug, a factory worker from Rhinelander who joined the group more out of resentment than ideology. He'd lost his status on the island, some dispute with the council over work assignments, and now he wanted payback. I don't care about your wife, he said bluntly, looking at Danny. Don't care about any of the people in that facility. But I hate those council bastards, and if tearing down their little experiment hurts them, I'm in. Danny didn't like him, didn't trust him, but he filed the information away. Another variable, another factor to account for. And then there was Pastor David, who sat with his hands folded, eyes distant, carrying guilt like a physical weight. Why are you doing this? Danny asked him. Really? David was quiet for a long moment. Then, because I've seen what happens when good people do nothing. When they convince themselves that evil is acceptable because it serves a greater purpose. He looked up. The council believes they're saving humanity. Maybe they are. But they're doing it by destroying everything that makes humanity worth saving. It wasn't quite an answer, but it was enough. Rome found him afterward, waiting outside the ruined church in the cold moonlight. Beth told me where you went. The big man's breath fogged in the air. Said she was worried. Beth worries about everything. Beth's usually right. Rome fell into step beside Danny as he walked back toward the harbor. These people you met, you trust them? I don't know yet. Danny shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. But they know things. About the facility, about Elise, about what's really going on here. And what is really going on? Danny stopped. Looked at Rome, this man who'd driven a truck across a burning world, who'd lost everything and kept moving anyway, who'd become something like a father in the weeks since they'd met. They're bleeding her, Danny said, taking her blood, her tissue, whatever they need for their research. They told her I was dead so she wouldn't have hope. Wouldn't try to escape. Rome's face was stone. That's not protection. No, it's not. They walked in silence for a while. The island was quiet around them, the kind of quiet that came from control rather than peace. Curfew patrols passed in the distance, flashlights sweeping the snow. What are you going to do? Rome asked finally. Get her out. How? I don't know yet. Danny's jaw tightened. But I'm going to figure it out. And when I do, I'll help. Rome's voice was firm. Whatever you need. Danny stopped again. Rome, your family, Detroit, is still there. Will still be there. Rome put a hand on Danny's shoulder. I've been thinking about it. Every day, every hour. But right now, you need me. And honestly, he smiled, thin and tired. I need something to do, besides think about what I might find when I get there. Rome, we finish this first. The hand on Danny's shoulder squeezed. Then I go home. That's the deal. Danny didn't argue. Couldn't argue. He just nodded and kept walking, and Rome walked beside him, and the moon hung cold and bright above an island that was prison disguised as paradise. Beth was waiting for them at the hotel. She sat in the lobby, an ornate space that had once welcomed tourists, now stripped of luxury and filled with survivors sleeping on cots, with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders and dark circles under her eyes. You went to the church, she said, not a question. How did you know? I followed you. Partway. She pulled the blanket tighter. Saw you meet that woman, Nikki. Saw you go inside. Her eyes searched his face. What did they tell you? Danny sat down across from her. Told her everything, the resistance, the facility, the council's operations, the plan to get Elise out. Beth listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from concern to horror, to something that might have been determination. So, what do we do? She asked when he finished. We? Yes, we. Beth's voice hardened. You think I'm going to sit here and do nothing while you try to take down an authoritarian regime? I'm a teacher, Danny, not a soldier, but I'm also not helpless. And after everything we've been through, she stopped, swallowed. I'm not losing anyone else. Not if I can help it. Danny looked at her, at the steel that had formed beneath her fear, the strength that had grown from guilt. She wasn't the trembling woman he'd found on the road anymore. None of them were who they'd been. Okay, he said. Then we need to learn everything we can about this place. The routines, the weaknesses, the people we can trust, and the ones we can't. Surveillance, Rome said, an intel gathering. Exactly. Danny stood. We've got time. The council doesn't know we're suspicious. They think we're just grateful refugees. We use that. We watch, we listen, we wait. And then? Danny thought of Elise, of the note in his pocket, still folded, still unfinished. Then we get her out. Whatever it takes. The days settled into a pattern. Danny worked his assigned job, maintenance, ironically, fixing the same kinds of systems he'd fixed before the world ended, and used every opportunity to observe the council's operations. He noted the patrol schedules, the guard rotations, the supply shipments that arrived by boat, and disappeared into the medical complex. Beth became a teacher again, working with the island's children in a makeshift school. It gave her access to the residential areas, to the families, to the whispered conversations that happened when the council's ears weren't listening. She collected stories, who had lost someone to the facility, who had questions they were afraid to ask, who might be willing to help. Rome made himself useful at the docks, helping with boat repairs and cargo loading. Gary was there too, and they formed an unlikely partnership, the trucker and the fisherman, swapping skills and information, building something like friendship. And every night, Danny found ways to slip past the curfew patrols and meet with the resistance. The group grew. A woman named Sandra, who'd lost her husband to the council's reassignment, a teenage girl whose mother was in the facility, an older couple who'd been on the island since the beginning and had watched it transform from refuge to prison. They brought information, resources, contacts, the slowly building infrastructure of rebellion. The council isn't stupid, Lori said at one meeting, 2 weeks into Danny's stay. They know people are unhappy. They've got informants everywhere, neighbors watching neighbors, friends reporting friends. We have to be careful who we trust. Then how do we know we can trust each other? Doug asked. His tone was suspicious, as always. We don't. Nikki's voice was flat. We just have to be willing to take the risk. Danny thought about that, about trust and risk and the choices that defined who you were. He thought about Mrs. Patterson in the library, about the family in the root cellar, about Teddy on the bridge, about all the people he'd trusted and lost, all the choices he'd made without knowing if they were right. There's someone I need to talk to, he said. Someone inside the facility. Everyone went still. You mean your wife? Kevin asked. No, someone else. Danny had been thinking about this for days, turning the problem over in his mind. Dr. Marcus, the man who runs the research program. Are you insane? Doug's voice was sharp. You want to walk into his office and what? Ask nicely for your wife back? No. Danny's voice was calm. I want to understand him. What he wants. What he's afraid of. What his weaknesses are. He doesn't have weaknesses, Lori said. That's the problem. Everyone has weaknesses. Danny remembered Teddy saying something similar weeks ago in the cabin. Everyone had something they feared, something they wanted, something they'd sacrifice everything to protect. The trick was finding it. This is stupid, Doug muttered. You'll get yourself killed, or worse, you'll get us all exposed. I'll be careful. You'll be... Enough. Nikki's voice cut through the argument. Danny's right. We need to know more about Marcus, about the whole council, and the only way to get that information is to take risks. She looked at Danny with something like respect. What do you need from us? Just cover. A reason for me to be near the administrative buildings. And someone watching my back if things go wrong. I'll do it. Amy spoke for the first time that night, her quiet voice carrying weight. I can get close without being seen. It's what I do. Danny nodded. Tomorrow, then. The group dispersed into the darkness, slipping back to their beds and their fears and their fragile hopes. Danny stayed behind, standing in the ruined church, staring at the broken altar. Make it count, Teddy had said. He was trying. Dr. Marcus's office was in the main administrative building, a grand Victorian structure that had once been the island's governor's residence. Danny approached it the next afternoon under the pretense of a maintenance call, toolbox in hand, work order clutched like a shield. The guards at the door barely glanced at him. He was becoming invisible. Just another worker, another face in the crowd. Inside, the building was a maze of converted rooms and repurposed spaces. Danny wandered through it, pretending to look for a reported leak, cataloging everything he saw. Filing cabinets, meeting rooms, offices with names on the doors, council members, administrators, the bureaucracy that kept the island running. He found Marcus's office on the second floor, tucked at the end of a hallway, lined with portraits of the island's pre-outbreak history. The door was closed. Danny knocked. Come in. The office was surprisingly modest. A desk, 2 chairs, shelves lined with medical texts and research papers. A window looked out over the frozen harbor. Dr. Marcus sat behind the desk, pen in hand, looking up with the patient expression of someone accustomed to interruptions. Mr. Kowalczyk. If he was surprised, it didn't show. I wasn't expecting you. Maintenance call. Danny held up the toolbox. Report of a heating issue in this wing. I wasn't aware of any heating issues. They don't always make it through the proper channels. Danny set down the toolbox, making a show of examining the radiator beneath the window. Mind if I take a look? Marcus watched him for a moment, then returned to his paperwork. By all means. Danny worked in silence, pretending to adjust valves and check connections. The radiator was fine, had been fine before he touched it, but the charade bought him time. Time to observe Marcus. Time to think. My wife, Danny said eventually. How is she? Marcus's pen stopped moving. She's well as can be expected. When can I see her? I've explained the protocols. You've explained that she's valuable. Danny turned to face him, that her blood might save humanity. What you haven't explained is why I can't even talk to her. Why she thinks I'm dead. Marcus set down his pen. His expression was unreadable. Not hostile, not guilty, just controlled. Like every emotion had been filtered through calculation. Mr. Kowalczyk, may I speak frankly? I wish you would. Your wife is one of approximately 300 immune individuals known to exist worldwide. Her blood contains antibodies that, with sufficient research, could lead to a vaccine, perhaps even a cure. Every day we study her, we move closer to that goal. Every day we don't study her, thousands of people die who might have been saved. And that justifies keeping her prisoner? Does it not? Marcus leaned forward. You crossed 400 miles to find her. How many people died during that journey? How many would still be alive if you'd stayed where you were? If you'd found another way? Danny said nothing. We all make choices in this world, Marcus continued. We weigh one life against another, one hope against another. I choose to prioritize the survival of the species. What do you choose? I choose my wife. Yes. Marcus smiled, thin and cold. I know. That's why I haven't let you see her. Because I know exactly what you'd do if given the chance. And I can't allow the potential salvation of humanity to depend on one man's love for one woman. Danny's hands clenched. You're talking about her like she's a resource. Like she's not a person. She's both. Everyone is both. Marcus stood, walked to the window, looked out at the frozen world beyond. Before the outbreak, I had a family, a wife, 2 children. They died in the first week, caught in a quarantine zone, executed as potential carriers. I watched it happen on a security feed from a bunker where I was supposed to be working on solutions. He turned back to Danny, and his eyes were empty. I stopped thinking of people as people a long time ago, Mr. Kowalczyk. It's the only way to make the decisions that need to be made. I suggest you learn to do the same. Danny stared at him, at this man who had lost everything and chosen to become something inhuman, who believed he was saving the world by destroying everything worth saving. No, Danny said quietly. I don't think I will. He picked up his toolbox, walked to the door. Mr. Kowalczyk? Marcus's voice stopped him. Your wife is important to me, but you are not. If you become a problem, if you interfere with our work in any way, I will have you removed from this island. Permanently. Danny didn't turn around. I understand. I don't think you do, but you will. Danny walked out, closed the door behind him, made it all the way to the stairwell before his hands started shaking. Amy was waiting for him at the bottom, invisible until she stepped out of the shadows. Well, he's a fanatic. Danny's voice was rough. Lost his family, lost his humanity, thinks he's saving the world by treating people like lab rats. Did you learn anything useful? Danny thought about the conversation, about the empty eyes, about the security feed, watching his family die. He's afraid, Danny said slowly. Buried under all that control, he's terrified of failing, of watching more people die while he sits in a bunker, doing nothing. Fear. Amy's voice was thoughtful. Fear can be used. Yeah. Danny started walking. It can. The 3rd week brought the first real break. Kevin had been monitoring the council's radio frequencies, listening for patterns, building a picture of their operations. Most of it was routine: patrol check-ins, supply coordination, administrative chatter. But one night, he caught something different. There's a shipment coming in, he told the group at their evening meeting. 3 days from now. Medical equipment, apparently. But here's the thing. They're doubling the guard rotation at the facility that night, pulling people from the harbor, from the residential patrols, from everywhere. Why would they need extra guards for medical equipment? Beth asked. They wouldn't. Nikki's eyes were bright. Unless it's not equipment. Unless it's something else. Like what? Like more subjects. Lori's voice was grim. I've heard rumors. People being brought in from the mainland, from other survivor groups. Not refugees, test subjects. People who've been bitten but haven't turned. More immune? Maybe. Or maybe just people they want to experiment on. Lori shook her head. Either way, if they're bringing in new subjects, they'll need to process them. The facility will be in chaos. Danny saw where this was going. A distraction. Exactly. Nikki stepped forward. While they're dealing with the new arrivals, we hit the south building. Get your wife out. Get the other immune subjects out too, if we can. That's insane, Doug said. Even with a distraction, the facility's got guards, locks, security systems, which I've been studying for 3 weeks. Danny's voice was calm, certain. I know the patrol routes. I know the shift changes. I know where the blind spots are. And the locks? I can get through locks. Danny held up his hands, calloused, scarred, the hands of a man who'd spent 20 years opening things that didn't want to be opened. It's what I do. The group was silent. Danny could see them weighing it. The risks, the rewards, the probability of success. versus the certainty of failure if they did nothing. I'm in, Rome said quietly. Whatever you need. Me too. Beth's voice was steady. I'm not losing anyone else. I can get a boat ready, Gary said. Something fast. Something that can get us off the island if things go wrong. I'll create the distraction. Nikki smiled, hard and fierce. I've been wanting to cause some trouble anyway. One by one, they committed. Even Doug grudgingly agreed to help. By the end of the night, they had the beginning of a plan. 3 days. In 3 days, Danny would see his wife. The waiting was the hardest part. Danny went through the motions, work, meals, sleep, but his mind was elsewhere, running through scenarios, cataloging risks, imagining every way the plan could go wrong. Elise haunted his thoughts. He wondered what she looked like now, after weeks of captivity. Whether she was angry or afraid or numb, whether she'd believe them when they told her he was dead, whether she still loved him. He found himself pulling out the photograph more often, the candid shot from their anniversary, Elise laughing at something he couldn't remember. The image was worn now, creased from handling, but her face was still clear, still beautiful. Tell me about her. The voice came from beside him. Danny looked up. Amy sat on the bench outside the maintenance building, appearing from nowhere as she always did. She was looking at the photograph in his hands. Who, Elise? Yes. Amy's voice was soft, curious. You crossed 400 miles for her. You're planning to fight an army for her. I'm trying to understand what makes someone worth that. Danny looked at the photograph, at Elise's laughing eyes. She's stubborn, he said. More stubborn than anyone I've ever known. Once she decides something matters, she doesn't let go, doesn't back down. It drove me crazy sometimes. He smiled, thin and sad, but it also meant she never gave up on us. Even when I wanted to, even when things were bad. Things were bad? Sometimes. We tried to have kids for years, kept failing. It put a strain on. He trailed off. That's not the point. What is the point? Danny thought about it. About the small moments, waking up with her, watching TV with her, fighting with her about whose turn it was to do the dishes. About the way she snored and the way she laughed and the way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't watching. The point is, she chose me, he said. Every day for 11 years, she chose me. And I chose her. That's what love is, I think. Not the big moments. Just the choice, made over and over to keep trying. Amy was quiet for a long time. Then she said, my brother's somewhere on this island. Or maybe the mainland. I'm not sure. He was a hunting guide, lived in the wilderness most of the time. If anyone survived, he did. Is that why you're here? Why you joined the resistance? Partly. Amy's eyes were distant. But mostly I joined because I'm tired of people who think they can control everything. Who think they can decide who lives and who dies based on their calculations. She looked at Danny. Your wife isn't just valuable because of her blood. She's valuable because she's a person, and people aren't resources to be managed. Danny nodded. It was the first time Amy had said more than a few sentences to him, and he understood now why the others listened when she spoke. 3 days, he said. 3 days, she agreed, and they sat in silence, watching the frozen harbor, counting the hours until everything changed. The night before the operation, Rome came to Danny's room. We need to talk. Danny set aside the map he'd been studying, patrol routes, entry points, evacuation paths, and looked at the big man. Rome's face was serious, shadowed by something that might have been guilt. What is it? After tomorrow, after you get Elise out. Rome sat down heavily on the chair by the window. I'm leaving. Danny had known this was coming. Had known since the first week on the island, since Rome started spending more time at the docks, learning the boats, asking Gary about routes to the mainland. Detroit. Detroit! Rome nodded. Sandra and Keisha, I need to know. One way or the other. You could stay. Help us finish what we started here. I know. Rome's voice was rough. And part of me wants to. Part of me says you need me. That I can't leave while there's still work to do. He looked at Danny with tired eyes. But I've been putting this off too long. Making excuses. And every day I wait is another day they might be... He didn't finish. Didn't need to. I understand, Danny said, and he did. When? Day after tomorrow. Gary's got a route figured out. Across the ice to the mainland, then south. It'll take weeks, but... Rome shrugged. I've got time. One way or the other. Danny thought about the last month. About all the miles they'd crossed together. All the choices they'd made. All the people they'd lost. Rome had been there for every moment. Steadying him when he wanted to fall apart. Pushing him when he wanted to give up. I don't know how to thank you, Danny said. Don't thank me. Rome's voice was firm. Just survive. Get your wife. Build something worth building. He smiled, thin and weary. That's thanks enough. They sat in silence for a while. Outside, the wind howled across the frozen lake, carrying snow and ice, and the sounds of a world that was never going to be the same. I'll miss you, Danny said finally. Yeah. Rome stood, put a hand on Danny's shoulder. I'll miss you too. He walked to the door, stopped. Danny, whatever happens tomorrow, you made it this far. That's something. That's more than most people can say. And then he was gone, and Danny was alone with his maps and his plans, and the weight of everything still to come. The day of the operation arrived cold and gray. Danny woke before dawn, his stomach tight with adrenaline. He went through the plan in his head, the timing, the signals, the contingencies. Everything they could control, and everything they couldn't. The shipment was due at noon. The council had cleared the harbor, posted extra guards, made all the preparations for whatever they were expecting. The resistance had made preparations too. At 11, Danny took his position near the medical complex's south building. He was dressed in maintenance coveralls, carrying a toolbox. Just another worker doing his job. Amy was somewhere nearby, invisible as always. Rome and Beth were at the docks, ready to move when the signal came. At 11:30, Kevin's voice crackled in the earpiece they'd salvaged from the council's supplies. Boats approaching, 20 minutes to dock, Danny acknowledged with a click. Checked his tools for the 100th time. Waited. At 11:50, the boat appeared in the harbor, a larger vessel than usual, escorted by 2 patrol craft. Danny watched through binoculars as it maneuvered toward the dock, as figures emerged to secure the lines as the council's welcoming committee gathered. 5 minutes, Kevin's voice said. Guards are moving to the harbor. Patrol coverage at the facility is down to skeleton crew. Danny's heart pounded. This was it. At noon exactly, the first explosion shook the island. It wasn't large. Nikki had been careful about that, using just enough fuel to create noise and flame without causing serious damage. But it was spectacular. A plume of smoke and fire rose from the administrative district, visible from everywhere on the island. Alarms began to wail. The guards at the medical complex reacted instantly, half of them running toward the explosion, the others falling into defensive positions around the main building. The south building, where the immune subjects were kept, was suddenly, briefly, almost unguarded. Danny moved. The south building's exterior door was locked, but it was an old lock, institutional, the kind Danny had opened 1,000 times before. His picks found the tumblers in seconds, and he was through into a sterile white corridor that smelled of antiseptic and fear. I'm in, he murmured into his earpiece. Copy. Kevin's voice was tense. You've got maybe 10 minutes before they figure out the explosion was a distraction. Danny moved down the corridor, checking doors. Most were locked, reinforced. Isolation rooms, he guessed, or storage. But one door at the end was different. Heavier, with a keypad lock instead of a mechanical one. He didn't have time for finesse. He pried open the keypad's cover, found the wiring, shorted the right connections. The lock clicked open. Inside, a ward. 12 beds arranged in neat rows, each one surrounded by medical equipment. Monitors, IV stands, collection apparatus. And in those beds, people. They lay still, connected to tubes and wires, their faces pale and drawn. Some were awake, watching him with hollow eyes. Some were unconscious or asleep or something worse. Danny moved between the beds, searching for Elise. She wasn't there. None of these faces were familiar. Where is she? He breathed. Danny! Amy's voice in his ear, urgent. There's another room. End of the hall, through the secure door. He found it, a heavy steel door with a biometric lock that his tools couldn't touch. He stood before it, fists clenched, mind racing. I can't get through. There's a window. Amy again. Third floor, northwest corner. Fire escape access. Danny ran. The fire escape was rusted but solid. He climbed 3 floors in seconds, found the window Amy had described. Through the glass, he could see another ward. Smaller, only 4 beds with higher-end equipment. And in the bed nearest the window, Elise. She lay on her side, facing away from him, her auburn hair loose on the pillow. She was thinner than he remembered, pale, but she was breathing. She was alive. Danny broke the window. Glass scattered across the floor as he climbed through, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything but reaching her. He crossed to the bed, reached for her shoulder. Don't! He froze. Elise had turned, was looking at him, and her eyes were empty, confused, like she was seeing a ghost. You're not real, she whispered. They told me you were dead. I'm real. Danny's voice cracked. Elise, I'm here. I found you. No. She shrank back from his touch. You're not. This isn't. Elise. He knelt beside the bed, forcing her to see him. It's me, Danny. I crossed 400 miles to find you. I fought through hordes and fires and things I can't even describe. I'm here. I'm real. Her eyes searched his face, looking for proof, looking for lies. The note, she said. On the counter. You saw it? Love, why? Danny's voice was rough. You didn't finish. You got called away before you could finish. Something shifted in her expression. The emptiness cracked, and underneath, Danny. She said his name like it was oxygen, like it was the first thing she'd said in weeks that mattered. We have to go. He was helping her up, supporting her weight, trying not to notice how weak she was. There's a boat at the docks. People waiting to help. I can't, my legs. I've got you. He wrapped his arm around her waist. I've got you, Elise. I'm not letting go. They made it to the window. Made it onto the fire escape. The alarms were still wailing, but Danny could hear shouting now, running footsteps. The council's forces regrouping, realizing the explosion was a diversion. Kevin, we're coming out. South side, fire escape. Copy. Rome's bringing a vehicle. They descended the fire escape, Danny half carrying Elise down each step. She was trying to help, trying to support herself, but weeks of captivity had left her weak. He didn't care. He'd carry her the whole way if he had to. At the bottom, a maintenance cart was waiting. Rome at the wheel, Beth in the back with blankets and water. Danny lifted Elise in, climbed in beside her, and Rome hit the accelerator before the door was closed. We're out, Danny shouted into his earpiece. Everyone fall back to the extraction point. The cart careened through the complex's outer fence. Someone had cut the chain while Danny was inside, and onto the main road. Behind them, Danny could see guards running, hear shouts and alarms. But they were pulling away, putting distance between themselves and the chaos. Danny! Elise's hand found his, gripped tight. You came for me. Always. He pulled her close, felt her trembling, felt his own heart pounding. I'll always come for you. The cart reached the harbor. Gary's boat was there, engine running, the rest of the resistance already aboard. They scrambled onto the deck as Gary pushed off from the dock, as the boat cut through the thin ice and headed for open water. Behind them, Mackinac Island grew smaller. The fires were out now, but smoke still rose from the administrative district. Figures moved on the shore, too late to stop them. We made it, Beth said. Her voice was disbelieving. We actually made it. Danny looked at Elise, at her pale face, and her thin hands, and her eyes that were finally seeing him. Yeah, he said, we made it. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't over. The council would come after them, would hunt them across the frozen lake and the dead world beyond. They'd escaped, but they hadn't won. Not yet. Not by a long way. They ran for 3 days. Gary's boat took them across the frozen strait to the Michigan mainland, where they abandoned it and headed south on foot. The plan, such as it was to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the island before regrouping. The group had changed. Some had chosen to stay behind. The ones with families on the island, the ones who didn't believe escape was possible, the ones whose fear outweighed their courage. Others had joined them. 3 of the immune subjects Danny had freed, including a young woman named Carmen, who'd been on the island since the first evacuation. And Rome was gone. He'd said his goodbyes at the harbor, hugging Danny fiercely, promising to find them again if he survived. Detroit's not far, he'd said, by the standards of how we measure distance now. I'll find Sandra and Keisha, then I'll find you. How? Radio. Rome had smiled. Kevin's taught me enough to get by. I'll broadcast on the frequency he gave me. You'll hear me. Danny had watched him go, a lone figure walking south across the ice, toward the ruins of a city that might or might not still hold his family. He'd kept watching until Rome was just a speck on the horizon, until even that disappeared. Now they moved through the frozen landscape of Lower Michigan, a ragged group of survivors, carrying everything they owned. Danny walked beside Elise, supporting her when she needed it, which was often. The weeks in captivity had weakened her more than she admitted. "Tell me," she said one night, huddled together for warmth in an abandoned farmhouse. "Tell me everything that happened, from the beginning." So he told her, about the library, about finding the note, about Rome and Beth and Teddy and all the others who'd helped him along the way, about the cabin and the fire and the bridge, about the choices he'd made, the ones he was proud of and the ones that kept him awake at night. Elise listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "You crossed 400 miles, she said finally. "You fought through all of that. For me. I didn't have a choice. Everyone has choices." Her hand found his in the darkness. "You made yours. Do you wish I hadn't?" "What do you mean?" "The council. What they were doing." Danny stared at the ceiling, unable to look at her. "Maybe they were right. Maybe your blood really could save humanity. Maybe I should have—" "Stop!" Her voice was sharp. "Danny, stop!" "But those people weren't trying to save humanity. They were trying to control it." Elise sat up, wincing at the movement. "I was there for weeks. I heard what they said, saw what they did. They didn't want a cure. They wanted power. The ability to decide who lives and who dies. Who's valuable and who's expendable. Marcus said no. Marcus is a monster." Her eyes were fierce in the darkness. "He told me you were dead, Danny. He looked me in the eyes and said you'd died trying to find me, that there was no point in hoping anymore. He wanted me to give up, to stop fighting, to become just another resource." Danny remembered the empty eyes, the security feed, the calculated cruelty disguised as logic. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry it took so long." "You're here now." Elise's hand squeezed his. "That's what matters." They lay together in the darkness, not speaking, just breathing. Outside, the wind howled and the dead waited and the world kept turning toward whatever came next. But for now, for this moment, they were together. It was enough. A week into their flight, they found the community. It appeared through the trees without warning, a cluster of buildings surrounded by a high fence, smoke rising from multiple chimneys, the sound of voices carrying through the cold air. Not a council outpost, but something else. Something that felt almost normal. "Careful," Nikki murmured. She'd taken point, as she usually did. "Could be raiders. Could be worse. Could be survivors," Beth countered. "Real ones. Not everyone's an enemy." Danny studied the compound through binoculars. The fence was sturdy, but not militarized. The buildings looked residential, maintained. People moved between them, men, women, even children, going about tasks that looked almost ordinary. "We need supplies," Lori said. Her voice was pragmatic, as always. "Food, medicine, warm clothing. If these people are friendly, big if. Everything's a big if now." Lori looked at Danny. "Your call." Danny lowered the binoculars, thought about the choices that had brought them here, about trust and risk, and the desperate need for hope. "We approach openly," he said. "No weapons visible, no threats. We ask for help, and if they say no, we leave peacefully. And if they don't let us leave, then we deal with it." Danny handed the binoculars to Nikki. But I'm tired of assuming everyone's an enemy. If we can't trust anyone, what are we even surviving for? No one had an answer for that. They approached the compound slowly, hands visible, voices calling out their peaceful intentions. The guards at the gate, two women with hunting rifles, watched them warily but didn't raise their weapons. "Who are you?" one of them called. "Where are you from?" "We're survivors," Danny said, "from the north. We're looking for food and shelter. We can trade or work, whatever you need." The guards conferred quietly. Then one of them nodded. "Wait here. I'll get the council." Not the council. A council. The word was the same, but the meaning felt different. The woman who emerged from the compound 10 minutes later was middle-aged, gray-haired, with a weathered face and sharp eyes. She looked them over one by one, assessing. "I'm Margaret," she said. "I run things here, more or less." "You say you're from the north?" "Mackinac Island." Danny saw her reaction, a flicker of recognition, quickly suppressed. "We escaped. The people there, they weren't what they seemed." "I've heard rumors about Mackinac." Margaret's voice was careful. "Medical experiments, forced blood harvesting, that sort of thing." "Rumors are true." Margaret studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Come inside. We'll talk." The community was called Haven. It had started as a church group, Margaret explained. A congregation that had been on retreat in the Michigan wilderness when the outbreak hit. They'd banded together, fortified what they had, and somehow survived the first terrible weeks. Since then, they'd grown, taking in refugees, building infrastructure, creating something that almost resembled a functioning society. "We're not perfect," Margaret said, leading them through the compound. "We've made mistakes, lost people, but we've also built something worth protecting." Danny looked around at the faces they passed. Tired, yes. Scared, yes. But also working, cooperating, living. Not just surviving, living. "How many people?" Beth asked. 83, as of this morning. "We've got hydroponics, a medical clinic, even a school of sorts." Margaret smiled, thin but genuine. "It's not much, but it's ours." They were given rooms in one of the dormitory buildings. Real beds, real blankets, real heat. It was the first comfortable night Danny had spent since leaving the island, and he slept deeper than he had in months. In the morning, negotiations began. Haven needed workers, people who could help maintain their systems, expand their facilities, contribute to the community. Danny's group needed a place to rest, to recover, to plan their next move. The terms weren't complicated. "You can stay as long as you contribute," Margaret said. "Follow our rules, respect our people, and you're welcome here. Cause trouble, and you're out. Simple as that." "What about the council?" Danny asked. "Mackinac. If they come looking for us, they won't find you here." Margaret's voice was firm. "We've dealt with their patrols before. They know better than to push into our territory." It wasn't a guarantee, but it was something. Danny accepted the terms. One by one, the others agreed. For the first time in weeks, they had a home. The weeks at Haven passed slowly. Danny worked maintenance as he had before. There was always something to fix, something to repair, something to keep running. The work was familiar, almost comforting. It reminded him of the life he'd had before, the routines that had defined his days. Elise recovered gradually. Haven's medical clinic wasn't the council's high-tech facility, but it had competent people and basic supplies. They weaned her off the drugs the council had been giving her, helped her rebuild her strength. After 3 weeks, she was walking on her own. After 6, she was working in the clinic herself, using her nurse practitioner skills to help others. "It feels good," she told Danny one evening, sitting together in their small room. "Being useful. Not being a resource, but a person." "You were always a person," Danny said. "The council just couldn't see it. The council saw exactly what they wanted to see." Elise's voice was bitter, but there was something else underneath. Something like peace. "But that's over now. We're here, we're safe. For now." For now is enough. Danny wanted to believe her. Wanted to believe that Haven could be their ending, their happily ever after. But he knew better. The council was still out there. The reclamation was still spreading. The dead were still walking. There was no happily ever after in this world. Only the next day, and the next, and the choice to keep going. The radio message came on the 47th day. Kevin had set up a listening post in Haven's communications center, monitoring the frequencies he'd learned on Mackinac. Most of what he caught was static or council chatter, or the mad ravings of lone survivors talking to no one. But this message was different. "Danny!" Kevin's voice was urgent, pulling him from his work. "You need to hear this." The message was fragmentary, breaking up with distance and interference, but the voice was unmistakable. "Rome, made it. Sandra's alive. Keisha too, heading north. Coordinates." Danny's heart lurched. When did this come through? 20 minutes ago. I've been trying to respond, but I don't think he can hear me. Where are the coordinates? Kevin showed him on the map. A point in Ohio, maybe 200 miles south. Not impossibly far. Not impossibly close. "He's alive," Danny breathed. "He found them." "That's not all." Kevin's face was troubled. "There's another message. Came through on a different frequency, about an hour ago. Council traffic." He played it back. The voice was cold, professional, familiar. "Pursuit teams deployed. All available resources. Subjects recovered by any means. Priority target, Danny Kowalczyk. Wife has secondary value alive. Primary value recovered, Marcus." The council hadn't forgotten them, hadn't given up. They were coming. Danny called an emergency meeting that night. The resistance gathered in Haven's community hall, a converted barn, warm with body heat and tension. Margaret was there too, her face grim, understanding that this affected her people as much as anyone. "They know we're in the area," Danny said. "They're sending pursuit teams. It's only a matter of time before they find Haven." "Then we need to move," Nikki said. "Get out before they arrive." "And go where?" Doug's voice was harsh. "We've been running for weeks. There's nowhere left to run." "There's always somewhere," Amy said quietly. "The question is whether we want to keep running or whether we want to stand." "Stand against what?" "The council has resources, weapons, organization. We're a handful of refugees with scavenged supplies. We're more than that." Pastor David spoke for the first time, his voice carrying the weight of conviction. "We're people who believe in something, who fight for something. That has power the council doesn't understand. Pretty words don't stop bullets." "No," Danny said. "But maybe bullets aren't the answer." Everyone looked at him. The council controls through fear and information. They convince people they're necessary, that without them, humanity has no hope. But what if that's wrong? What if the immune aren't the only path to survival? "What are you suggesting?" Danny thought about Rome's message, about Haven's community, about all the survivors, scattered across the dead world, trying to rebuild. "We start connecting people," he said, "building networks, sharing resources and information. The council wants to be the only authority. We show people there's another way." "That takes time," Lori said. "Time we don't have." "Then we buy time." Danny's voice hardened. "The council's sending pursuit teams. We lead them away from Haven, draw them off, give the community here a chance to strengthen its defenses." "You're talking about bait." "I'm talking about choice." Danny looked around the room, at Beth, at Nikki, at Kevin and Amy and Doug, and all the others who'd followed him this far. "I've asked a lot from all of you, more than I had any right to ask, and I'm asking more now, but I won't force anyone. If you want to stay here, stay. If you want to go your own way, go." Silence. Then Beth spoke. "I didn't come this far to hide behind someone else's walls." "Neither did I," Nikki said. One by one, they committed. Doug, grudgingly. Kevin, nervously. Amy, with her quiet certainty. Pastor David, with his fractured faith. The immune survivors, looking to Danny as they had since their escape. And Elise, standing at his side, her hand in his. "Whatever comes next," she said, "we face it together." Danny squeezed her hand, looked at the faces around him. These people, broken and afraid and impossibly brave, who had become his responsibility and his family. "Together," he agreed. They left Haven 3 days later. Margaret provided what supplies she could: food, medicine, warm clothing, a pair of handheld radios. She also gave them information: routes through the wilderness, communities that might offer shelter, places to avoid. The reclamation's been expanding, she warned, moving north from Wisconsin, west from Ohio. They control more territory than they did 6 months ago. What do they want? What every cult wants: believers. Margaret's face was grim. They've been capturing survivors, offering them the gift. Those who survive the infection join their ranks. Those who don't, well, Danny remembered the church in Bayfield, the basement with its chains, the horror he'd glimpsed before running. We'll be careful. Be more than careful. Margaret took his hand. Be smart. Be ruthless if you have to be. But don't lose what makes you human. That's how they win. By making us just like them. Danny nodded, memorized her words. Then they walked out of Haven, into the frozen wilderness, toward whatever waited beyond. The first week of travel was hard. They moved through the Michigan forest in a loose column, taking turns on point and rear guard. The dead were sparse this far from cities, but they were there, emerging from abandoned farmhouses, wandering frozen roads, waiting in silence for prey to stumble past. The cold was worse. Winter had deepened since their escape from Mackinac, temperatures dropping to levels that made exposed skin dangerous. They layered everything, moved constantly to keep blood flowing, huddled together at night for warmth. Still, frostbite claimed toes and fingers. Still, the cold crept in. We need shelter, Lori said on the 8th day. Real shelter, not just barns and basements. She was right. Danny knew she was right. But shelter meant exposure, meant staying in one place long enough to be found. There's a town ahead, Amy said. She'd been scouting, as always. Looks abandoned, but there's a building with smoke coming from the chimney. Smoke means people. Or a fire someone left. Amy's eyes were steady. Worth checking. They approached the town carefully, weapons ready, expecting anything. What they found was something Danny hadn't expected. A church. A real church. Not like the nightmare in Bayfield, but something simple and solid and ordinary. And outside it, an old man clearing snow from the steps. Hello there, the man called, waving. Don't often get visitors these days. Danny kept his hand on his weapon. We're just passing through. Passing through to where? The old man leaned on his shovel, studying them with bright eyes. Not much out there, but cold and dead. You're welcome to warm yourselves, if you like. Got a fire going inside. Trap. Every instinct Danny had screamed trap. But Beth was already stepping forward, drawn by the promise of warmth, and the others were following. Inside, the church was simple. Wooden pews, a modest altar, a fire burning, and a pot-bellied stove. It was warmer than anything they'd felt in days. Name's Samuel, the old man said, following them in. Been holding services here for 40 years. Even the apocalypse couldn't break that habit. You're alone? Now I am. Had a small congregation for a while after things fell apart. Most of them moved on eventually. Found other communities, or he shrugged. You know how it goes. Danny didn't trust him. Didn't trust anyone after everything. But the fire was warm and the church felt safe, and sometimes you had to take risks. We can stay tonight, he said, and help with chores in exchange. Fair enough, Samuel smiled. Been a while since I had company. That night, Samuel talked. He'd been a minister for most of his life, serving small communities in rural Michigan. When the outbreak hit, he'd gathered his congregation and tried to ride it out. Most hadn't made it. I asked God why, he said, staring into the fire. For a long time, that's all I did. Ask why. Why them? Why not me? What's the purpose of all this suffering? Did you find an answer? Beth asked. Eventually. Samuel's eyes were distant. The answer is, it doesn't matter. Why isn't important? What we do next, that's what matters. Danny thought about that, about all the choices he'd made, all the lives that had been lost, all the meaning he'd tried to find in the chaos. How do you keep going, he asked. Without knowing why? By helping whoever's in front of me. Samuel shrugged. I can't save the world. Can't stop the dead or fix the living, but I can clear snow from church steps. I can keep a fire burning for travelers. I can pray for souls that have no one else to pray for them." He looked at Danny. "It's not much, but it's enough." Elise's hand found Danny's in the darkness. "Enough," she murmured. "That's all any of us can do." They slept that night in the church pews, warmer than they'd been in weeks, while Samuel kept watch by the door and the fire crackled and the world outside waited for dawn. The pursuit teams found them 4 days later. They came in the early morning, 3 vehicles, a dozen armed men, driving hard across the frozen landscape. Danny spotted them from the ridge where he'd been keeping watch, his stomach dropping at the sight. "Move," he said into the radio. "Now!" The group had drilled for this. They scattered according to plan, some heading east, some west, drawing the pursuit in multiple directions. Danny and Elise went south, toward the coordinates Rome had broadcast, hoping to lose their pursuers in the wilderness. It almost worked. They ran for hours, covering ground faster than should have been possible, driven by fear and adrenaline. The sounds of vehicles faded behind them, lost in the forest, defeated by terrain that only people on foot could traverse. But the cold was worse. Elise stumbled first. Danny caught her, held her upright, felt her shaking in his arms. "Keep going," she gasped. "I'm fine." "You're not fine." He looked around, desperate. A building, any building, somewhere to shelter from the killing cold. There, through the trees, a structure. It looked like a ranger station, half collapsed but still standing. "Come on." They made it inside as the sun began to set. Danny built a fire from scraps of wood, wrapped Elise in every blanket they had, held her until her shaking stopped. "That was close," she said, "and too close." "What now?" Danny looked at the fire, at the shadows dancing on the walls, at the woman he'd crossed the world to find. "Now we survive," he said, "like we always do." The radio crackled in the early morning. Danny had been drifting in and out of sleep, alert to every sound, every shift in the darkness. The voice that came through the static snapped him fully awake. "Danny, you there?" "Rome. Rome." Danny grabbed the radio. "We're here. Jesus, are you okay?" "Okay as I'm going to be." Rome's voice was tired but warm. "Sandra and Keisha are with me. We're heading north, trying to find you." "Where are you?" "Ohio still, maybe 50 miles south of the border." Pause. "We've got trouble behind us. Reclamation's moving through the area. They're not friendly." "No one's friendly anymore." "Some people are." Rome's voice softened. "We are." Danny closed his eyes, felt something loosen in his chest, the knot of worry he'd been carrying since Rome walked away across the ice. "Head for Haven," he said. "Community in Michigan. Margaret runs it. Tell them I sent you. They'll take you in." "And what about you?" "We've got pursuit teams on us. Council forces. Need to keep moving, draw them away from the others." "Danny, I'll be fine." He looked at Elise, still sleeping by the fire. "We'll both be fine. Just get your family somewhere safe." Rome was quiet for a moment, then, "When this is over, when everything settles down, we should find each other." "We will." "Promise?" Danny thought about promises, about all the ones he'd made and broken, all the ones he'd kept against impossible odds. "I promise." The radio clicked off. Danny sat in the darkness, holding the device, feeling the weight of distance and time and everything that might still go wrong, but also feeling something else. Hope. Stubborn and irrational, and refusing to die. They rejoined the others 3 days later. The rendezvous point was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of a dead town. Easy to defend, hard to approach unseen. Danny and Elise arrived to find most of the group already there, dirty and exhausted, but alive. "The pursuit teams," Danny asked, "lost them." Nikki's voice was grim. "But not before we lost something else." She led him to the corner where Beth sat, pale and shaking, her left arm wrapped in bloody bandages. "What happened?" "Caught us in a firefight." Beth's voice was thin. "Bullet went through. Teddy would have..." She stopped, swallowed. Someone medical would have known what to do." "Let me see." Elise was already kneeling beside her, unwrapping the bandages with gentle hands. The wound beneath was ugly, Through and through, just as Beth had said, but clean. This is bad, but not terrible. We need to keep it clean. Keep you warm. Watch for infection. Will I? You'll be fine. Elisa's voice was firm. I didn't survive 6 weeks of the council's hospitality to lose a friend to a bullet wound. Beth laughed, weak and watery, but real. Okay, she said, okay. They rested in the factory for 4 days. It was a risk, staying in one place so long. But Beth needed time to recover, and everyone needed time to regroup. They set watches, maintained security, and tried to figure out their next move. We can't keep running forever, Lori said at one of their planning sessions. The council has resources. They'll wear us down eventually. Then we stop running. Danny stood at the factory's grimy window, looking out at the dead landscape beyond. We find somewhere we can defend. Build something lasting. Where? I don't know yet. He turned to face them. But I know we can't do it alone. We need allies, other communities like Haven. People who will stand with us against the council. That's a big ask. Everything's a big ask now. Danny looked around the room at these people who had followed him through hell, who had lost so much and kept going. But I've seen what we can do when we work together. So have you. We took Elise back from the council's facility. We escaped their island. We crossed hundreds of miles of frozen nightmare. And lost people along the way, Doug said quietly. Yes. Danny's voice was steady. We lost people. We'll probably lose more. That's what this world costs now. But we keep going. We keep building. Because the alternative is giving up. And I'm not ready for that. Silence. Then Amy spoke. There's something I should tell you. Her voice was soft, uncertain, unusual for her. My brother, I told you he was somewhere on the island. Or maybe the mainland. You found him? No, but I found someone who knows where he might be. Amy pulled a folded paper from her pocket. A woman at Haven. She'd seen him, said he was organizing survivors in the wilderness, building something. Where? North, the Upper Peninsula. Amy's eyes met Danny's. She said he's been making contact with other groups, forming a network, something bigger than any single community. Danny felt something shift in his chest, the shape of a plan forming from chaos. That's what we do, he said. We go north, find your brother, find this network, and we build something the council can't tear down. That's hundreds of miles, Lori said, through wilderness and dead, and God knows what else. We've done it before. Barely. Barely is enough. Danny looked at each of them in turn. We've lost people. We've been hurt. We've seen things that would have broken us if we let them, but we're still here, still fighting. That means something. He didn't know if he believed his own words, but he said them anyway because that's what leaders did. Because that's what these people needed. And maybe, just maybe, because they were true. They set out 3 days later, heading north. The journey was brutal. Winter had reached its deepest point, temperatures plummeting to levels that threatened life with every moment of exposure. They moved during the day, when what little warmth the sun provided offered some protection. They sheltered at night, huddled together, rationing food and fuel. The dead were sparse but present, emerging from snowdrifts, frozen solid until approached, thawing at the warmth of living bodies. They learned to watch for the telltale stillness, the unnatural shapes half buried in white. They learned to strike fast when necessary. But the living were the greater danger. They encountered other survivors, some friendly, most not. Raiders who attacked without warning. Desperate families who would trade anything for food. Cult members who spoke of gifts and salvation and stared with empty eyes. The reclamation was everywhere. Danny saw their signs, the symbols painted on buildings, the bodies left as warnings, the territories they'd claimed. They avoided these areas when they could, fought through them when they couldn't. One night they stumbled into an ambush. The cultists came from all sides, a dozen of them, armed with makeshift weapons, surrounding the group before anyone could react. Their leader was a woman with wild eyes and scars on her arms, marks of the gift she'd received. Brothers and sisters, she called out, you've wandered into holy ground. The reclamation welcomes you. We're just passing through, Danny said. His hand was on his weapon, but he knew they were outnumbered, knew that fighting meant dying. No one passes through. Everyone joins, or everyone becomes offerings. The woman smiled. The phage is God's mercy. We are its messengers. We don't want your mercy. You will. She raised her hand, a signal. Bring them to the temple. Danny looked at Elise, at Nikki and Beth and Kevin and all the others, at the circle of cultists closing in. On my signal, he murmured. Run. All of you, don't look back. Danny, trust me. He stepped forward, hands raised, drawing attention to himself. I'm the one you want, he said. Danny Kowalczyk. The council's hunting me. I'm valuable. The woman's eyes narrowed. You know the council? I know they're offering a reward for my capture. Me and my wife both. Danny kept talking, kept moving, drawing them toward him and away from the others. You turn us over. They'll give you whatever you want. Supplies, territory, protection. We don't want the council's protection. Then keep us for yourselves. Study us. Use us. Danny's heart was pounding, but his voice was steady. Whatever you want, just let the others go. The woman considered. Danny could see her calculating the value of one prize versus the effort of subduing 12. Very well, she waved a hand. The couple stays. The rest, go. Leave our territory and never return. No. Elise's voice was sharp. We're not. Go. Danny turned to look at her, at his wife, his reason for everything. Find Amy's brother. Build what we talked about. I'll find you. Danny. I'll find you, I promise. Elise's eyes were bright with tears and fury. But she understood. She always understood. Don't die, she said. I won't. She turned, walked away. The others followed, Beth supporting herself on Nikki's arm, Kevin stumbling through the snow, Amy looking back with unreadable eyes. Danny watched them go. Then he turned to face the cultists. All right, he said. Let's talk. The Reclamation's temple was a converted warehouse on the edge of a dead town. They brought Danny and Elise, who had refused to leave, who had stood beside him when the others fled, through the snow and the darkness, into a space that reeked of incense and blood and madness. The interior was a nightmare. Bodies lay on tables, not dead, but dying. People in the grip of the infection, transforming, watched over by cultists who chanted and prayed. Others knelt before an altar, receiving wounds that would become the gift. The air was thick with fever heat and the sound of moaning. Welcome to salvation, the woman said. I am Sister Catherine. This is our holy place. Danny forced himself to look, to see, to understand what they'd walked into. The council did this to you, he said. Created this infection, used it as a weapon. The council was merely a vessel. Catherine's eyes were bright with fervor. God works through many instruments. The phage is his true gift, a test for the faithful, a cleansing for the corrupt. And these people? Danny gestured at the bodies on the tables. They wanted this? Some did. Some required persuasion. Catherine smiled. But all will be grateful in the end. Those who survive the gift become chosen. Those who don't become martyrs to his glory. Danny felt Elise's hand tighten in his. She was trembling, not with fear, but with rage. You're killing them, she said, infecting them with something that destroys their minds, turns them into monsters, transforms them. Catherine's voice hardened. You speak like the council, like those who see only flesh, only biology. The spirit is what matters, and the spirit is purified through sacrifice. There was no reasoning with this. Danny could see it now, the wall behind Catherine's eyes, the certainty that admitted no doubt. She believed what she said. They all believed, and they would die for that belief. Or kill. What do you want from us? Danny asked. Your wife is immune. Catherine looked at Elise with hungry eyes. We've heard of such people. Those the phage cannot touch. The council hoards them, studies them. But we know the truth. They are God's most favored, his chosen among the chosen. You want her blood. We want her blessing. Catherine stepped forward. She will pray with us. Share her gift with our faithful. Through her we will... No. Danny's voice was flat, final. Catherine's eyes narrowed. You're not in a position to refuse. Maybe not. Danny looked around the room, at the cultists, the bodies, the altar. But I know something you don't. What's that? The council's coming. Catherine froze. What? Pursuit teams. They've been tracking us for weeks, and they're close. Close enough that whatever you do to us, they'll be here within hours. Danny smiled, cold and hard. You want to fight them? Fine. Keep us. But know that you're choosing war with an enemy that has resources you can't imagine. You're lying. Radio's in my pack. Check it yourself. They're broadcasting on open channels, coordinating their search, calling in reinforcements. Catherine stared at him. Danny held his breath. Then she made a gesture, and one of the cultists brought his pack. Found the radio. Turned it on. Voices. Council voices. Coordinates. Positions. Tactical language that Danny barely understood, but Catherine understood. Her face went pale. How close? Close enough that we need to move. Now! We can fight them. No, you can't. Danny stepped toward her, voice low. I've seen what they do, Catherine. What they're willing to sacrifice. They'll burn this place to the ground, and everyone in it if they think it serves their goals. Then what do you suggest? Danny thought about it. About the choices that had brought him here. About the people counting on him. About survival and sacrifice. And the impossible calculus of the new world. Let us go, he said. We'll lead them away from here. Buy you time to evacuate, relocate, whatever you need. Why would you help us? We're enemies. We're survivors. Danny met her eyes. All of us. And right now, the council is a bigger threat than any of us can face alone. Catherine was silent for a long moment. Danny could see her thinking, calculating, weighing options, struggling with pride and practicality. You'd do this, she said finally. Lead the council away. Risk your lives for people who are about to sacrifice you. I'd do what it takes to survive. Danny's voice was steady, and right now, that means working together. Tomorrow, he shrugged. Tomorrow's a different question. Catherine looked at Elise, at Danny, at the radio still crackling with council communications. Go, she said. Lead them away. And if you survive, I'll remember. Good. Catherine stepped aside. Because so will I. They ran. Out of the warehouse, into the snow, across the frozen landscape toward whatever safety they could find. Behind them, the reclamation evacuated in silence, disappearing into the wilderness like ghosts. Danny's lungs burned. His legs screamed. But he kept moving, pulling Elise behind him, focused on nothing but the next step, the next breath, the next moment of survival. The council's pursuit teams found them at dawn. 3 vehicles, a dozen armed men, surrounding them on a frozen road with nowhere left to run. Daniel Kowalczyk, a voice over a loudspeaker. You're ordered to surrender. Resistance will be met with lethal force. Danny looked at Elise, at her pale face, her exhausted eyes, her hands still gripping his. I love you, he said. I love you too. Whatever happens next, I know. She squeezed his hand. I know. Danny raised his hands, stepped forward. And then, gunfire. Not from the council, from the tree line. Figures emerging, weapons blazing, catching the pursuit teams in a crossfire they hadn't expected. Danny hit the ground, pulling Elise with him. The world became chaos. Shots and screams, and the crunch of snow under running feet. Then, silence. A hand reached down, pulled him up. Danny looked into the face of his rescuer, a woman with braided black hair and steady hazel eyes. Amy, you didn't really think we'd leave you, she said. Behind her, the others emerged from the trees. Nikki, weapons still smoking. Beth, moving slowly, but moving. Kevin, pale and shaking, but alive. All of them. How? Followed you. Amy almost smiled. Kept our distance. waited for the right moment. Danny looked around. At the fallen council soldiers, at the abandoned vehicles, at the people who'd come back for him when any sane calculation said they should have kept running. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank us yet." Nikki stepped forward, face grim. "We've got a long way to go, and the council's going to be pissed." Danny laughed. It surprised him, the sound, the feeling, the sudden lightness in his chest. "Let them be pissed," he said. "We're still here." He took Elise's hand, looked at his people, his family, forged through fire and loss and impossible choices. "North," he said. "Let's finish what we started." They walked into the forest. Behind them, the sun rose over a world that was broken and bloody, and somehow, against all odds, still worth fighting for. The days that followed were hard. They traveled north through Michigan, then into the Upper Peninsula, following coordinates Amy had extracted from her Haven contact. The terrain was brutal. Endless forest, frozen lakes, snow that came up to their thighs in places. But they kept moving. Elise grew stronger with each passing day. The ordeal with the reclamation had shaken her, but it had also kindled something, a fire Danny hadn't seen since before her capture. She took charge of medical duties, rationed supplies, kept people moving when they wanted to stop. "She's good at this," Beth said one evening, watching Elise treat Kevin's frostbitten fingers. "The leadership thing. She's always been good at it," Danny smiled. "I just didn't see it before." "Neither did you." Danny looked at her. "What?" "See it. The leader in yourself." Beth's eyes were knowing. "But you're seeing it now." Danny didn't know what to say to that. So, he said nothing. Just watched Elise work and felt something settle in his chest that might have been acceptance. They found Amy's brother on the 63rd day. His camp was hidden in a valley between two ridges, sheltered from the worst of the wind and snow. It was larger than Danny expected. A dozen permanent structures, twice that many tents, and people. More people than he'd seen in one place since Haven. Danny Kowalczyk. The man who greeted them was tall, weathered, with the same steady eyes as Amy. "My sister told me you might come." "You've talked to her?" "Radio." The man, Marcus, Amy called him, not Dr. Marcus, just Marcus, smiled. "She's been broadcasting your position for days. Let us write to you." Danny looked at Amy. She shrugged. "Insurance," she said, "in case we needed rescue." The camp was called the Network. It had started small. Marcus gathering survivors in the wilderness, building shelters, sharing resources. But it had grown. Other communities had joined, connecting through radio and runners and the desperate need for hope. Now it stretched across the Upper Peninsula and beyond, a web of survivors, working together, resisting both the dead and the living threats that sought to control them. "The council knows about us," Marcus said, leading them through the camp. "So does the reclamation. We've had to fight them both. But we're growing faster than they can tear us down." "How?" "By offering something they can't." Marcus stopped, turned to face Danny. "Freedom. Real freedom. Not the council's protection that comes with chains. Not the reclamation's salvation that comes with death. Just people, helping each other survive." Danny thought about Haven, about Rome and his family, about all the communities scattered across the dead world, trying to build something worth building. "That's what we wanted," he said. "What we were trying to create." "I know." Marcus's eyes were steady. "That's why I've been waiting for you." "Waiting?" "Amy told me about you, about what you did on Mackinac, getting your wife out, leading people through the wilderness, standing against the council. The network needs people like that. Leaders who understand what we're fighting for." "I'm not a leader." "You are." Marcus smiled. "You just haven't admitted it yet." They stayed with the network. It wasn't a conscious decision, not at first. Just the gradual realization that this was where they belonged, where they could do the most good. Danny worked with Marcus, coordinating resources, planning operations, building the infrastructure that kept the network alive. Elise ran the medical operations, training others, treating the constant stream of wounded and sick. Beth started a school, a real school, with lessons and books and children who laughed sometimes. Nikki became the network's chief of security. Kevin ran communications. Amy moved between camps, carrying messages and gathering intelligence. Even Doug found his place, working construction, building the structures that sheltered them from the killing cold. They heard from Rome 6 weeks after joining the network. His message came over the radio. Weak, breaking up, but clear enough to understand. Made it to Haven. Sandra and Keisha are safe. Margaret says you found the network. A pause. Proud of you, Danny. Knew you'd make it. Danny sat in the communications tent, radio in hand, tears freezing on his cheeks. We made it, he said. All of us. Because of you. Not because of me. Rome's voice was warm. Because of who you chose to be. The connection faded. Static claimed the frequency. But Danny kept the radio in his hand for a long time after, holding onto the voice of a friend, a father, a man who'd helped him become something he hadn't known he could be. Spring came slowly. The ice began to melt. The days grew longer, and with the warmth came new challenges. The dead, thawing from their frozen sleep, stirring again to hunt the living. But the network was ready. They'd spent the winter preparing, training fighters, building defenses, establishing supply lines and communication networks, and all the infrastructure of survival. The Council was still out there, the Reclamation too, but they weren't the only powers anymore. The network had become something, a force, a hope, a promise that survival didn't have to mean submission. Danny stood on a ridge overlooking the valley, watching the sun rise over a world that was broken but not destroyed. Elise found him there. You're thinking too hard, she said, slipping her hand into his. Just thinking about what comes next. What comes next is breakfast. She smiled. That smile he'd crossed 400 miles to see. Then work, then dinner, then sleep, then tomorrow. That simple? That's simple. She leaned against him. We can't plan for everything, Danny. We can only do what's in front of us. Everything else is for tomorrow. Exactly. Danny looked at her, at the woman who had survived captivity and experimentation and the end of the world, who had chosen him over and over, even when choosing him was hard. I love you, he said. I know. She kissed him. I love you too. They stood together, watching the sun climb higher, warming the frozen world below. The dead were still out there. The Council, the Reclamation, all the horrors that the world had become, but so were the living, the communities, the network. So was hope. Danny squeezed Elise's hand. Let's go get breakfast, he said. And they walked down the ridge together, into the day, into whatever came next. The message arrived 3 months into spring. Kevin decoded it from a council frequency, a transmission meant for their pursuit teams, their commanders, their organization. Target located, network headquarters, preparing assault, all units converge. They were coming. Danny called an emergency meeting. The network's leaders gathered. Marcus, Amy, the commanders from a dozen allied communities. They studied the intel, assessed their resources, calculated their chances. We can't win a direct fight, Marcus said. They have weapons, vehicles, training. We have numbers, but numbers matter. Nikki's voice was fierce. Every community in the network, every survivor who's joined us, they'll fight. They'll die if they have to. That's what I'm afraid of. Danny's voice was quiet. That's exactly what the Council wants. A decisive battle. Break the network's back. Scatter the survivors. Restore their control. Then what do you suggest? Danny thought about it. About everything he'd learned in the months since leaving Bemidji. About leadership and sacrifice, and the choices that defined who you were. We don't give them the battle they want, he said. We scatter, disperse, fade into the wilderness, and let them chase shadows. That's running. It's surviving. Danny looked around the room. The network isn't a place. It's not this valley or these buildings. It's us. The connections we've built. The communities we've united. As long as we're alive, the network survives. And the Council? will overextend, chase too many targets, weaken themselves trying to catch smoke. Danny's voice hardened. And when they're weak, when they've exhausted their resources chasing people who won't be caught, we hit back. Hard. And we don't stop until they understand that they can't control us. Any of us. Silence. Then, Marcus spoke. It's a good plan, he said. Might even work. Oh, might. Danny shrugged. Everything's might now. But it's better than dying in a battle we can't win. The vote was unanimous. The network would scatter, regroup, wait for the moment to strike. The council was coming, but they wouldn't find what they expected. The evacuation took 3 days. Communities dispersed across the wilderness, following predetermined routes to predetermined locations. Communications went dark, radio silence to prevent tracking. The valley that had been their home became a ghost town, empty of everything but decoys and traps. Danny was among the last to leave. He stood in the center of the abandoned camp, surrounded by the structures they'd built, the dreams they'd nurtured. Elise was beside him, as always. Are you ready? She asked. No. He turned to look at her. But when have I ever been ready? She laughed, took his hand. Then let's go, she said. Together. They walked out of the valley into the forest, toward whatever waited beyond. Behind them, the sun set over an empty camp. Ahead of them, the world stretched on, broken and dangerous, and somehow, impossibly, still worth fighting for. Danny Kowalczyk had found his wife. He had found his people. He had found himself. And now, as the council's army descended on an empty valley, as the network scattered like seeds on the wind, as the dead stirred in the warming earth, now, the real fight was about to begin. The forest swallowed them whole. Danny moved through the trees with Elise at his side, following deer paths and dry creek beds, staying off any route that might be watched. Behind them, the network's valley grew smaller with each step, until the ridgeline cut it from view entirely. Gone. Everything they'd built, abandoned to shadows and silence. They weren't alone. Their group numbered 11 now. Danny and Elise, Beth and Nikki, Kevin and Amy, Pastor David and Lori, Gary and Doug, and Carmen, the young immune woman who'd escaped Mackinac with them. 11 people carrying everything they owned, heading toward a rendezvous point 60 miles north, where they'd wait for the council's assault to exhaust itself against empty buildings. The first day was brutal. Spring had come, but winter wasn't finished with them yet. The temperature hovered just above freezing during the day and dropped well below it at night. Snow still covered the ground in patches, mixing with mud and dead leaves into a treacherous slurry that grabbed at boots and sapped strength with every step. We need to pick up the pace, Nikki said, glancing at the sky. Maybe 4 hours of daylight left. Some of us can't pick up the pace. Lori's voice was sharp. She was limping, had been since the second hour, an old injury flaring up in the cold and wet. Not everyone's a machine. Then some of us need to try harder. Easy for you to say. You're 24 and built like a... Enough! Danny's voice cut through the argument. We go as fast as the slowest person. That's how it works. Nikki's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue, just turned and kept walking, her compact frame disappearing into the underbrush ahead. Danny fell back to walk beside Lori. How bad is it? Bad enough. She grimaced with each step. Old skiing accident. The doctor said it would bother me for life. Didn't realize life would involve hiking through frozen swamps. Can you make it to the first checkpoint? Do I have a choice? Danny didn't answer. They both knew she didn't. They made camp that night in the shelter of a rock overhang, barely large enough to fit all 11 of them. Gary and Doug gathered wood while Kevin rigged a small fire that wouldn't be visible for more than a few dozen yards away. The heat was meager, but they huddled around it like survivors of a shipwreck. Status check, Danny said, looking around the group. Anyone hurt? Anyone need anything? Beth raised her hand. Her left arm, still healing from the bullet wound, was bound tight against her chest. The dressing needs changing. It's been 2 days. Elise nodded, already digging through her medical kit. After dinner. Anyone else? Silence. But Danny could see the exhaustion on their faces, the way they held themselves. the trembling that wasn't just from cold. They were at the edge of their limits, all of them. "We'll rest here tonight," he said. "Move out at dawn. The rendezvous point is another 40 miles. We should make it in 2 days if we push." 2 days? Doug's voice was bitter. 2 more days of this. Unless you'd rather go back and explain to the council why we didn't want to participate in their experiments. Doug fell silent. Danny felt a flash of guilt. The man was exhausted, scared, struggling like all of them, but he pushed it down. There wasn't room for guilt anymore. Only forward motion. Elise caught his eye across the fire. Her look said, "You okay?" He nodded slightly. Not really, but close enough. The night brought dreams. Danny saw Teddy on the bridge, walking into the fog, his voice raised in song. Saw the children in the root cellar, their small bodies contorted in death. Saw Mrs. Patterson in the library, turning toward him with eyes that reflected nothing. He woke gasping, Elise's hand on his shoulder. "Shh, you're okay. You're safe." "I was back there, on the bridge, watching him." "I know." Her voice was soft in the darkness. "I know." They lay together, listening to the sounds of the forest, wind in the trees, the crack of branches, the distant howl of something that might have been a wolf or might have been worse. The others slept around them or pretended to sleep, each lost in their own nightmares. "Do you think we made the right choice?" Danny whispered, "scattering like this?" "I think we made the only choice we could." "That's not the same thing." "No." Elise's breath was warm against his neck. "But it's what we have." Danny stared at the rock ceiling above them, tracing the shadows cast by the dying fire. He thought about all the choices he'd made since the library, all the people he'd lost, all the compromises and sacrifices and impossible decisions that had brought him here, to this frozen moment, with these people counting on him. "I don't know if I can keep doing this," he said quietly. "Doing what?" "Leading, deciding, watching people die because I chose wrong." Elise was silent for a long moment. Then, "You didn't choose wrong. You chose." "That's different." "How?" "Because wrong implies there was a right answer you missed. Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes every path leads somewhere terrible, and all you can do is pick one and keep walking." Danny thought about that. About the paths behind him, the ones ahead. About the weight that never seemed to get lighter, no matter how strong he grew. "When did you get so wise?" 6 weeks in a council facility. Her voice was bitter, but there was something else underneath, something like peace. Plenty of time to think about choices, about what matters and what doesn't. And what matters? You. This moment. These people. Her hand found his in the darkness. Everything else is just noise. Danny squeezed her hand. Let her words settle into him like warmth from a fire. "I love you," he said. "I know." She kissed his cheek. "Now sleep. We've got 40 miles to walk tomorrow." He closed his eyes. And for the first time in weeks, the dreams that came were almost peaceful. Morning arrived gray and cold. They packed in silence, ate cold rations without complaint, and set out before the sun had fully risen. The forest stretched ahead of them, endless and indifferent, offering no landmarks or reassurance. Danny took point with Amy, whose wilderness skills had become essential. She moved through the trees like a ghost, reading signs he couldn't see, finding paths where there seemed to be none. "You're quiet today," he said after an hour of walking. "I'm always quiet." "Quieter than usual." Amy didn't respond for a moment, then, "My brother. When we scattered, he went with the main group, heading east, toward the lake. The council's main force will hit the valley first. He should be safe." "Should." Amy's voice was flat. That's a big word in this world. Danny understood. The fear of losing someone you just found. The weight of hope and dread intertwined. "He'll be okay," Danny said. "Marcus survived out here for months on his own. He knows what he's doing." "I know." Amy glanced at him. "But knowing doesn't help." "Not really." "No, it doesn't." They walked in silence after that, but it was a different kind of silence. The silence of people who understood each other's fears. The first sign of trouble came at midday. Kevin had been monitoring their radio, passive listening only, to avoid detection. And he suddenly held up a hand, stopping the group. "What is it?" Danny moved to his side. Council transmissions, they're... Kevin's face went pale. They're not at the valley. What do you mean? Listen. He held out the earpiece. Danny pressed it to his ear, catching fragments through the static. Units converging on grid 7-4. Multiple contacts reported. Intercept heading north. North. Toward them. How is that possible? Lori's voice was strained. They were supposed to hit the valley first. They must have known. Nikki's hand went to her weapon. Someone told them. Someone... Stop! Danny's voice was sharp. We don't know what they know. All we know is they're moving north, and so are we. Then we changed direction. To where? Danny gestured at the forest around them. We're 60 miles from the nearest friendly community. Every other route takes us through territory we don't know, past threats we can't predict. Better than walking into a trap. We don't know it's a trap. We don't know it isn't. The group had stopped, clustered together, fear crackling between them like static electricity. Danny could see them looking at him, waiting for a decision. The weight settled onto his shoulders like a physical thing. We keep moving north, he said, but we adjust our route. Stay off the main paths. Move slower, more carefully. If the council's sweeping the area, we need to see them before they see us. And if we can't, then we deal with it. Not an answer. Not really, but it was all he had. They moved through the afternoon like ghosts. Amy took point alone now, ranging far ahead to spot trouble before it found them. Nikki covered the rear, her compact frame tense with readiness. The others traveled in a loose column, spread out enough that a single ambush couldn't catch them all. Danny found himself walking beside Pastor David, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since they'd left the network. You're thinking hard, Danny said. Always am. David's voice was hoarse. His recent wounds had healed, but he moved stiffly, carrying pain he didn't discuss, thinking about choices, about consequences. We all are. Are we? David looked at him with tired eyes. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who sees what we've become. What do you mean? In the valley, we built something beautiful. A community, a family, people working together, believing in each other. David shook his head. Now we're running through the wilderness, waiting for violence, ready to kill anyone who threatens us. That's survival. Is it? David stopped walking. Or is it just another kind of death? The slow kind, where you lose pieces of yourself until there's nothing left worth saving? Danny didn't have an answer. The question had been lurking in his own mind for months, unspoken and unacknowledged. I've done things, David continued quietly, things I thought I'd never do. Told myself it was necessary, that God would understand. He laughed, bitter and hollow. But I'm not sure God understands anything anymore. I'm not sure he's even watching. You don't believe that. I want to not believe it. That's different. David started walking again, his limp more pronounced than before. But I keep looking for signs of grace, of mercy, of anything that suggests there's meaning in all this suffering. And I keep finding nothing. Danny thought about the cabin by the lake, about the pyre where they'd burned a family they never knew, about all the prayers he'd heard whispered in the dark, all the faith he'd seen tested and broken and somehow enduring. Maybe meaning isn't something you find, he said slowly. Maybe it's something you make. David looked at him. You believe that? I'm trying to. They walked on, the forest swallowing their footsteps, the question hanging unanswered between them. Amy's signal came at dusk. 3 short whistles. Danger, approach carefully. Danny raised his hand, stopping the group, then moved forward alone to where Amy crouched behind a fallen log. What is it? She pointed. Through the trees, maybe 200 yards ahead, Danny could see movement. Shapes. People. Council? Don't think so. Amy's voice was barely a whisper. No uniforms, no vehicles. But there are a lot of them. Danny squinted through the gathering dark. The figures moved without organization, without purpose. Wandering, shambling, wrong. Not council. Worse. Horde, he breathed. Amy nodded. 30 at least. Maybe more. They're between us and the rendezvous point. Danny's mind raced. They couldn't go around. The terrain on either side was impassable. steep ravines, and dense undergrowth. They couldn't go back. The council was somewhere behind them. Forward was the only option. Through. "Get the others," he said. "Quiet, fast." They gathered in a hollow, 50 yards from the horde's edge, pressed together, barely breathing. "We can't fight that many," Nikki said, her voice a thread of sound. "Not with what we've got. We don't fight." Danny pointed to the left, where the terrain rose slightly. "There's a ridge. If we move along it, stay above them, we might be able to pass without being seen." "Might. It's all we've got." Elise caught his eye. Her face was pale in the fading light, but her eyes were steady. "I'll help anyone who's struggling. Keep them quiet." "I can help too." Beth's voice was soft. Her wounded arm made her nearly useless in a fight, but she could still move, still support. "Carmen, stay in the middle of the group." Danny looked at the young immune woman, who had been silent since they'd spotted the horde. "Whatever happens, don't get separated." Carmen nodded, her face white with fear. "Doug, Gary, you're with Nikki on rear guard. Kevin, stay close to me. Everyone else, single file, as quiet as you can possibly be." They moved. The ridge was narrow, barely wide enough for one person at a time. Danny went first, testing each step, feeling for loose rocks or unstable ground. Behind him, the others followed in a chain of held breaths and suppressed terror. Below them, the horde shuffled through the valley. Danny could see them clearly now, men and women, old and young, their bodies in various states of decay. Some were fresh, moving with something like coordination. Others were far gone, flesh hanging in strips, bones visible through rotted skin. The smell reached them on the wind, sweet and rotten and overwhelming. Beth gagged behind him. Danny heard Elise's soft voice, calming, quieting. "Keep moving. Just keep moving." They were halfway across when the rock gave way. It wasn't much, just a small stone, dislodged by someone's foot, tumbling down the slope into the valley below. A tiny sound barely audible over the wind. But the dead heard it. Heads turned, clouded eyes searched the hillside. And then, that sound, that wet, hungry moan rising from dozens of throats at once. "Run!" Danny hissed. "Now!" They ran. The ridge was too narrow for speed, but fear pushed them beyond what should have been possible. Danny scrambled over rocks and roots, pulling himself forward, hearing the others behind him and below him, the rising chorus of the dead. Amy was at the far end, waving them forward. "This way! There's a gap!" The first climber crested the ridge. It was fast. One of the fresh ones, its legs still working properly, its hands grabbing and grasping. Danny saw it lunging toward Carmen, who had frozen in terror, and he moved without thinking. The wrench connected with its skull. Once, twice. It fell, and Danny was already turning, already looking for the next threat. "Move! Don't stop moving!" More were coming. They poured up the ridge like a rising tide, drawn by the sounds of living prey. Danny swung his wrench, heard Nikki's knife find flesh behind him, heard Gary cursing as he fought something off. And then they were through. Amy had found a gap in the terrain, a narrow cut between two boulders that led down into a ravine below. They squeezed through one by one, the dead clawing at the rock behind them, too disorganized to follow through the narrow space. Danny was last. He turned at the gap, facing the mass of bodies pressing toward him. Hands reached, mouths gaped. The smell was overwhelming. He slipped through the gap. Amy was already moving a boulder, wedging it into place, blocking the opening. Behind them, the dead moaned and scrabbled at the stone, but they couldn't follow. Danny leaned against the ravine wall, gasping for breath. Everyone okay? Anyone bitten? A chorus of voices, shaky but alive. No bites. No injuries beyond what they'd carried before. "We made it," Kevin said. His voice was high, disbelieving. "We actually made it." "We made it past that group." Danny pushed himself upright. "Doesn't mean we're safe. Come on. We need to put distance between us and them before they find another way around." They moved on into the darkness, leaving the dead behind. The second night was worse than the first. They couldn't risk a fire, not with the horde somewhere behind them and the council somewhere ahead. Instead, they huddled together for warmth, sharing body heat, shivering through the hours until dawn. Danny didn't sleep. He sat with his back to a tree, listening to the forest, waiting for sounds that would mean their death. Lori came to sit beside him sometime after midnight. "Can't sleep either?" he asked. "Too cold. Too scared." She pulled her coat tighter. "Too old for this shit." Despite everything, Danny smiled. "Aren't we all?" "Some more than others." Lori was quiet for a moment, then, "I owe you an apology." "For what?" "For what I almost did. Back in Wisconsin with the Pike County boys." Her voice was heavy with something. Guilt, maybe, or just exhaustion. "I was going to betray you. Drug the group. Let them take everyone. Save myself." Danny remembered. The night in the compound, Lori's strange behavior. The way she'd changed her mind at the last moment. "But you didn't." "But I almost did." "That matters." Lori turned to look at him. "I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of, Danny. Before the outbreak and after. I've lied, cheated, stolen, done whatever it took to survive. Told myself it was just the way the world worked. And now? Now I don't know." She shook her head. "I watch you. The way you lead. The choices you make. You actually care about these people. Not just as resources or assets, but as people." "So do you." "Do I?" Lori laughed, quiet and bitter. "I'm not sure anymore. I've spent so long calculating, measuring everyone by what they can do for me, that I don't know if I'm capable of anything else." Danny thought about that. About the different kinds of survival, physical, emotional, moral. About the pieces of yourself you traded away and the pieces you fought to keep. "My mother used to say something," he said slowly. "She'd say that who you are isn't about what you feel. It's about what you do. You feel selfish, okay. But you didn't betray us. You changed your mind. That action is who you are." Lori was silent for a long time. "Your mother sounds like a smart woman." "She was." Danny's throat tightened. "She died a few years before the outbreak. Cancer. I think about her sometimes. Wonder if she would have survived this. Wonder what she'd think of who I've become." "She'd be proud." "You don't know that." "I know you." Lori's voice was soft. "And I think any mother would be proud of a son who crossed 400 miles for love, who builds communities and leads people, and still somehow manages to care about strangers' feelings in the middle of the apocalypse." She stood, groaning slightly. "Get some rest, Danny. We've got another long day tomorrow." She walked back to the group, leaving Danny alone with his thoughts and the darkness. Dawn brought no warmth, but it brought hope. According to Amy's calculations, they were less than 15 miles from the rendezvous point. One more day of hard travel, and they'd reach safety, or something like it. They set out as soon as there was light to see by, moving faster now, driven by the promise of the end. Kevin kept the radio on low, monitoring council frequencies. The chatter had shifted, less about pursuit, more about logistics, consolidation. It sounded like they were pulling back, regrouping after finding the valley empty. "Maybe they're giving up," Kevin said hopefully. "They're not giving up." Nikki's voice was grim. "They're just catching their breath. Next time will be worse." "There won't be a next time if we reach the rendezvous." Danny kept his eyes on the trail ahead. That's all that matters right now. They pushed through the morning, stopping only for water and quick bites of food. The terrain was easier here, the forest giving way to meadows and gentle hills, easier to traverse but offering less cover. Amy ranged ahead, her figure appearing and disappearing on the horizon. Danny watched her with something like awe. The woman moved through wilderness, the way normal people moved through their own homes. "She's something else," Elise said, following his gaze. "She's why we're still alive. She's part of it." Elise's hand found his. "But you're why we're still together, still fighting instead of falling apart." "I don't feel like a leader." "No one ever does." Elise smiled. "That's how you know you're doing it right. The ones who feel like leaders, who enjoy the power, who want the control, they're the dangerous ones." Danny thought about Dr. Marcus, about Helena Vance, about all the people who'd claimed authority in the name of protection, who'd built prisons and called them sanctuaries. "I never wanted this," he said. "I know. I just wanted to find you, that's all. Everything else happened because you kept making choices. Elise squeezed his hand. Good choices, hard choices. The kind of choices that build things instead of destroying them. I've destroyed plenty. Everyone has. That's not the point. She stopped walking, turned to face him. The point is what you do next. What you build from the wreckage. That's what matters. Danny looked at her, at the woman he'd married 11 years ago, who had survived captivity and experimentation and the end of everything, who still somehow believed in him. When did you get so wise? Told you. 6 weeks in a cage. Plenty of time to think. She kissed him, quick and fierce. Now keep moving. We've got a rendezvous to make. They reached the checkpoint by late afternoon. It wasn't much. A cave system in a hillside, barely visible unless you knew where to look. But there were supplies cached inside, left by network scouts weeks before. Food, water, ammunition. Everything they needed to survive until the danger passed. We made it, Beth said. Her voice was disbelieving. We actually made it. We're not safe yet. Danny surveyed the cave entrance, checking sight lines, escape routes. But we're closer. They set up camp inside the largest cavern, a space big enough to accommodate all 11 of them with room to spare. Kevin rigged the radio to receive while Gary organized the supplies, and Lori inventoried what they'd brought. For the first time in days, Danny let himself relax. Just a fraction. Just enough to feel the exhaustion he'd been carrying, the weight that had settled into his bones. You should sleep, Elise said, guiding him to a bedroll. Real sleep, I'll keep watch. I can't. You can. Her voice was firm. Danny, you've been going nonstop for days, weeks. If you collapse from exhaustion, what happens to all of us? She was right. He knew she was right. But the thought of closing his eyes, of surrendering control, even for a few hours, felt like betrayal. Just for a little while, he said. Just for a little while. He lay down, closed his eyes, and sleep took him before he could resist. He woke to shouting. Danny was on his feet before he was fully conscious, reaching for the wrench that was never far from his hand. The cave was chaos, people moving, voices raised, flashlights cutting through the darkness. What's happening? Nikki was at the cave mouth, her face tense. Company. Danny pushed past her to look outside. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of red and orange. And on the hillside below, people, a dozen of them at least, moving toward the cave with weapons drawn. Council? Don't think so. Nikki squinted into the light. They're not in uniform, and they're not moving like soldiers. Danny studied the approaching figures. They were ragged, desperate looking, armed with hunting rifles and makeshift weapons. Not council, but not friends either. Raiders, Lori said quietly. They must have tracked us, saw us entering the cave. Or they knew about the supply cache. Amy's voice was grim. This location wasn't exactly secret. Danny's mind raced. 11 of them against a dozen raiders. Not impossible odds, but not good either. And a fight here, now, would draw attention. Council attention that they couldn't afford. Everyone stay calm, he said. Let me try talking first. Talking? Doug's voice was incredulous. Those people are here to kill us. We don't know what they're here for. Danny moved toward the cave entrance. Maybe they're survivors like us. Maybe they're just scared. Danny, Elise's hand caught his arm. I'll be careful. He met her eyes. But someone has to try. He stepped outside. The raiders stopped when they saw him. Their leader, a heavy-set woman with a shaved head and hard eyes, raised her rifle but didn't fire. That's far enough, she called out. Hands where I can see them. Danny raised his hands. We're not looking for trouble. Neither are we. The woman's voice was flat. But you're in our spot, using our supplies. That makes things complicated. Your supplies? The network cached these. Network's gone. The woman's expression didn't change. Scattered to the wind when the council came. We've been surviving out here for weeks, using what they left behind. This cave is ours now. Danny thought quickly. The woman wasn't lying. The desperation in her voice was real. These weren't council agents or reclamation cultists. They were survivors, just like his group, just trying to make it through another day. We didn't know, he said carefully. We came here because it was our rendezvous point. We've been traveling for days, fought through a horde, dodged council patrols. We're exhausted. Sounds like a personal problem. It doesn't have to be a problem at all. Danny lowered his hands slowly, carefully. There's room in that cave for all of us, enough supplies to share, at least for a few days. We could help each other. Why would we trust you? Why would we trust you? Danny gestured at the weapons pointed his direction. You're the ones who showed up with guns. We were just trying to rest. The woman studied him. Danny could see her calculating the risks, the benefits, the same cold arithmetic that governed every decision in this world. Who are you? She asked finally. Danny Kowalczyk. I was part of the network's leadership. These are my people. Something shifted in the woman's expression. Recognition, maybe? Or just a different kind of assessment. You're the one who broke people out of Mackinac, she said. The council's hunting you. They're hunting a lot of people. Not like they're hunting you. The woman lowered her rifle slightly. I heard the broadcasts. Your name, your wife's name. They want you bad. Danny felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. You've been monitoring their frequencies? Everyone monitors their frequencies. It's how you stay alive. The woman was quiet for a moment. Then she made a gesture, and her people lowered their weapons. I'm Margot. We're from a community about 30 miles east, or we were before the council burned it to the ground. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was coming anyway. Margot walked toward him, stopping a few feet away. You really broke into the council's facility? Got your wife out? With help! Still. Something like respect flickered in her eyes. That takes balls. Danny didn't know what to say to that. Here's what's going to happen, Margot continued. We're going to share that cave. You're going to share those supplies. And tomorrow we're going to figure out whether we're enemies or allies. She held out her hand. Deal? Danny looked at her hand, at the desperation and hope and calculation behind her eyes, at the people behind her, just as scared and desperate as his own group. He took her hand. Deal. The night was tense. The two groups stayed on opposite sides of the cave, watching each other with wary eyes. Danny's people didn't sleep, not really. They dozed in shifts, hands never far from weapons. Margot's people did the same. But no violence came. In the morning, they gathered around a small fire at the cave's entrance, sharing a meal of canned beans and stale crackers. The food was terrible, but it was hot and filling, and somehow that made the conversation easier. Our community was called Eastbrook, Margot said. About 200 people. We had farms, greenhouses, a medical clinic. Nothing fancy, but it worked. What happened? The council happened. Her voice was bitter. They sent an envoy. Friendly at first, talking about cooperation, sharing resources. We said no. A week later, they came back with soldiers. Danny thought about the council's assault on the network. The pattern was the same. Diplomacy first, force when that failed. Did anyone survive? Some, scattered like your network. Margot stared into the fire. We've been gathering survivors ever since, trying to rebuild. But it's hard when every safe place gets hit eventually. The council's not invincible, Nikki said. She'd been listening in silence, her face unreadable. We've fought them, hurt them. They can be beaten. Can they? Margot looked at her. Because from where I'm sitting, they've got soldiers, weapons, vehicles, supplies. We've got refugees and hunting rifles. We've got something they don't. Danny's voice was quiet. We've got people who believe in something besides power. Pretty words. Words matter. They're why the network grew so fast. Why communities joined us instead of the council. Danny met Margot's eyes. The council offers protection in exchange for control. We offer something different. The chance to build something together. To be partners instead of subjects. Margot was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed. A rough surprise sound. You actually believe that, don't you? I've seen it work. So have I. Her voice softened. Before the council burned it down. They sat in silence, the fire crackling between them. Outside, the sun rose higher, warming the cave entrance, pushing back the shadows. What are you planning to do? Margot asked finally. Survive. Reconnect with the network. Keep building. That's it? Just keep building until the council comes again? Eventually, we'll be strong enough that they can't tear us down. Danny looked around at the faces gathered. His people. Margot's people. Strangers. Becoming something more. That's the goal. Get big enough, strong enough, that we can defend ourselves. And then what? Danny thought about Marcus, about the network stretching across the Upper Peninsula, about all the communities scattered across the dead world, struggling to survive. Then we start taking back what they took from us. Margot studied him with those hard, calculating eyes. Then she nodded slowly. Okay, she said. I'm listening. They spent 2 days at the cave. It was supposed to be just one, but Kevin intercepted council communications that suggested patrols were sweeping the area. They decided to wait, to let the danger pass before moving on. In that time, something changed. The two groups stopped being two groups. They shared meals, shared watch duties, shared stories of what they'd lost and what they hoped to find. Margot's people learned about the network, its goals, its structure, its promise. Danny's people learned about Eastbrook, what it had been, what it could have become. By the second night, they were making plans together. The rendezvous point is another 20 miles north, Danny said, spreading a map on the cave floor. From there, we can contact the rest of the network, coordinate our next move. How many people, Margot asked, before the council attack? Maybe 3,000 spread across a dozen communities. Danny shook his head. Now? I don't know. Could be half that. Could be less. Still more than we have. Numbers aren't everything. The council has numbers. What matters is what those numbers are willing to fight for. And what is the network willing to fight for? Danny thought about it, about the question underneath the question. Not just what, but why. Why risk death for an idea, for a community, for strangers you'd never met? Freedom, he said slowly. Not just survival. Freedom. The right to make our own choices, build our own communities, live our own lives. The council wants control. We want... He stopped, started again. Yeah, we want a world where people can be people again. Not resources, not subjects. Just people. Margot was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned to her group. 12 people now. Survivors of a destroyed home. Looking for something to believe in. What do you think? She asked them. The responses came slowly. Nods, murmured agreements. One man, young, barely 20, said simply, Eastbrook is gone. We need somewhere else to belong. Margot turned back to Danny. Looks like you've got some new recruits. Danny felt something loosen in his chest. Not triumph, it was too fragile for that, but hope. The stubborn, irrational hope that had kept him moving since the library. Welcome to the network, he said. They set out on the third morning, 23 people now instead of 11. The expanded group moved more slowly, but also more safely. More eyes watching, more hands ready to help. They spread out across the terrain, maintaining distance while staying connected through hand signals and quiet calls. Danny walked with Margot near the front, comparing notes on council tactics, sharing what they'd learned about the enemy they both faced. They're not stupid, Margot said. The council. I know it's easy to hate them, to think of them as monsters, but they're organized, disciplined, effective. They've survived because they know what they're doing. That doesn't make them right. No, but it makes them dangerous. Margot glanced at him. You've fought them directly. What's their weakness? Danny thought about Marcus, about the pursuit teams, about the assault on the network's valley. They're rigid, he said slowly. Everything is protocol, hierarchy, control. When things go according to plan, they're unstoppable. But when plans fail, when situations get chaotic, they struggle to adapt. So we keep things chaotic. That's part of it. Danny stepped over a fallen log. But the bigger weakness is their philosophy. They believe they're necessary, that without them, humanity can't survive. That belief makes them arrogant, makes them assume everyone will eventually submit, because the alternative is death. And we show them there's another alternative. Exactly. Every community that survives without them Every person who thrives outside their control, that's a challenge to everything they believe. Eventually, enough challenges and the whole structure starts to crack. Margot nodded slowly. That's a long game. The only game that matters. They walked on through the morning, the forest slowly giving way to more open terrain. By midday, they could see the hills that marked the rendezvous point, a distinctive ridgeline visible from miles away. Almost there, Kevin said, checking his map. Maybe 2 more hours. Danny felt the tension that had been building for days begin to ease. 2 more hours. Safety. Connection. The chance to rest and regroup and figure out what came next. That was when the shooting started. The first bullet caught one of Margot's people, a middle-aged man named Thomas, in the shoulder. He went down with a cry, and suddenly everything was chaos. "Contact! Take cover!" Danny dove behind a boulder, pulling Elise with him. Around them, people scattered, seeking shelter, returning fire at an enemy they couldn't see. Where are they? Nikki had her weapon up, scanning the terrain. Ridgeline. Amy's voice calmed despite the chaos. Multiple shooters, elevated position. Danny risked a look. The ridge they'd been heading toward, their destination, their safety, was alive with muzzle flashes. Council soldiers had to be. They'd beaten them to the rendezvous. "We're pinned," Margot said. She'd taken cover behind a tree, her rifle up. "We try to advance, they cut us down. Try to retreat, same thing. Can we flank them?" "With what?" "They've got the high ground, better weapons." Another burst of fire. Someone screamed. Danny couldn't see who. "We need to do something," Elise said. Her face was pale, but determined. "We can't just sit here." Danny's mind raced. The terrain, the enemy position, their resources, everything pointed to the same conclusion. They couldn't win this fight, not directly. But maybe they didn't have to. "Kevin," Danny grabbed the young man's arm. "The radio. Can you broadcast on council frequencies?" Yeah, probably. Why?" "Because we're going to give them something else to worry about." It took 5 minutes to set up the transmission. 5 minutes of hiding behind rocks, while bullets chipped at stone, while people bled and screamed and prayed. But Kevin made it work. "This is network command to all units," Danny said into the radio, using his best approximation of military cadence. "Pursuit teams at Grid 7-4 have made contact. Request immediate reinforcement. Repeat, immediate reinforcement." He released the transmit button. Waited. The shooting continued. But then, a burst of activity on the ridge. Voices shouting. Movement. "They're buying it," Kevin whispered. "They think reinforcements are coming." "Good. Now give them a reason to pull back." Danny took the radio again. "All units be advised. Hostile contacts inbound from the south. Recon reports significant numbers. Recommend tactical withdrawal to secondary position." More activity on the ridge. The shooting slowed, then stopped. Danny watched as figures began moving, pulling back from their positions, retreating toward the north. "They're leaving," Margot said, disbelief in her voice. "They're actually leaving. They think they're about to be surrounded." Danny felt no satisfaction, just exhaustion and relief. "It won't fool them for long. We need to move. Now." They gathered the wounded, 3 hurt, none dead, thank God, and moved. Not toward the rendezvous point, which was now compromised, but west, into terrain that offered better cover. They didn't stop until the sun was setting. That night, they made camp in a ravine, hidden from aerial observation. The mood was grim despite their escape. Thomas's shoulder wound was serious, and one of Danny's people, Carmen, the young immune woman, had taken a bullet graze to her leg. "We were set up," Nikki said flatly. "They knew where we were going." "The rendezvous point was compromised weeks ago." Danny's voice was heavy. "When the network scattered, everything became vulnerable. They've probably hit every cache, every safe house, every location we thought was secure." "Then where do we go?" Danny didn't have an answer. He looked around at the faces gathered, his original group, Margot's survivors, everyone exhausted and scared and looking to him for guidance. "We keep moving," he said finally. "We find other survivors. We build something new." "That's not a plan." "No, but it's what we have." Danny stood, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavier than ever. Get some rest. We move at dawn. He walked away from the group, needing a moment alone. Elise found him at the edge of the ravine, staring out at the darkening forest. You can't blame yourself, she said quietly. Can't I? I led them here. Made the decisions that brought us to this point. You made the best decisions you could with the information you had. Elise took his hand. That's all anyone can do. It's not enough. It has to be. She turned him to face her. Danny, listen to me. You've done more than anyone could have expected. You've saved lives, built communities, given people hope. If you collapse under the weight of every death, every failure, you won't be able to help anyone. And if I can't carry it anymore, then you let me help. She held his gaze. That's what this is. That's what we are. Not one person carrying everything. A group carrying it together. Danny thought about that. About the days when he'd tried to do everything himself, make every decision, bear every burden. About how it had nearly broken him. I don't know how to let go, he admitted. You don't have to let go. You just have to share the weight. Elise squeezed his hand. We're all in this together. Every person back there. They're not following you because they think you're perfect. They're following because they believe in what we're building. Let them help. Danny closed his eyes, felt the tension in his shoulders, the exhaustion in his bones, the doubt that never quite went away. Okay, he said, okay? Okay, I'll try. Elise kissed him. That's all I'm asking. They stood together in the darkness, holding hands, watching the stars emerge above a broken world. Morning brought a surprise. One of Margot's scouts, a woman named Elena who'd been running perimeter watches, came back with news. There's a settlement about 5 miles west, smoke from chimneys, fences, the whole deal. Council? Don't think so. No uniforms, no vehicles. Looks like civilians. Danny and Margot exchanged looks. Could be a trap, Margot said. Could be survivors. Danny thought about the choices that had brought them here. About the people in that cave. Strangers who'd become allies in the space of 2 days. I'll go check it out. Small group, careful approach. I'm coming with you. Margot, it's not negotiable. Her voice was firm. If this is a trap, you'll need backup. If it's real, we should both see it. Danny couldn't argue with that logic. He assembled a small team, himself, Margot, Amy, and Nikki, and set out while the others waited in the ravine. The settlement was real. It sat in a small valley sheltered by hills on 3 sides. A fence surrounded it, rough but functional, made of salvaged materials and topped with crude spikes. Inside, Danny could see buildings, gardens, people moving with purpose. Looks legitimate, Amy said quietly. No military presence, no council markings. Could still be hostile. Could be. Amy's eyes narrowed. But look at how they're moving. Those aren't soldiers or raiders. They're farmers, workers, families. Danny saw what she meant. Children playing near a well. Women hanging laundry. Men working on repairs to one of the buildings. Normal activities. Almost peaceful. Let me go first, he said, alone. Danny, if they're hostile, I'm the one they want. You 3 can get away, warn the others. And if they're not hostile, then I'll wave, and you can come down. It wasn't a great plan, but it was the best he had. Danny walked toward the settlement, hands visible, moving slowly. He was spotted almost immediately. Someone on the fence raised a rifle, shouted a warning. Others gathered, weapons appearing from nowhere. I'm alone, Danny called out. I'm not armed. I just want to talk. Silence. Then a voice from the fence. Who are you? Danny Kowalczyk. I'm with the network, or what's left of it. More silence. Then the gate opened and a man stepped out. He was old, 60 at least, with white hair and weathered skin. But he moved with strength, with purpose, and his eyes, when they met Danny's, were sharp and assessing. Network, the man said. Heard rumors about your people. Heard the council's hunting you. Both true. And you came here why? Because we need help. Danny saw no point in lying. We've been running for days. We've got wounded. We're out of options. The man studied him for a long moment. Then he turned to look at the hills where Danny's team was hidden. How many others? About 20 all told. And you expect us to take you in? Risk council attention for strangers? I don't expect anything. Danny's voice was steady. "I'm asking. If you say no, we'll leave." But I had to try. The man was quiet for a long time. Danny could feel the weight of his gaze, the calculation behind those sharp eyes. "My name is Victor," the man said finally. "I built this place from nothing after the outbreak. Lost my family, my home, everything that mattered. Told myself I'd never trust anyone again. What changed? Nothing." Victor smiled, thin and weary. "I still don't trust anyone, but I've also learned that you can't survive alone. Not in this world." He turned, gestured to the guards on the fence. "Open the gate. Let them bring their wounded." He looked back at Danny. "You've got 3 days. Then we'll decide if you can stay." Danny felt the tension in his chest ease, just slightly. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." Victor walked toward the gate. "You haven't seen what 3 days here costs." Victor's community was called Haven. Not the same Haven, Margot's lost settlement. But the name was a coincidence that made Danny's chest ache. Another group of survivors, building another sanctuary, using the same hopeful word. There were about 80 people inside the walls. Farmers, craftsmen, former teachers and doctors, and ordinary people who'd found each other in the chaos. They had a working water system, a medical clinic, even a small school. "We've been growing for about 6 months," Victor explained, leading Danny through the settlement. "Started with maybe a dozen. Now," he gestured at the buildings, the gardens, the people. It's impressive. It's fragile." Victor's voice was sharp. "Every day I wake up expecting to see council soldiers at the gate. Or reclamation cultists. Or just a horde big enough to overwhelm our defenses. But it hasn't happened yet." "Not yet." Victor stopped, turned to face Danny. "The council knows we're here. They've sent envoys, made offers. So far, we've managed to stay neutral, not allies, not enemies, just independent. How? By being useful. We grow food, process medicines, manufacture things they need. As long as we're more valuable as a trading partner than a conquest, they leave us alone." Danny thought about that. The calculus of survival, measured in goods and services. It wasn't freedom, not really. But it was something. What happens when you stop being useful? Victor's smile was grim. "Then, we find out how good our defenses really are." They walked in silence for a while. Danny took in the settlement, the way it was laid out, the defensive positions, the evacuation routes. Despite its peaceful appearance, everything was designed with survival in mind. "You've thought about this a lot," Danny said. "Thinking is all that keeps us alive." Victor stopped at a building near the center of the settlement. "This is our medical clinic. Your wounded can stay here. The rest of you, we have a bunkhouse for visitors. Not comfortable, but dry. We appreciate it. Don't appreciate yet." Victor's eyes were hard. "I meant what I said about 3 days. After that, you're either part of this community or you're gone. There's no middle ground here." Danny nodded. "I understand. I don't think you do." Victor stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The council knows you're valuable, high priority. Every day you're here, you put my people at risk. If you stay, you'd better be worth that risk. And if I'm not, then I'll hand you over myself." Victor walked away, leaving Danny standing alone outside the clinic, wondering what he'd gotten them into. The 3 days passed quickly. Danny's people integrated with the community, carefully, cautiously, but genuinely. Beth helped in the school, sharing what she'd learned about teaching in the apocalypse. Kevin worked with the settlement's communications team, improving their radio systems. Elise practically moved into the clinic, her medical skills immediately in demand. Margot and her survivors were more cautious, but even they found places. The experience of losing Eastbrook had left them wary of putting down roots. But Danny could see them relaxing bit by bit as they realized Victor's community was different. On the evening of the second day, Victor summoned Danny to his office, a converted storage room in the main building, cluttered with maps and papers and the detritus of survival. "I've been watching your people," Victor said without preamble. "They're good, skilled, they fit. But you're still a problem." Victor sat back in his chair. "The council wants you badly enough to risk everything. Having you here is like having a bomb in the basement. Danny didn't argue. It was true, and they both knew it. I've been thinking about options, Victor continued. Ways to make this work. And I keep coming back to the same conclusion. Which is? You can't stay here, not long term. Victor raised a hand before Danny could respond. But that doesn't mean you have to leave alone. What do you mean? Victor stood, moved to a map pinned on the wall. It showed the region, the Upper Peninsula, the surrounding territories, the known positions of various factions. The Council's strongest here, he said, pointing to the eastern portion, and here along the major roads. But out here, he indicated the western wilderness. They've got almost no presence. Too remote, too difficult to hold. So that's where you build. Victor turned to face him. You take your people, anyone who wants to go with you, and you carve out space in the wilderness. Build something the Council can't reach. That's what the network was doing. The network was too centralized. One valley, one leadership structure. Easy to target. Victor shook his head. You need to be everywhere and nowhere. Scattered communities, connected but independent. Too dispersed to destroy. Danny thought about it. About the months he'd spent with Marcus, building the network's infrastructure. About how it had all come apart when the Council finally moved. You're talking about starting over. I'm talking about doing it better. Victor's eyes were intense. You've got something, Kowalczyk. I've seen it in how your people look at you, how they follow you. Whatever that is, call it leadership, call it charisma, call it luck. It's valuable. But it's wasted if you're just running from one crisis to the next. I don't know how to do what you're describing. Neither did I when I started this place. Victor smiled, thin and tired. Nobody knows how to do anything until they try. The question is whether you're willing to take the risk. Danny looked at the map, at the wilderness Victor had indicated, at all that empty space, waiting to be filled. How many people would come with us? I've been asking around, quietly. Victor sat down again. Maybe 20 from here, another 30 or so from communities we're connected with. Enough to start. And you? I stay. Victor's voice was firm. This place needs me. But I can give you supplies, equipment, everything you need to get started. Why would you do that? Victor was quiet for a moment. Then he said, because I'm tired of watching people give up. Tired of seeing survivors become victims, communities become targets. You've got a chance to do something different, to build something that can't be destroyed, because it was never concentrated in the first place. He met Danny's eyes. Don't waste it. Danny didn't answer right away. He stood at the map, tracing the territory with his eyes, thinking about everything that had brought him here. I need to talk to my people, he said finally. Take all the time you need. He gathered them that night, his original group, Margot's survivors, everyone who'd been through the fire together. Victor's offered us a choice, Danny said. He explained the proposal, the wilderness territory, the scattered communities, the chance to build something new. It's risky, he continued. We'd be starting from scratch, in territory no one controls, no guarantees, no safety net. But it's also freedom. Real freedom, not the kind the Council offers. What about the Council? Lori asked. They're still hunting us. They'll be hunting us wherever we go. At least in the wilderness, we're harder to find. And the reclamation? Pastor David's voice was quiet. They've been expanding. The wilderness might not be as empty as we think. Then we deal with them. Nikki's voice was fierce. Same as we've dealt with everything else. Danny looked around at the faces gathered. Tired, scared, but also determined. Hopeful. I'm not going to decide this for everyone, he said. You've all got a choice. Stay here, join Victor's community. It's safe, stable, as close to normal life as you're going to find. Or come with us into the unknown. You're going. Elisa's voice wasn't a question. Yes. Danny met her eyes. I've been running since the library. Always reacting, never building. This is a chance to change that. Then I'm going too. Elise took his hand. Wherever you go. One by one, the others spoke. Nikki was in. So was Kevin. Beth hesitated, then nodded. She'd spent too long running too. Amy didn't even hesitate. Margot and her people were split. Some wanted the safety of Victor's community. Others, like Margot herself, wanted to keep fighting. Pastor David was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I've been struggling with my faith, wondering if God is even watching anymore. But maybe... He stopped, started again. Maybe faith isn't about certainty. Maybe it's about choosing to build something even when you can't see the outcome. Gary and Doug exchanged looks. Gary shrugged. I've spent my whole life on the water. Not much water in the wilderness, but I'm curious enough to find out. Doug's jaw tightened. I've never been good at anything. Not before the outbreak, not after. But maybe that's because I never tried hard enough. He looked at Danny. I'll come. Whatever you need me to do. Carmen, the young immune woman, spoke last. The council wants me because of what's in my blood. If I go with you, I'm putting everyone at risk. We're all at risk, Danny said. That's not new. What's new is having a chance to face that risk together, on our own terms. Carmen was quiet. Then she nodded, slow and certain. Together, she said. They left Victor's community 4 days later. The group numbered 42 now. Danny's original survivors, Margot's people, volunteers from Victor's settlement, and a few others who'd heard about the plan and wanted to join. They had supplies for a month, weapons and tools, and a rough map of the territory they were heading into. Victor met them at the gate. You know the risks, he said. We know. And you're going anyway. Danny looked at the people gathered behind him. At Elise, standing at his side. At all the faces he'd learned to love over the months since the world ended. Some things are worth the risk. Victor nodded slowly. Then he held out his hand. Good luck, Kowalczyk. You're going to need it. I know. Danny shook his hand. Thank you. For everything. Don't thank me. Victor stepped back. Just don't waste this chance. The gate opened. Danny led his people through into the wilderness beyond. Behind them, the settlement grew smaller. Ahead of them, the unknown waited. But Danny wasn't afraid. Not anymore. He had his wife. He had his people. He had a chance to build something that mattered. That was enough. The first week was the hardest. They moved through terrain that had never been tamed. Dense forests, rocky hills, streams that swelled with snowmelt and threatened to sweep them away. There were no roads, no trails, nothing but wilderness stretching in every direction. Amy led the way, her wilderness skills more valuable than ever. She found paths through the most difficult terrain, identified edible plants and clean water sources, kept them alive when the land seemed determined to kill them. We're making good time, she said one evening, as they made camp in a sheltered hollow. Another week, maybe less, and we'll reach the territory Victor marked. And then we start building. It sounded so simple. Danny knew it wouldn't be. They encountered the dead twice during that first week. Small groups wandering, easily avoided. But they were a reminder that the wilderness wasn't truly empty, that the infection had spread everywhere, that nowhere was safe. The living were a different kind of threat. On the 5th day, they crossed paths with a group of survivors, 6 people, desperate-looking, armed with clubs and kitchen knives. For a tense few minutes, Danny thought it would come to violence, but he talked them down, offered food and water, listened to their story, a family fleeing reclamation territory, looking for anywhere they could be safe. Come with us, Danny said finally. We're building something, a place where people can live free. The family's patriarch, a man named Samuel, thin and worn from travel, studied Danny for a long moment. Why would you help strangers? Because strangers helped me. All along the way, from the very beginning, Danny thought about Rome, about Teddy, about all the people who'd given him a chance when they didn't have to. That's how we survive, by helping each other. Samuel looked at his family, at the hope in their eyes, the fear barely hidden beneath. Okay, he said, we'll come. The group grew to 48. The territory Victor had marked was everything he'd promised, Rolling hills covered in pine forest, crossed by clear streams and dotted with small lakes. Remote, inaccessible, defensible. 100 miles from the nearest council outpost, 1,000 miles from anywhere that had mattered before the world ended. "This is it," Danny said, standing on a ridge overlooking a wide valley. "This is where we start." They spent the first month just surviving, building shelters, finding food, establishing the basics of existence. It was brutal work, exhausting work, but everyone contributed. Every person had a role, a purpose, a reason to keep going. Elise organized the medical system, inventory, triage protocols, training for anyone willing to learn. Beth started a school for the children who'd joined them. Kevin set up communications, rigging solar-powered radios that could reach Victor's community and beyond. Nikki trained fighters. Gary and Doug led construction crews. Amy mapped the surrounding territory, identifying resources and potential threats. And Danny learned to lead without controlling, to guide without dictating, to be the person people looked to without becoming the person who made every decision. "You're getting better at this," Elise said one night, lying beside him in their small shelter. "Better at what?" "Letting go." She turned to face him. "You used to try to do everything yourself. Now you actually let people help." "I had a good teacher. Several good teachers," she smiled. "Teddy, Rome, all the people who showed you what leadership really looks like." Danny thought about them. The people he'd lost, the people who'd shaped him. Their lessons paid for in blood and sacrifice. "I miss them," he said quietly. "I know." Elise took his hand. "But they're still with you. In what you do, how you lead. That's how the dead stay alive. Through us." Danny closed his eyes, let himself feel the grief, the gratitude, the strange combination of loss and hope that had become his constant companion. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For being here, for believing in me, for everything." Elise kissed him. Always. The second month brought the first real crisis. A hunting party, 5 people led by Margot, went out one morning and didn't come back. By evening, Danny had assembled a search team. They found Margot and her group 2 miles from the camp, holed up in a cave, surrounded by the dead. Not random dead, not wandering infected, frost-locked. There were maybe 30 of them, preserved by the cold, dormant, until the hunters had gotten too close. Now they'd thawed, activated, and they were pressing against the cave entrance with single-minded hunger. "We can't shoot through that many," Nikki said, surveying the scene from a hillside above. "Not without risking hitting our people." "Then we don't shoot." Danny's mind raced through options. "Amy, the stream we passed, half a mile back, where does it come out?" Amy thought for a moment. "There's a waterfall. Close to the cave, I think." "Close enough to flood the area?" Amy's eyes widened as she understood. "Maybe. If we dam it upstream, build up pressure, then break the dam. Let's do it." It took 2 hours. 2 hours of frantic work, while Margot's group huddled in the cave, rationing ammunition, waiting for death or rescue. But it worked. The water burst through the improvised dam in a torrent, sweeping down the hillside and into the valley where the frost-locked waited. The dead were knocked off their feet, scattered, carried away by the flood. Some were destroyed entirely. Others were swept downstream, no longer a threat. Margot emerged from the cave, soaked and shaking, but alive. "That was insane," she said, looking at Danny. "That was survival." He helped her steady herself. "You okay?" "I'm alive." She looked at the water still rushing past, at the scattered remnants of the horde. "Thanks to you. Thanks to all of us." They made their way back to camp, wet and exhausted but victorious. Another crisis survived, another lesson learned. The third month brought visitors. Not enemies, refugees. Word had somehow spread about the community in the wilderness, and people began to trickle in. A family from the south, a group of former soldiers who deserted from a warlord's militia, survivors of a reclamation attack, looking for anywhere that wasn't controlled by the cult. "We need to be careful," Lori warned at a leadership meeting. Every new person is a potential threat. We don't know who they really are. We don't know who anyone really is, Danny countered. We take reasonable precautions, but we don't turn people away just because they're strangers. That's how you end up with council spies in your midst. Maybe. Or maybe it's how you build something big enough to actually matter. The debate went on, as debates always did. But in the end, Danny's view prevailed. The refugees were accepted, integrated, given places in the community. Most proved to be exactly what they claimed. Survivors looking for hope. Some didn't. A man named Harris, quiet, helpful, unremarkable, was discovered transmitting on a council frequency 3 weeks after his arrival. Kevin intercepted the signal by accident. They tracked it to Harris's shelter. "You're a spy," Danny said flatly, confronting him. Harris didn't deny it. "I was told to find you. Report your location." The council would have made me comfortable. Would have? Your people found me out. Harris shrugged, resigned. Doesn't matter now. They know you're here. They're coming. Danny felt the familiar cold spread through his chest. The fear he thought he'd moved past. Returning. When? I don't know, but soon. Danny called an emergency meeting, explained the situation, gave people the choice, stay and fight or scatter and run. Nobody ran. They had 2 weeks before the council arrived. 2 weeks to fortify their position, prepare their defenses, plan for the battle that was coming. Danny threw himself into the work, driven by desperation and something else. Something that might have been determination or might have been faith. We can't win a straight fight, Nikki said, reviewing their resources. They'll have more soldiers, better weapons. If they bring their full force, then we don't fight straight. Danny studied the terrain maps Amy had made. We use the land, the terrain, everything we've learned. They built traps, pits covered with brush, tripwires attached to alarms, false trails leading into natural hazards. They established fallback positions, evacuation routes, places where small groups could hide while the main force passed. We're not trying to destroy them, Danny explained at a planning session. We're trying to make attacking us so costly that they decide we're not worth the trouble. And if they decide we are worth the trouble, then we make them pay for every inch. The preparations continued. Every person had a role. Fighters, scouts, medics, support. Even the children were trained in basic survival, taught where to hide and when to run. On the night before the expected attack, Danny walked through the camp, talking to people, checking on preparations. He found Beth by the school she'd built, staring at the empty chairs. Thinking about your students? Always. Beth's voice was soft. Every time I see children, I think about them. Wonder if any of them survived. Some might have. Some might have. She turned to look at him. But I'll never know. That's the hardest part, not knowing. Not having closure. Danny understood. He'd felt the same way about Elise in those long months of searching. The not knowing was worse than any confirmed loss. Whatever happens tomorrow, Beth said. Thank you. For what? For giving me a reason to keep going? For showing me that what happened before doesn't have to define what happens next. She smiled, thin and sad. I still carry the guilt. Probably always will. But at least now I'm doing something with it. Danny didn't know what to say, so he just nodded, and they stood together in the darkness, waiting for the dawn. The council came at first light. There were maybe 50 of them, soldiers in tactical gear, moving through the forest in formation. They expected to find a ragged camp of refugees, easily swept away. They found something else. The first trap caught 3 of them, a pit, concealed 30 feet deep. The screams echoed through the trees, and suddenly the disciplined formation became chaos. Contact! Contact! Danny watched from his position on the hillside, tracking the enemy's movements. Nikki was beside him, directing their fighters through a radio she'd jury-rigged from council equipment. Group 2, they're flanking left. Fall back to position 3. Group 3, hold fire until they're in the kill zone. The battle unfolded in bursts, brief moments of violence followed by tense silence. The council's soldiers were better trained, better equipped, but they were fighting on ground Danny's people knew intimately. Every path was a potential trap. Every shadow could hide a shooter. Hours passed. The council's advance slowed, then stopped. They'd lost maybe 15 people to traps, ambushes, the endless attrition of guerrilla warfare. "They're pulling back!" Kevin's voice came through the radio. "I'm seeing movement toward their vehicles." Danny didn't celebrate. He knew better. Stay in position. They might be regrouping. But they weren't regrouping. They were leaving. Through his binoculars, Danny watched the council soldiers retreat, dragging their wounded, abandoning their dead, moving with the grim efficiency of a force that had encountered unexpected resistance. They'd won, for now. The aftermath was grimmer than the battle. They'd lost 6 people. 6 names Danny had to learn. 6 faces he had to remember. 6 lives cut short, defending a community that had only existed for 3 months. He spoke at the memorial that evening, standing before a crowd of survivors who watched him with exhausted eyes. "These people died for something," Danny said. "Not for me, not for any leader, but for the idea that we could build something worth defending. That we could be more than survivors. That we could be a community." He looked at the names carved into wood markers. Peterson, Yamamoto, Chen, Williams, Okonkwo, Martinez. I didn't know all of them well. Some of them joined us just weeks ago. But they stood with us when it mattered. They fought for something bigger than themselves. His voice cracked, but he pushed through. We honor them by continuing what they died for, by making this place into everything it can be. He stepped back. Others spoke, friends, family, people who'd known the fallen. The sun set as they talked, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Elise found him afterward, sitting alone at the edge of the camp. "You did good," she said. 6 people are dead, and 42 are alive because of you, because of what you built. Danny stared at the darkening sky. Is it worth it? All the death, all the sacrifice, is any of it worth it? I think so. Elise sat beside him. I think the fact that we're even asking that question means we're still human, still caring about something beyond survival. Sometimes I wonder if caring is a weakness. Sometimes it is. Her hand found his. But it's also what makes us different from them. The council, the reclamation, all the people who've given up on humanity, they've stopped caring. They've made survival the only value, and they've lost everything else in the process. And us? We're trying to be different. Elise squeezed his hand. That's all we can do. Try. They sat together as night fell, holding hands, watching the stars emerge. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats, new choices that would test everything they'd built. But tonight they rested. Tonight they grieved. Tonight they were together. And that was enough. The weeks that followed were a blur of work and worry. They fortified their defenses, improved their systems, prepared for the next attack that never seemed to come. The council had apparently decided they weren't worth the cost, for now. But Danny knew it wouldn't last forever. They kept building anyway. New shelters went up. Gardens were planted. Systems were refined and improved. The community grew, not just in numbers, but in strength, in cohesion, in the sense of shared purpose that bound them together. Other settlements reached out. Word of their victory against the council had spread, and suddenly people wanted to connect, to learn, to join the network of communities that was slowly forming. It's happening, Kevin said one evening, showing Danny a map covered in dots, each one representing a settlement they'd made contact with. The network's rebuilding, different from before, but growing. Danny studied the map. Dozens of communities scattered across hundreds of miles. Not centralized, not vulnerable to a single strike. Just people, helping each other survive. It's not enough yet, he said. No, but it's a start. A start, that's what it was. The beginning of something that might someday become powerful enough to stand against the council, against the reclamation, against all the forces that wanted to control or destroy. Danny allowed himself a moment of hope. Just a moment. Then he got back to work. The message from Rome came 3 months after their arrival in the wilderness. Danny was in the communications center, a shed Kevin had converted into a surprisingly sophisticated operation. When the signal came through, "Danny!" Rome's voice, scratchy with distance, but unmistakable. "If you're hearing this, I found them. Sandra and Keisha are alive. We're safe, for now." Danny grabbed the microphone. Rome, can you hear me?" Silence. Then, "Danny! Holy shit, you're there!" The connection was terrible, breaking up every few seconds, but Danny didn't care. He talked for 20 minutes, exchanging updates, sharing what had happened since they'd parted. Rome's journey south, finding his family, joining a community near the Ohio border. "We're building something here," Rome said. "Different from what you're doing, but the same goal. Survival, freedom. That's what it's all about." "Yeah," Rome's voice softened. "Danny, I need to thank you for everything. The months we spent together, the things you taught me. I didn't teach you anything." "Bullshit," Rome laughed. "You taught me that leading doesn't mean being perfect, that making mistakes doesn't mean giving up, that caring about people isn't weakness, it's strength." A pause. "I use that every day." Danny didn't know what to say. The emotions he'd been carrying for months, the grief, the gratitude, the love for a man he'd known for such a brief time, rose up in his chest. "Take care of yourself, Rome." "You too, Danny. You too." The connection faded. Static filled the air. Danny sat in the communications shed for a long time after, thinking about the people who'd shaped him, the journey that had brought him here, the future that stretched out ahead. Another 3 months passed. The community grew. The network expanded. Challenges came and were overcome. People were born and died and everything in between. Danny led through it all, not alone, never alone, but as part of something bigger than himself. He made mistakes, learned from them, kept going. On a quiet evening in late summer, he sat on a hillside overlooking the valley they'd claimed. Below, the community bustled with life. People working, children playing, smoke rising from a dozen chimneys. Elise found him there, as she always did. "You're thinking again?" "Always am." "About what this time?" Danny watched the sun set over the mountains, thought about everything that had led to this moment. The library, the cabin, the bridge, the island, all the loss and love and desperate hope. "I was thinking about what Teddy said," he said slowly, "before he died. He told me to make it count." "Have you?" Danny looked at the valley, at the community they'd built, at all the lives that had been saved, all the hope that had been kindled, all the future that stretched out before them. "I'm trying," he said. Elise took his hand. "That's all any of us can do." They sat together as the sun sank below the horizon, watching the light fade, waiting for the stars to emerge. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats, new choices. But tonight, they were together. They were alive. They were building something worth defending. And that was enough. The winter came hard that year. Snow fell for weeks, covering the valley in white, testing everything they'd built. But they'd prepared. They had food stores, heating systems, emergency protocols. They survived, not without loss. 2 people died to the cold, an elderly woman and a young man who'd ventured too far from shelter. Danny spoke at their funerals, adding their names to the growing list of people they'd lost. But spring came, as it always did. The snow melted, the streams thawed, life returned to the valley, and with spring came word of changes in the wider world. The council was fragmenting. Internal conflicts, power struggles, the strain of maintaining control over unwilling populations. Some factions were talking about negotiation, about coexistence. The reclamation was spreading, but also evolving. Some of their communities had abandoned the more extreme practices, becoming almost normal settlements that happened to share a strange theology. "The world's changing," Kevin reported at a leadership meeting. "Whatever we're building here, it's part of something bigger." "Good," Danny said. "That's what we wanted." But he knew it was more complicated than that. Change meant uncertainty. Uncertainty meant danger, and danger was their constant companion in this new world. Still, they kept building. The anniversary came on a gray morning in October. 1 year since Danny had walked out of that library basement. 1 year since the world had ended and a new one had begun. He marked the day quietly, stood on the hillside where he'd stood so many times, looked out at the valley, at the community, at everything they'd built. Elise found him there. 1 year, she said, 1 year. They stood in silence for a while. Then Elise said, "Remember when you found me on the island? What I said to you?" Danny thought back. The medical facility, the reunion, the disbelief in her eyes. "You said I wasn't real. I thought I was dreaming or dead." Elise's voice was soft. "You know what convinced me? Your hands." "My hands?" They were rough, calloused, cracked from the cold. She took his hand now, running her fingers over the familiar texture. "I remembered how soft they used to be. Before everything, and I knew, if this was a dream, I wouldn't have imagined you with hands like that." Danny looked at his hands, the hands of someone who'd worked, fought, survived. "They've changed a lot," he said. "So have you." Elise turned him to face her. "So have we both. For better? For different," she smiled. "Which in this world is probably the same thing." Danny pulled her close, held her, felt her heartbeat against his chest, steady and strong. "I love you," he said. "I know." She kissed him. "I love you too." They stood together on the hillside. Two people who'd found each other across 400 miles and a dead world, who'd lost everything and built something new from the wreckage. The future was uncertain. The threats were endless. The challenges would never stop coming. But they were together. They were alive. They were building. And that was everything. The message arrived 3 days later. Kevin intercepted it on a council frequency, a general broadcast meant to be heard by anyone listening. "Attention all settlements. The Council of Mackinac Island extends an offer of negotiation to all independent communities. We recognize that previous policies have not served the goal of human survival. We are prepared to discuss new arrangements, trade, cooperation, mutual defense, that respect community autonomy." Danny listened to the broadcast with the other leaders, his face unreadable. "It's a trap," Nikki said immediately. "Has to be." "Maybe." Lori's voice was thoughtful. "But it might also be real. The council's lost a lot of ground this past year. They're weaker than they've ever been. That doesn't mean they're trustworthy." "No, but it might mean they're desperate." Danny considered the options. A year ago, he would have rejected the offer instantly. Too much history, too much pain, too many reasons to distrust everything the council represented. But now, "We send a response," he said finally. "Not acceptance, not rejection, just willingness to talk." "Danny, I know the risks." He looked around at the faces gathered. "But if there's even a chance of ending this without more bloodshed, we have to try. And if it is a trap, then we deal with it. Like we deal with everything else." Danny stood. "Get me Kevin. We have a message to compose." The negotiations took months. Back and forth, proposal and counter-proposal. Careful words, hiding careful calculations. Danny didn't trust the council, would never trust them. But he kept talking, kept pushing, kept looking for a path that didn't end in more war. Other communities joined the negotiations. Victor's settlement, Margot's scattered survivors, even some reclamation splinter groups, those who'd moderated their beliefs enough to participate in civil discourse. It wasn't peace, not really. More like an armed truce, a fragile agreement that could shatter at any moment. But it was something. "You've done something remarkable," Elise said one evening, after a particularly difficult session. "I never thought I'd see the council at a negotiating table." "They're not there because they've changed," Danny said. "They're there because they're scared. Because we've become too strong to ignore." Does the reason matter? Danny thought about it. About all the people who died to get them to this point. About all the compromises and sacrifices and impossible choices. "Maybe not," he said. "Maybe what matters is what we do with the opportunity." "And what are we going to do?" Danny looked out the window of their shelter. At the community below, thriving after a year of hard work. At the future that might finally be taking shape. "We're going to keep building," he said. "No matter what happens with the council, no matter what new threats emerge, we keep building. That's the only answer I know. Elise took his hand. Then that's what we'll do. The second anniversary came quietly. 2 years since the library. 2 years since Danny had begun his journey. 2 years of loss and love and impossible persistence. The community had grown to nearly 200 people now. They had proper buildings, infrastructure, systems that would last. They had connections with dozens of other settlements, a network that spanned hundreds of miles. They had something that looked almost like a future. Danny marked the day by walking through the settlement, talking to people, seeing what they'd built. He found Beth in the school, teaching a class of 12 children. He found Kevin in the communications center, coordinating with distant communities. He found Nikki training new fighters, Lori organizing supply inventories, Gary maintaining the equipment that kept them alive. He found Elise in the medical clinic, treating a woman who'd arrived just that morning. Another refugee, another survivor, another life they could save. Busy day? Danny asked, leaning in the doorway. Every day's busy. Elise smiled, not looking up from her work. That's a good thing. Yeah, it is. He watched her for a moment. This woman he'd crossed a dead world to find, who'd survived things that would have broken most people, who'd stood beside him through everything. I love you, he said. I know. She finally looked up, her eyes warm. Shouldn't you be doing something important? Leading the community, saving the world? This is more important. Elise's smile widened. Flatterer, truth teller. He crossed to her, kissed her forehead, held her hand for just a moment. Tonight, he said. Dinner. Just us. It's a date. Danny walked out of the clinic, back into the community he'd helped build. Around him, people lived their lives, working, laughing, arguing, loving, being human in all its messy complexity. The dead were still out there. The council, the reclamation, all the threats that never quite went away. The future was uncertain, as it always had been. But right now, in this moment, they were alive. They were together. They were building something worth defending, and that was enough. That was everything. The third year began with a birth. Elena, one of Margot's original survivors, gave birth to a daughter on a cold morning in January. The baby was healthy, crying lustily, impossibly alive in a world that had tried so hard to end. They named her Hope. It wasn't the first birth in the community, wouldn't be the last. But something about this one felt different. A new generation born into the world they were building. A future that hadn't existed when Danny walked out of that library. She's beautiful, Danny said, looking at the tiny form in Elena's arms. She's loud, Elena said, exhausted but smiling. And hungry, and impossible. All the best ones are. Elena looked up at him. Thank you. For everything. For building a place where I could have her. I didn't build this place. We all did. You know what I mean. Danny did know. He'd heard it before from others. The gratitude, the acknowledgement, the weight of being the person people looked to. It still made him uncomfortable, even after all this time. Just keep her safe, he said. That's all the thanks I need. He walked out of the medical clinic, into the cold morning air. The community was waking up around him, people emerging from shelters, beginning another day of work and survival. 3 years. 3 years since the world ended. 3 years of fighting and building and hoping against hope. And now, a baby named Hope, crying her way into existence. If that wasn't a sign, Danny didn't know what was. The spring brought challenges. A harsh winter had depleted their food stores. Disease spread through one of the allied communities, killing a dozen people before they could contain it. The negotiations with the council stalled, then collapsed entirely when a new faction seized control. But they survived. They always survived. How do you do it? Pastor David asked one evening, after a particularly difficult day. Keep going, I mean, when everything seems to be falling apart. Danny thought about the question, about all the times he'd wanted to give up, all the moments when the weight had seemed unbearable. I don't know, he admitted. I just do. Because stopping isn't an option. That's not an answer. Maybe not. Danny looked at the pastor, at the lines of exhaustion and doubt on his face. But it's all I have. Every morning I wake up and I choose to keep going. That's not faith exactly, it's just stubbornness. Maybe stubbornness and faith aren't so different. Danny smiled. Maybe not. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sun set over the valley. I've been thinking about leaving, David said quietly. Danny looked at him. Leaving? There are communities to the east that need spiritual guidance, people who are struggling with questions I might be able to help with. David's voice was thoughtful. I've done what I can here. Maybe it's time to do more somewhere else. We'll miss you. I'll miss you too. David stood, stretching. But that's how it works, isn't it? People come together, build something, then spread out to build more. That's how we grow. Danny thought about Rome, heading south to find his family. About Marcus and the network, scattered but connected. About all the people who'd passed through his life, leaving their marks and moving on. When will you go? Spring, when the weather's better for travel? David looked at Danny. You've built something remarkable here, Danny. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I had help. Everyone has help. The point is what you do with it. David walked away, leaving Danny alone with the sunset in his thoughts. Another loss, another departure, another piece of his family moving on, but also another connection spreading out into the world, another thread in the web they were weaving. That was how it worked. That was how they grew. Summer brought unexpected visitors, a delegation from the council, not soldiers, not envoys, but refugees. 30 people who'd fled when the new faction took control, looking for anywhere that would take them. Why would we trust you? Nikki demanded, standing between the delegation and the community. Your people tried to kill us. Our people are dead. The speaker was a woman in her 40s, thin and worn from travel. The council we knew is gone. What's left is worse. Danny studied the refugees. They looked like what they claimed. Desperate, exhausted, afraid. Not very different from the people who'd come before. From communities destroyed or overrun. What happened? The woman, Dr. Sarah Chen, she said her name was, explained. The new faction was more extreme, more controlling, more willing to use force. They'd purged the moderates, consolidated power, begun cracking down on anyone who showed dissent. We barely got out, Sarah said. If we go back, they'll kill us. And you came here because you're the only ones who've stood against them. The only ones who've built something they couldn't destroy. Sarah's eyes were desperate, hopeful. Please, we have nowhere else to go. Danny looked at the refugees, at their faces, their fear, their hope. He thought about all the times he'd been the one seeking shelter, all the people who'd taken him in when they didn't have to. You can stay, he said, provisionally. We'll watch you, evaluate you. If you prove trustworthy, we will. Sarah's relief was palpable. Thank you. Thank you. The refugees were led into the community, assigned housing, given the same orientation everyone received. Most of them would integrate successfully. Some wouldn't. That was how it worked. That was how they grew. Fall brought word of Rome. His community had grown, spreading across the Ohio Valley, connecting with other settlements. They'd built something remarkable, different from Danny's approach, but just as vital. We're thinking about a larger network, Rome said during a radio conversation, not just communities, but regions. A way for all of us to coordinate, share resources, defend each other. That's ambitious. So was walking across Minnesota in the snow. Rome laughed. We've done ambitious before. Danny smiled, thinking about those weeks on the road. The truck, the cabin, the bridge. All the impossible things they'd survived. How's Sandra? Keisha? Good. Better than good. Rome's voice softened. Sandra's running our medical program. Keisha's training to be a scout. They've found purpose here. I'm glad. What about you? Elise? Danny looked out the window where Elise was visible crossing the courtyard, heading toward the clinic. We're good, he said. Building, growing, same as you. That's what we do now, isn't it? Build things. It's the only thing that makes sense. They talked for another hour, sharing updates, making plans. When the conversation ended, Danny sat in the communications center, thinking about all the threads connecting them now. Communities and people and hopes, spanning hundreds of miles. Not a world, exactly, but the beginning of one. The 4th year began with a funeral. Teddy, no, not Teddy. Teddy had been gone for years now, lost on the bridge. This was Victor, the old man who'd given them shelter when they'd needed it most, who'd helped them build what they'd become. He died peacefully, the message said, in his sleep. He asked us to tell you. He was proud of what you've built. Danny stood on the hillside that evening looking at the valley below. The community he'd helped create. The future they were building. Proud of what you've built. He didn't feel proud. He felt tired, worn, old in ways that had nothing to do with his age. But he also felt something else. Something like determination, or maybe faith. The stubborn belief that what they were doing mattered, even when everything seemed impossible. Victor was a good man, Elise said, joining him on the hillside. He was. He helped a lot of people. He did. Elise took his hand. So have you. Danny didn't answer. Just stood there, holding his wife's hand, watching the sun set over everything they'd built. 4 years. 4 years since the library. 4 years of loss and love and impossible persistence. And still they kept going. Still they kept building. That was all any of them could do. The spring brought something new. A message from communities to the south. Dozens of them, banding together, reaching out. They'd heard about the network, about what Danny and his people had built. They wanted to join. This is bigger than us now, Kevin said, showing Danny the communications. Hundreds of communities, thousands of people, all connected. Danny studied the maps, the numbers, the scale of what was forming. We never planned for this, he said. Nobody plans for this. It just happens. Kevin shrugged. People hear about something that works, something that gives them hope. They want to be part of it. And if it fails, then it fails. But at least we tried. Danny thought about that, about trying, failing, trying again, about the endless cycle of hope and loss that had defined his life since the outbreak. Set up the meetings, he said finally. Let's see what we can build. The negotiations took months. Representatives from 100 communities, each with their own concerns, their own fears, their own needs. Danny spent endless hours in meetings, mediating disputes, finding compromises, building consensus. It was exhausting work, but it was also meaningful, perhaps the most meaningful thing he'd ever done. By fall, they had the beginning of something. Not a government, exactly. No one wanted that. More like a framework for cooperation. Shared standards for defense, trade, communication. A way for communities to support each other without losing their independence. We're calling it the Compact, Danny announced at the final gathering, because that's what it is. An agreement between equals. No one rules, everyone contributes. Together we build something none of us could build alone. The representatives voted. The motion passed. Danny watched as people cheered, embraced, celebrated. He should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt tired and hopeful and afraid. You've done something amazing, Elise said, appearing beside him. We've done something, all of us. But you led, she took his hand. That matters. Danny looked at the crowd, at all the faces he'd come to know over the years, survivors, every one of them, builders. Maybe, he said, but leading doesn't mean anything if people don't follow. They chose to be here, chose to build this. I just pointed in a direction. That's leadership. Is it? Elise smiled. Yes, it is. The 5th year began quietly. Danny woke one morning to find Elise already gone, off to the clinic for an early shift. He lay in bed for a moment, listening to the sounds of the community awakening, voices, footsteps, the everyday noise of people living their lives. 5 years. 5 years since the world ended. And here they were, still alive, still building, still hoping. He got up, dressed, walked out into the morning light. The community spread out before him, larger and more complex than anything he'd imagined back in that library basement. He thought about the journey, The people he'd lost, the people he'd found, the choices he'd made, right and wrong, that had brought him here. He thought about Teddy singing on the bridge, about Rome, somewhere in Ohio, building his own piece of the future, about Beth and Nikki and Kevin and all the others who'd stood with him through everything. He thought about Elise, about the life they'd built together against all odds, and he smiled. Not because the future was certain, not because the threats had disappeared, not because anything was finished or resolved, but because they were still here, still fighting, still building. And that was everything. The world stretched out before him, broken and healing and full of possibility. Danny Kowalczyk walked into it, ready for whatever came next. The sixth spring arrived with news that changed everything. Danny was in the communications center when Kevin burst through the door, his face pale beneath the patchy beard he'd grown over the years. "We've got a problem." The message had come from Pastor David, broadcasting from a community 300 miles east. His voice was thin with static, but unmistakable, carrying the same measured calm Danny remembered from those early days on the road. The council's moving, not patrols, an army, thousands of soldiers, vehicles, heavy weapons. They're calling it the final reclamation. David's voice cracked slightly. "Danny, they're not just coming for you. They're coming for all of us, every community in the compact. They've decided we're too dangerous to ignore." Danny listened to the recording 3 times, feeling the familiar cold spread through his chest. 6 years of building, growing, hoping, and now this. "How long do we have?" Kevin pulled up the intelligence reports they'd been gathering. Based on their movement patterns, their staging areas, maybe 3 weeks, maybe less. 3 weeks. 3 weeks to prepare for a war they'd spent 6 years trying to avoid. Danny stood at the window, looking out at the community he'd helped build. Children playing in the courtyard, gardens being tended, people living their lives, unaware that everything was about to change. "Call a council meeting," he said. "Everyone. Tonight." The leadership of the compact gathered in the community's largest building, a converted barn that served as their meeting hall. Representatives from a dozen major settlements, connected by radio to dozens more. Faces Danny had come to know over the years, each carrying the weight of their own communities, their own responsibilities. "The council's new leadership has decided we're an existential threat," Danny explained, laying out the intelligence. "They're mobilizing everything they have. This isn't a raid or a show of force. This is an attempt to destroy us completely. How certain are we of this information?" The question came from Margaret, Victor's successor, who'd kept Haven running after the old man's death. "Certain enough. We've intercepted communications, tracked troop movements. This is real." Silence fell over the gathering. Danny could see the fear in their eyes, the doubt. 6 years of relative peace, shattered in a moment. "We can't fight them directly," Nikki said. She'd become the compact's military coordinator, her fierce energy channeled into training fighters and coordinating defense. "Even with everything we've built, they have more soldiers, better weapons, more resources. Then what do we do?" Margot's voice was sharp. "Roll over? Scatter and run again?" No. Danny had been thinking about this since the message arrived. "We do what we've always done. We use the terrain, the networks, the connections we've built. We make them fight on our terms, not theirs." He laid out the plan. Not a single battle, but 1,000 small ones. Guerrilla tactics across hundreds of miles. Strike and fade, disrupt supply lines, turn the council's greatest strength, their centralization, into their greatest weakness. "We can't win by fighting their army," Danny said, "but we can make the cost of victory so high that even victory becomes defeat." The debate went on for hours, questions, concerns, alternatives, but in the end they agreed. There was no other choice. The compact would fight. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Every community in the network mobilized. Fighters trained, supplies stockpiled, evacuation routes planned. Children and those who couldn't fight were moved to the most remote locations, hidden in the wilderness where the Council's army couldn't follow. Danny traveled between settlements, coordinating, encouraging, leading. He'd done this before. The desperate scramble of survival, the impossible calculus of war. But never on this scale. Never with so much at stake. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Elise said one night, finding him still awake, poring over maps and reports. "Someone has to. Not just someone. You." She sat beside him, took his hand. "Danny, you can't carry all of this. You'll break." "I can't not carry it. These people are counting on me. They're counting on all of us." Elise's voice was firm. "That's what you built. Not a hierarchy where everything depends on one person, but a network where everyone contributes. Trusted." Danny looked at her. At the woman who'd survived so much, who'd stood beside him through everything. "I'm scared," he admitted. "So am I." She squeezed his hand. "But that's okay. Being scared doesn't mean being weak. It means understanding what's at stake. And if we lose, then we lose together." Elise met his eyes. "But we won't lose without fighting, without making them understand that we're not victims. We're not resources. We're people who chose to be free." Danny pulled her close, held her, let himself feel, for just a moment, the fear and hope and love that had driven him since the beginning. "I love you," he said. "I know." She kissed him. "Now get some sleep. We've got a war to fight." The Council's army appeared on the horizon 2 weeks later. Danny watched through binoculars from a ridge overlooking the eastern approach. Vehicles stretching back for miles, soldiers in formation. The organized might of a faction that had decided the compact's existence could no longer be tolerated. "There are so many of them," Kevin said quietly. "Yes." Danny lowered the binoculars. "There are. Can we really do this?" Danny thought about the question, about all the battles they'd fought, all the impossible odds they'd overcome, about Teddy on the bridge, Rome heading south, all the people who'd sacrificed so they could be here. "We don't have a choice," he said. "So, yes, we can." The first engagement came that afternoon. A council patrol, advancing ahead of the main force, stumbled into a trap the Compact's fighters had prepared. Tripwires, concealed pits, shooters hidden in the trees. The patrol was eliminated in minutes, their vehicles disabled, their communications cut. It was a small victory, but it was a start. The war unfolded over weeks. The Council's army advanced, but every mile cost them. Ambushes along supply routes, sabotage of equipment, attacks that came from nowhere and disappeared before retaliation could arrive. Danny coordinated from a mobile command post, moving constantly to avoid council patrols. He slept in snatches, ate when he remembered, pushed himself beyond any limit he'd thought possible. "We're hurting them," Nikki reported after a particularly successful operation. "Their advance has slowed by half. Morale is dropping. Some units are refusing to move at night." "And our losses?" Nikki's face tightened. 37 confirmed dead. Another 20 missing. 37. 37 names Danny would have to learn. 37 lives cut short. "It's working," Nikki continued. "The strategy is working. If we can maintain this pressure..." "How long can we maintain it?" Danny looked at the maps, at the supply figures, at all the numbers that told the same story. "We're burning through resources faster than we can replace them. Another month of this, and we won't have anything left to fight with. Then we need to end it before then." "How?" Nikki was silent. They both knew the answer. There was only one way to end this quickly. Strike at the heart of the Council's operation. Their command structure, their leadership, the decision-makers who'd launched this war. "We'd never get close," Danny said. "They've got their headquarters surrounded by..." "Not their headquarters." Nikki pulled out a different map. "Their supply depot. Here, 20 miles behind the front lines. Everything they need to keep this army moving. Fuel, ammunition, food. Take that out, and they've got maybe a week before their whole operation collapses." Danny studied the map. The depot was heavily guarded, fortified, surrounded by patrols. Getting in would be nearly impossible. but not completely impossible. Who would we need? Small team, 10, maybe 12 people. Best fighters we've got. Nicky met his eyes. And someone to lead them who the council doesn't expect. Someone like me. Someone exactly like you. Danny looked at the map. At the depot. At the path that might lead to victory. Let me talk to Elise, he said. She didn't take it well. You're insane. Elise paced their small shelter, her voice tight with controlled fury. You're talking about walking into the most heavily defended position they have. I'm talking about ending this war. By getting yourself killed? By taking away their ability to fight. Danny reached for her, but she pulled away. Elise, listen to me. Every day this continues, people die. Our people. If we can end it. If. That's a big if, Danny. It's the only if we've got. Elise stopped pacing, stood with her back to him, shoulders trembling. I already lost you once, she said quietly. When I was on that island, when they told me you were dead, that was the worst moment of my life. Worse than the outbreak. Worse than everything they did to me. I know. And now you're asking me to watch you walk into something that might... Her voice broke. I can't do that again, Danny. I can't. Danny crossed to her, put his hands on her shoulders, felt her tension, her fear, her love. I'm not asking you to watch, he said. I'm asking you to trust me, to believe that I'm going to do everything possible to come back to you. That's not the same thing. No, but it's what I have to offer. He turned her to face him. Elise, I've spent 6 years building this, building us. I'm not going to throw that away on a suicide mission. But I also can't sit back and let other people die while I stay safe. Why does it have to be you? Because I'm the one they're not expecting. Because I know how they think, how they operate. Because, he stopped. Because this is who I am now. The person I became because of you. Because of everything. Elise looked at him for a long moment. Then, she reached up, touched his face. You'd better come back to me, she said. Oh, I will. Promise. I promise. She kissed him, fierce and desperate. Then go, she said. Do what you have to do. And come back. The team assembled at dawn. 12 people handpicked for the mission. Nicky, of course. She'd refused to let Danny go without her. Gary, whose knowledge of boats and water had become essential to the compact's operations. Doug, who'd grown from the bitter, resentful man Danny had first met into something approaching reliable. Lori, whose ruthless pragmatism had saved lives more times than Danny could count. And others. Fighters Danny had trained. Survivors who'd proven themselves. People willing to risk everything for the chance to end this war. The depot is 20 miles behind enemy lines, Danny briefed them, gathered in a hollow away from prying eyes. We'll move at night, use the river route Gary's scouted. Once we're in position, we blow it all to hell, Nicky finished. That's the idea. Danny looked at each face in turn. I'm not going to lie to you. The odds aren't good. We might not come back. We knew that when we signed up, Gary said. His weathered face was calm, accepting. We're here anyway. Why? Because you asked, Gary shrugged. And because some things are worth dying for. Danny felt the weight of their trust, their willingness to follow him into what might be the end. It was a burden he'd carried for years, but it never got lighter. Then let's move, he said. We've got a long way to go. They traveled through the night. The route Gary had found followed a river that wound through territory the council thought was impassable. They moved in silence, single file, using the water to mask their sound and scent. The moon was a sliver overhead, providing just enough light to see by. Danny walked near the front of the column, every sense alert for danger. Around them, the forest was quiet. Too quiet, the normal sounds of night suppressed by the presence of so many humans. Patrol, Amy whispered. She'd joined them at the last minute, her wilderness skills too valuable to leave behind. 200 yards, moving east. They froze. Danny could hear it now, footsteps, voices, the crackle of a radio, council soldiers sweeping the area. Down, he breathed. Don't move. They pressed themselves into the riverbank, into the mud and cold water, becoming invisible. The patrol passed within 50 yards, flashlights sweeping the trees, never quite reaching the water's edge. Danny held his breath, felt his heart pounding, waited. The patrol moved on. Clear, Amy whispered after an eternity. They continued. Dawn found them in a cave, hidden in a hillside overlooking the river valley. From here, they could see the supply depot in the distance, a sprawling complex of buildings and storage facilities surrounded by fences and guard towers. Security's tight, Nikki observed, studying it through binoculars. Perimeter patrols every 15 minutes. Guard towers with overlapping fields of fire. Looks like at least 100 soldiers on site. The fuel storage is here. Danny pointed to a cluster of large tanks on the depot's western edge. That's our primary target. Take that out, and the whole place goes up. How do we get close enough? Danny had been thinking about that the whole journey. The river. It runs right past the depot's northern fence. Gary, you said there's a culvert. Storm drain, yeah. Old infrastructure from before. Big enough to fit a person if they don't mind getting wet. Gary's expression was grim. But it'll be watched. Not if they're distracted. The plan took shape through the morning. A diversionary attack on the eastern side, drawing attention and forces. A small team, Danny, Nikki, and Gary, moving through the culvert to reach the fuel storage. Explosives planted, time to give them a chance to escape before everything went to hell. It's risky, Lori said when Danny finished explaining. Everything's risky now. More risky than usual, I mean. Her calculating eyes studied the depot. A lot of things have to go right for this to work. I know. And if they don't? Danny met her gaze. Then we improvise. That's what we do. Lori was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. Okay, I'm in. They waited through the day, resting in shifts, watching the depot's patterns. By evening, they had a detailed understanding of the security rotations, the weak points, the windows of opportunity. We go at midnight, Danny decided. Darkest part of the night. The diversionary team moves first, draws the response. Then the infiltration team goes. The hours crawled by. Danny sat at the cave mouth, watching the sun set over the enemy compound, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. Lori found him there as twilight faded into darkness. You're thinking too hard, she said, settling beside him. Just thinking. Same thing with you. She was quiet for a moment, then, I never thanked you. For what? For not giving up on me. Back in the beginning, when She stopped. I almost betrayed you. Would have if I hadn't changed my mind at the last moment. You should have thrown me out after that. Should have left me behind. But I didn't. No, you didn't. Lori turned to look at him. I've never understood why. Danny thought about it. About the person Lori had been, the person she'd become. About second chances and redemption and the complicated math of survival. Because everyone deserves a chance to be better, he said finally, including you, including all of us. That's naive, maybe, but it's also true. Danny met her eyes. You've saved lives, Lori. Built things, helped people. Whatever you almost did back then, that's not who you are now. Lori was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was rough. If something happens tonight, if I don't make it, I want you to know. I'm grateful. For the chance. For everything. You'll make it. Maybe, but if I don't... She reached out, squeezed his hand briefly. Thank you. For seeing something in me worth saving. She stood and walked away before he could respond. Danny watched her go, feeling the weight of the moment, the words left unsaid. Tomorrow would bring what it would bring. Tonight, there was only the waiting. Midnight came cold and clear. The diversionary team moved first, Doug leading, along with 6 fighters, who'd volunteered for the most dangerous part of the operation. Their job was simple. Make noise, draw fire, convince the council that the main attack was coming from the east. Ready? Danny asked through the radio. Ready. Doug's voice was steady. Whatever else had changed about the man, he'd learned to face fear without flinching. Give us 10 minutes, then move. Good luck. Yeah, you too. The radio went silent. Danny counted the seconds, felt the tension building in his chest, the familiar pre-combat mix of fear and focus. Then, the eastern side of the depot erupted in gunfire. That's our cue, Nikki said. Let's move. They slipped down the hillside toward the river, 3 shadows in the darkness. The sound of battle covered their approach. Explosions, automatic weapons, shouting. The diversionary attack was working, drawing every available soldier toward the eastern fence. The culvert was exactly where Gary had said it would be. A concrete pipe, maybe 4 feet in diameter, running under the depot's perimeter fence. Cold water flowed out of it, knee-deep and freezing. "This is going to be unpleasant," Gary muttered. "Better than dying," Nikki replied. They entered the pipe. The culvert was a nightmare. Pitch black, freezing water, the ceiling close enough to scrape their heads. Danny moved by feel, one hand on the wall, trying not to think about what might be in the water with them. The sounds of battle faded as they went deeper, replaced by the echo of their own movements, the splash of every step amplified in the confined space. "How much farther?" Nikki's voice was a whisper. "Should be about 200 yards, Gary replied. "There's a maintenance access point near the fuel storage." 200 yards, an eternity in the dark. They pushed on. Danny's mind wandered as they moved. He thought about Elise, waiting back at the camp. About Rome, somewhere in Ohio, probably worrying about his own battles. About all the people counting on this mission to succeed. About all the ways it could fail. A light appeared ahead. "That's the access point," Gary breathed. "Hold here. Let me check." He moved forward, silent despite the water, disappearing around a bend in the pipe. Minutes passed. Danny listened for sounds of discovery, of alarm, but heard nothing. Then Gary was back, his face pale in the reflected light from above. 2 guards at the access hatch. "We'll have to take them out quietly." "Can we?" "Only one way to find out." The guards never saw them coming. Danny and Nikki emerged from the maintenance hatch like ghosts, taking the 2 soldiers down before they could raise an alarm. It was quick, brutal, necessary, the kind of violence Danny had learned to accept, even if he'd never learned to like it. "Clear," Nikki whispered. They were inside the depot now, surrounded by buildings and equipment, the fuel storage tanks looming 50 yards away. The sounds of battle still echoed from the eastern fence, but they were weaker now. The diversionary team couldn't hold out forever. "We need to move fast," Danny said. They ran. The fuel tanks were massive, each one holding thousands of gallons of diesel and gasoline, the lifeblood of the Council's army. Danny and Gary worked quickly, planning the explosives they'd carried through the culvert, rigging timers for 15 minutes. "That's the last one," Gary said. "We need to go." "The charges won't be enough." Nikki was studying the tanks, her tactical mind working. "They'll damage the tanks, but they might not trigger a full explosion. We need—" A shout from nearby. A flashlight beam sweeping toward them. "Contact!" Gunfire erupted. The next few minutes were chaos. Danny dove behind a storage container as bullets pinged off metal around him. Nikki was returning fire, her shots precise and deadly. Gary was somewhere to the left, his weapon adding to the cacophony. "We need to move," Danny shouted. "The timers? Forget the timers! We go now!" They ran for the perimeter fence, the nearest exit from the chaos. Behind them, alarms were sounding. More soldiers were converging, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Gary reached the fence first, pulling at the chain link, looking for a way through. Nikki was covering their retreat, her ammunition running low. Here! Gary had found a gap, a section of fence that had been poorly maintained, the bottom loose enough to squeeze under. Nikki went first, sliding through with practiced efficiency. Danny was right behind her, feeling the fence scrape against his back. Gary was last. He was halfway through when the bullet hit him. "Gary!" Danny turned, saw the fisherman collapse, blood spreading across his back. He reached through the fence, grabbed Gary's arm, pulled. "Leave me!" Gary gasped. "Go! Like hell!" Danny hauled him through the gap, ignoring the pain in his own muscles, ignoring the bullets that were getting closer. Nikki was there, helping, and together, they dragged Gary into the cover of the trees. "How bad?" Danny demanded. Nikki was already checking the wound, her hands coming away red. "Bad. Through and through, but it hit something. I can feel it." Gary's voice was weak but calm. "Something's wrong inside. I've seen enough wounds to know. We can—" "You can't." Gary reached up, grabbed Danny's arm. "Listen to me. The charges aren't going to be enough. You need to trigger the explosion another way. Gary, the emergency valves, on the tanks. If you open them, Let the fuel flow, then a single spark. He coughed, blood on his lips. The whole thing goes up. We're not leaving you. You have to. Gary's grip tightened. Danny, this is it. This is what all of it was for. The depot, the army, the war. This is how we win. Not like this. Exactly like this. Gary smiled, weak but genuine. I've had a good run. Better than I deserved, probably. Let me do something that matters. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit were getting closer. Danny! Nikki's voice was urgent. We have to move. Danny looked at Gary. This man he'd traveled with, fought beside, trusted with his life. This man who was dying because of a mission Danny had led him into. I'm sorry, Danny said. Don't be. Gary released his arm. Just make sure it counts. Danny nodded, turned, ran. Behind him, he heard Gary laugh. A genuine sound, surprisingly light. Hey, council bastards, over here. Gunfire. Then nothing. Danny didn't look back. The explosion lit up the night. Danny and Nikki had made it back to the culvert, had stumbled through the freezing water, had emerged on the far side of the river just as the fuel tanks went up. The fireball rose hundreds of feet into the air, a pillar of flame that turned night into day. Secondary explosions followed as other storage facilities caught, spreading the destruction. The supply depot, the heart of the council's army, was being consumed. He did it, Nikki breathed. Danny couldn't speak. He just stood there, watching the flames, feeling the heat on his face, even from this distance. Gary had done it, had given everything to make sure their mission succeeded. Now, Danny had to make sure it mattered. The retreat was a blur. They linked up with the diversionary team, or what was left of it. Doug was there, wounded but alive. Others weren't as lucky. 3 dead, 2 more critically injured. The depot? Doug asked. Gone. Danny's voice was hollow. Gary, I saw the explosion. Doug's face was grim. He always said he wanted to go out in style. Danny didn't have a response for that. They moved through the night, carrying their wounded, staying ahead of the council's disorganized response. The destruction of the depot had thrown everything into chaos. Patrols that should have been hunting them were instead fighting fires, trying to salvage what they could. By dawn, they'd reached the rendezvous point. Amy was waiting, along with a team that would help them the rest of the way. The depot? She asked. Destroyed. Casualties? Danny hesitated. Then Gary. And 3 from the diversion team. Amy's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. Gary was a good man. Yes, he was. They began the long journey home. The news of the depot's destruction spread like wildfire. Within days, the council's advance had stalled completely. Without fuel, their vehicles were useless. Without ammunition and supplies, their soldiers couldn't fight. The army that had seemed unstoppable was suddenly stranded, vulnerable. The compact's guerrilla forces pressed their advantage. Ambushes that had been harassment became devastating. Supply lines that were already strained collapsed entirely. By the end of the month, the council was in full retreat. We're winning, Nikki reported at a strategy session. Their army's falling apart. Units are deserting, some are surrendering, others are just walking away. And the council leadership? In chaos. The generals are blaming each other. The administrators are trying to save themselves. Some are talking about negotiation. Danny absorbed the news. They were winning. After 6 years of building, weeks of war, and losses that still made his chest ache, they were winning. But victory felt hollow. What about Gary's body? Nikki shook her head. We couldn't recover it. The fire was too intense. His family has been notified. Margaret's handling it personally. Danny nodded. Another name to add to the list. Another face he'd carry with him forever. What's our next move? Nikki asked. Danny looked at the maps, at the symbols showing the council's retreating forces, at all the empty space where their army had been. We push forward, he said carefully. We don't want to overextend, but we keep the pressure on until they agree to terms. What kind of terms? The kind that ensure this never happens again. The negotiations began 2 weeks later. Danny traveled to a neutral location, a town that had managed to stay independent throughout the war, governed by people who had no allegiance to either side. The council's representatives met him there. They were not what he expected. The man who led their delegation was young, mid-30s at most, with tired eyes and a face that suggested he hadn't slept in weeks. "Mr. Kowalczyk," he said, "I'm Director Chen. I've been appointed to handle these discussions." Appointed by whom? By the faction that's trying to end this war, before there's nothing left to save. Chen sat down heavily. The people who started this, the extremists who took control, they're gone, dead or fled or in custody. What's left of the council wants peace. Danny studied him, looked for the deception, the calculation, the hidden agenda. Why should I believe you? Because I'm here. Because I've got nothing to offer except an end to the fighting. Chen pulled out a folder, pushed it across the table. These are our terms. Complete withdrawal from compact territory, recognition of your independence, trade agreements, mutual defense pacts, whatever you want. Danny looked at the documents, at the concessions the council was offering. This isn't a negotiation. This is a surrender. Call it what you want. Chen's voice was flat. We've lost. We know it. All we're asking is a chance to salvage something from the wreckage. Danny thought about it, about all the death and destruction that had brought them to this moment, about Gary sacrificing himself so the depot would burn, about all the others who'd given everything. What guarantees do I have that this is real? That this isn't just a trick to buy time? None. Chen met his eyes. You have no reason to trust us. After everything the council has done, to your wife, to your people, to everyone who stood against us, you have every reason to refuse. But I'm asking anyway. Chen's voice cracked slightly, because the alternative is more war, more death, more suffering on both sides, and I don't think anyone wants that. Danny sat in silence for a long moment. He thought about Elise, about the community they'd built, about all the futures that might be possible if the fighting stopped. I'll need to consult with my people, he said finally. Of course. And any agreement will need verification, inspections, guarantees beyond just words on paper. Whatever you need, Danny stood. I'll be in touch. He walked out of the room, carrying the weight of the decision that would come. The compact's leadership debated for 3 days. Some wanted to reject the offer, to press the advantage until the council was completely destroyed. Others wanted to accept immediately, to end the bloodshed before more people died. Danny listened to all of them, weighed the arguments, thought about what victory actually meant. In the end, he called for a vote. We accept the terms, he said, with modifications. Complete withdrawal, as they offered. Recognition of all independent communities, not just the compact. A framework for cooperation that protects everyone's autonomy. And if they don't agree to the modifications, then we keep fighting. But I think they will. Danny looked around the room. The council's not what it was. The people who wanted war are gone. The ones who are left, they're just trying to survive. Same as us. The vote passed. The peace treaty was signed on a gray morning in early fall. Danny stood in the same neutral town where the negotiations had begun, watching as representatives from both sides put their names to a document that would reshape the world. It wasn't a perfect peace. There would be tensions, disagreements, moments when everything threatened to fall apart. But it was a beginning, a chance to build something better than endless war. You did it, Elise said afterward, finding him alone on a balcony overlooking the town square. We did it, all of us. But you led. She took his hand. That matters. Danny looked out at the town below, at the people going about their lives, unaware of how close everything had come to destruction. Gary should be here, he said quietly. He is, in a way. Elise squeezed his hand. Every person who survives because of what we built, he's in them. All of them are. Teddy, Rome, everyone we've lost along the way. That's not enough. It has to be. Elise turned him to face her. Danny, we can't bring them back. All we can do is honor their sacrifice by making what they died for matter. And that's what you're doing. Danny looked at her, at this woman he'd crossed a dead world to find, who'd survived things that would have broken most people, who still somehow believed in him. "I love you," he said. "I know." She smiled. "Now let's go home." The journey back to the community took 3 days. They traveled through territory that had been war zones just weeks before. Burnt-out vehicles, destroyed buildings, the scars of conflict visible everywhere. But also people. Survivors emerging from hiding, beginning the work of rebuilding. "It's going to take years to repair all this," Danny observed. Years, at least. Elise was looking out the window of their vehicle. "But at least now we have years." "Do you think it'll hold? The peace?" "I think it depends on what we do next. Whether we can build something that makes people want peace more than war." Danny thought about that. About the work ahead, the challenges they'd face. "We've done it before," he said. "Yes, we have." They drove on, through the landscape of destruction and hope, toward the home they'd built. The community welcomed them back with celebration. People lined the road as their vehicle approached, cheering, waving homemade banners. Children ran alongside, faces bright with joy. "They know," Danny said. "Word travels fast." Elise was smiling. "They've been preparing this since the news came through." Danny looked at the crowd, at the faces he knew, friends, colleagues, fellow survivors, at the community they'd built together, against all odds. "I don't know what to say to them." "You don't have to say anything." Elise took his hand. "They don't need speeches. They just need to see you." The vehicle stopped. Danny stepped out. The cheering intensified. People pressed forward, wanting to shake his hand, to embrace him, to share in the moment. Danny saw Beth in the crowd, tears streaming down her face. Kevin looking younger than he had in years. The weight of worry finally lifted. Margot, surrounded by her survivors, the people who'd come so far together, and others. So many others. The community he'd helped build, celebrating the peace they'd helped win. Danny raised his hand. The crowd quieted. "We did this together," he said, his voice carrying across the assembly. "Every one of you. The fighters, the farmers, the teachers, the healers. Everyone who believed that we could be more than survivors. That we could build something worth defending." He paused, feeling the emotion rising in his chest. "We've lost people along the way. People we loved. People who gave everything so we could be here today. Gary, Teddy, so many others." His voice cracked. "We can never repay that debt, but we can honor it. By making what they died for matter. By building a world worth the sacrifice." The crowd was silent. "This isn't the end," Danny continued. "It's a beginning. A chance to create something better. Something lasting. And I know, that if we work together, if we keep believing in each other, there's nothing we can't do." The cheering erupted again, louder than before. Danny stepped back, overwhelmed. Elise was there, taking his arm, guiding him through the crowd to the home they'd made. "That was beautiful," she said quietly. "I just said what I felt. That's what made it beautiful." They walked together through the celebrating crowd, through the community that had survived the impossible, into a future that suddenly seemed full of possibility. The weeks after the peace treaty were a blur of work and hope. The compact began the long process of reconstruction. Communities that had been damaged by the war received assistance. Trade routes were established with former council territories. Systems were put in place to prevent future conflicts. Danny traveled constantly, coordinating, encouraging, leading. But it was different now. Not the desperate scramble of survival, but the steady work of building. "You look tired," Elise said one evening, finding him at his desk, surrounded by papers and reports. "Just a lot to do." "There's always a lot to do." She sat on the edge of the desk. "But you can't do it all yourself." "I know." Danny rubbed his eyes. "I'm trying to delegate more. It's just hard." "I know." She reached out, touched his face. "But you have people who can help. Trust them." Danny looked at her, at the woman who'd been with him through everything. "When did you get so wise?" 6 years of watching you learn the same lessons over and over." She smiled. "Some of it was bound to rub off." Danny laughed. For the first time in weeks, he actually laughed. "Okay," he said. "Point taken. I'll take a break." "Good." Elise stood. Come for a walk with me. There's something I want to show you." They walked through the community as evening fell. The familiar sights and sounds surrounded them, people going about their lives, children playing, the everyday activities of a functioning society. But Elise led him past all of it, up the hillside to the ridge that overlooked the valley. "Remember when we first came here?" she asked. "Hey, how empty it was." Danny looked down at the community below. The buildings, the gardens, the infrastructure of a place that hundreds of people now called home. "I remember. We built all of this, from nothing." Elise turned to face him. "Do you ever think about how remarkable that is?" "Sometimes, when I'm not too busy worrying about everything that could still go wrong. That's the problem." Elise took his hand. "You're so focused on the challenges, the threats, the work that still needs to be done. You never stop to appreciate what you've already accomplished. There's too much at stake to... There's always too much at stake. That's life." Elise stepped closer. "But if you never stop to appreciate the good moments, what's the point of fighting for them?" Danny looked at her, at the valley below, at the sunset painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. "I love you," he said. "I know." Elise smiled. "But I think you're missing my point." "Which is?" "Which is that you've done something amazing. Not just surviving, building, creating, giving people hope." She squeezed his hand. "You should be proud of that." "I am. Danny stopped, started again. "I think about everyone we lost. Teddy, Gary, all the others. And I wonder if I could have done more, saved more of them." "You couldn't have." Elise's voice was gentle. "Danny, you did everything possible. More than anyone could have asked. The people we lost, they made their own choices. They knew the risks." "That doesn't make it easier. It's not supposed to be easy. Grief never is." Elise turned him to face the sunset. "But it doesn't have to stop you from living, from appreciating what you have." Danny watched the sun sink toward the horizon, felt Elise's warmth beside him, thought about everything that had brought them to this moment. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay? Okay, I'll try. To appreciate things more. To stop carrying everything alone. That's all I'm asking." They stood together in silence, watching the day end, feeling something shift between them. A release of tension, an acceptance of what was. The message from Pastor David arrived 3 weeks later. Danny was in the communications center when Kevin handed him the transcript, his face troubled. "He's in trouble." The message was fragmentary, broken by distance and interference. But the meaning was clear. Reclamation remnants, attacking communities to the east. Need help. Please. Danny's stomach dropped. The reclamation, they'd thought the cult was finished, scattered after their prophet's death and the collapse of their central organization. But apparently, some factions had survived. How far? 300 miles, give or take. Can we reach him? If we move fast? Kevin's expression was grim. But Danny, this could be a trap. Or it could be legitimate but too dangerous to intervene. Danny thought about David. About the man who'd wrestled with his faith through hell after hell, who'd found meaning in helping others, who'd left the community to spread that help further. "We're going," Danny said. "Danny, we're going." His voice was firm. "David's one of us. We don't leave our people behind." They assembled a response team in hours. 20 fighters, the best they had, armed and supplied for a rapid deployment. Nikki led them, her tactical experience essential. Doug volunteered without being asked. Something had changed in him since the depot mission, a sense of purpose that hadn't been there before. "I'm coming too," Elise said. "Elise?" "Don't." Her voice was firm. "David's a friend, and you're going to need medical support if things go bad." Danny wanted to argue, wanted to protect her from whatever they might face. But he knew better. "Okay," he said. "Together." They moved out at dawn. The journey east was tense. They moved fast, pushing their vehicles to the limit, sleeping in shifts, stopping only when absolutely necessary. The territory they traveled through was unfamiliar, outside the compact's usual range, marked by ruins and isolation. "This is reclamation country," Nikki observed on the second day. Or was. Their symbols are everywhere. Danny saw what she meant. The strange markings painted on buildings, the ritual sites, the evidence of a cult that had spread further than they'd realized. How many survived, he asked. Hard to say. The main organization collapsed, but there were splinter groups, offshoots that kept the faith in their own way. Wonderful. They pushed on. David's community was under siege. They arrived on the third day to find it surrounded. A ring of reclamation fighters, maybe 50 strong, blocking every exit. The community itself was a cluster of buildings on a hillside. Defensible, but not indefinitely. They're still holding, Nikki reported, studying the situation through binoculars. But they're outnumbered. If we don't do something, we do something. Danny was already thinking. We can't hit them head on. There are too many. But if we can break the siege, give the people inside a chance to escape. Diversionary attack? Something like that. The plan came together quickly. A feint from the south, drawing reclamation forces away from the main escape route. Then a coordinated push to punch through the weakened perimeter. It's risky, Nikki said. Everything's risky. Let's move. The battle was chaos. Danny's team hit the southern perimeter first, guns blazing, making as much noise as possible. The reclamation responded exactly as hoped, pulling fighters from other positions, rushing to meet the threat. Now, Danny shouted into the radio. Go now. The main force pushed through the weakened eastern perimeter, fighting their way toward the besieged community. Danny could see the gates opening, people spilling out, fleeing toward freedom. And then everything went wrong. The reclamation had kept a reserve, a group that appeared from nowhere, cutting off the escape route. Danny's team was suddenly caught between two forces, taking fire from multiple directions. Fall back, Nikki was shouting. We can't hold here. But falling back meant abandoning the civilians who'd just escaped. Danny could see them, maybe 30 people, caught in the crossfire with nowhere to go. Cover them, he shouted. Get them to the vehicles. His fighters moved, forming a protective barrier around the fleeing civilians. It worked, for a moment. But the reclamation was pressing hard, and their ammunition wasn't infinite. That was when Danny saw David. The pastor emerged from the community's gates, moving toward the children who'd been separated from the main group. 5 kids, maybe 6, huddled behind an overturned cart while bullets flew around them. David, no! But David was already moving, his body between the children and the gunfire. He reached them, gathered them, started leading them towards safety. The reclamation fighter appeared from behind a building, his rifle raised. David saw him, stepped in front of the children. The shots hit him square in the chest. Danny watched David fall, watched the children scatter, screaming, watched one of his fighters reach them, scoop them up, carry them to safety. Watched the man who'd wrestled with his faith through the end of the world, who'd finally found peace in helping others, die on the ground with a prayer on his lips. Something broke inside Danny, something that had been holding him together, keeping him focused, keeping him human. He moved. Later, he wouldn't remember the details, just flashes, running, firing, fighting with a fury he didn't know he possessed. The reclamation fighter who'd killed David went down, then another, then another. When it was over, Danny was standing in silence, surrounded by the aftermath. Danny! Elisa's voice soft and urgent. Danny, it's over. He looked at her, saw the concern in her eyes. David, I know. Elise took his arm. I know. Danny walked to where David lay. The pastor's face was peaceful, his eyes open, looking at something beyond what anyone could see. He saved them, Danny said. The children. He saved them. Yes. Why? The word came out broken. Why does it always... He couldn't finish. The grief was too raw, too close to the surface. Elise held him while he cried. They buried David that evening. The community he'd served gathered around his grave, joined by Danny's people. Faces he didn't know, people David had helped over the months since he'd left them. Danny spoke at the service. David wrestled with his faith, he said. Questioned it. Sometimes I think he doubted more than any of us. But he never stopped trying to help people, never stopped believing that what he did mattered. He paused, struggling with the emotion. In the end, he gave his life for children he barely knew. Strangers who needed someone to protect them. Danny's voice cracked. That's who he was. That's what faith looks like when it's real. Others spoke. Stories of David's kindness, his wisdom, his struggles. The portrait that emerged was of a man who'd been human, flawed and uncertain, but who'd chosen to keep reaching for something better. They lowered him into the ground as the sun set, filled the grave with earth, marked it with a simple cross, another loss, another name to carry. Danny walked away from the grave, feeling the weight settle onto his shoulders, like a familiar burden. The journey home was quiet. They brought David's people with them, 30 survivors from the besieged community. Joining the caravan back to compact territory, most were exhausted, traumatized, grateful beyond words to be alive. Danny rode in silence, staring out the window at the landscape passing by. You can't blame yourself. Elise had moved to sit beside him. I know. He made his choice. Same as Gary, same as Teddy. They knew what they were doing. I know that too. Then what? Danny thought about how to answer. About the complicated mix of grief and guilt and exhaustion that had been building for years. I'm tired, he said finally. Tired of losing people. Tired of making decisions that get people killed. Tired of carrying it. That's fair, is it? Danny turned to look at her. People depend on me, on the decisions I make. I don't get to be tired. Everyone gets tired, Danny. That's not weakness. It's being human. Being human gets people killed. Now, being human is the whole point. Elise took his hand. We're not fighting for survival. We never were. We're fighting for the chance to be human, to feel tired, to grieve, to love, to hope, all of it. Danny looked at their intertwined fingers, at the woman who'd been with him through everything. I don't know how to stop, he admitted. Maybe you don't have to stop. Maybe you just have to accept that it's okay to rest sometimes, to let other people carry the weight. That's terrifying. I know, Elise smiled, but you've done scarier things. Danny thought about that, about all the impossible moments he'd survived, about all the fears he'd faced. Maybe she was right. Maybe accepting help was just another kind of courage. Okay, he said, okay? I'll try to let people help, to rest when I need to. Good. Elise leaned against him. That's all I'm asking. They rode together through the fading light toward home. The community welcomed the refugees with open arms. Danny watched as David's people were integrated, given housing, medical care, places in the social fabric. The system they'd built over years was working, absorbing newcomers, expanding to meet the need. You should rest, Nikki said, finding him watching from the community center's porch. You've been going non-stop since we got back. I will, soon. You always say that. Danny smiled tiredly. This time, I mean it. Nikki studied him with eyes that had seen too much. What happened out there changed something in you. David dying? Partly, but there's more. Nikki sat down beside him. You're different. I don't know how to describe it. Danny thought about her words, about the shift he'd felt since watching David fall. I think I finally understood something, he said slowly. Something I should have understood a long time ago. What? That I'm not indispensable. That what we've built, it's not about me, it's about all of us. The systems, the connections, the community. He paused. I can rest because there are people who can carry on if I'm not there. Nikki was quiet for a moment. That's surprisingly healthy. Don't get used to it. Danny stood, stretching. I'm still going to worry too much and work too hard. But maybe not quite as much as before. Progress. Nikki smiled. Who knew you were capable? Very funny. He walked away, heading toward the home he shared with Elise. That night, Elise found him on the porch, looking at the stars. Can't sleep? Not yet, just thinking. She sat beside him, pulling a blanket around both of them against the chill. About David? Partly about all of them. Danny watched a shooting star trace across the sky. About whether any of it was worth it. That's a dangerous question. Maybe. He turned to look at her. But I keep coming back to the same answer. Which is, yes, it was worth it. Danny's voice was quiet but certain. Not because we won, or because things turned out okay, but because we tried. Because we chose to fight for something instead of just surviving. Elise took his hand. David would have agreed with that. I think so too. Danny looked back at the stars. He was always searching for meaning. I think in the end he found it. In protecting those children. In giving everything for others. That's what he believed, underneath all his doubts. That helping people was the whole point. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sky. I've been thinking, Elise said eventually, about what comes next, after everything. She paused. We've been fighting for so long, building, surviving, but at some point we have to actually live. What does that look like? I don't know. Normal things, maybe? A routine that isn't about crisis management. Time to actually enjoy what we've created. Danny thought about it, about the life they'd had before the outbreak, the quiet mornings, the predictable days, about how much he'd taken it for granted. I'd like that, he said, and someday. Why not now? Because... He stopped. Thought about Elise's words, about what she'd been trying to teach him. Actually, I don't have a good reason. Elise smiled. Progress. Slow progress. Still counts. She leaned against him. Tomorrow, let's do something normal. Just us. No crises, no decisions, no weight of the world. What did you have in mind? I don't know. Walk in the forest? Eat a meal that isn't planned around strategy meetings? Act like regular people for a change? Danny laughed. That sounds terrifying. I know, but you've done scarier things. He pulled her closer. Okay, he said. Tomorrow. Something normal. Promise? Promise. They sat together under the stars. Two people who'd found each other across a dead world, who'd lost everything and built something new from the wreckage. And for the first time in longer than Danny could remember, the future didn't feel like a weight to be carried. It felt like a gift. The 7th year began with spring. Flowers pushed through the soil where Danny had helped dig graves. Children played in streets that had once been battle zones. The world was healing slowly but surely. The compact had grown to encompass nearly 100 communities, spread across hundreds of miles. Trade routes connected them. Communication systems kept them in touch. A framework of cooperation kept the peace. And Danny was finally learning to rest. Not completely. The habits of years weren't so easily broken. But he delegated more, trusted others more, allowed himself moments of peace that would have felt impossible before. You're different, Rome observed during a radio conversation. His voice was stronger now, no longer carrying the rasp of exhaustion that had characterized their earlier talks. Calmer. Trying to be. It suits you. A pause. Sandra says you should visit. Keisha, too. They want to meet the man I've told them so much about. Maybe this summer, when things settle down. Things never settle down. You just find ways to live with the chaos. Danny smiled. Rome had always had a way of cutting to the heart of things. How's the network there? Growing. We've connected with communities as far south as Kentucky. There's talk of formalizing the relationship with the compact, some kind of mutual defense and trade agreement. That sounds promising. It is. If we can make it work, we could have something that spans half the continent. A real civilization or the beginning of one. Danny thought about that, about the scale of what they might build. One step at a time, he said, always. Rome's voice softened. Danny, I don't say this enough, but thank you. For everything. You've thanked me before, and I'll thank you again. What you taught me about leadership, about caring for people, about not giving up, that's what made everything I've built possible. You taught me too. Maybe. But you were the one who showed me it was possible. A pause. Take care of yourself, Danny, and that wife of yours. Always. The radio clicked off. Danny sat in the communications center, thinking about the journey, about Rome, walking south across the ice, not knowing what he'd find, about how far they'd all come. Lori found him that afternoon. She looked older than Danny remembered, gray streaking through the blonde she'd maintained for so long, lines around her eyes that hadn't been there before. But she was still sharp, still calculating, still the ruthless pragmatist who'd become, against all odds, someone he trusted completely. "We need to talk," she said. "About? About what comes next." She sat down across from him. "You've been doing this for 7 years, Danny. Leading, deciding, carrying the weight. But you can't do it forever." "I know. Do you?" Her eyes were penetrating. "Because from where I'm sitting, you've been acting like you have to do this until you die." Danny didn't have an answer for that. "The compact needs succession planning," Lori continued. "Not because anything's going to happen to you, but because any system that depends on one person is fragile. We need to think about what comes next." "What do you suggest?" "Training the next generation. Creating a leadership council that doesn't just advise, but actually shares power. Building institutions that will outlast any individual." Danny thought about it, about the community he'd helped build, the systems they'd created, about whether they were strong enough to stand without him. "You've been thinking about this for a while," he said. "Someone had to." Lori smiled, thin and knowing. "You were too busy saving the world to plan for the future." "That's not fair." "It's completely fair. It's also not a criticism, just an observation." She leaned forward. "Danny, you've done something remarkable, but part of making it last is letting go, trusting that what you've built can survive without you. That's what Elise keeps telling me." "Your wife is a smart woman." Lori stood. "Think about it. When you're ready to talk more, I'll be here." She walked out, leaving Danny alone with his thoughts. That evening, he talked to Elise about it. They sat on their porch, watching the sun set over the community, the same view they'd shared countless times before. "Lori thinks we need succession planning," Danny said. "She's right." "I know, he struggled for words. "It feels like giving up. Like admitting that everything I've worked for doesn't need me anymore." "That's not giving up. That's success." Elise turned to look at him. "Danny, the whole point of leadership is making yourself unnecessary, building something that can thrive without you. Is that what you want? For me to step back?" "I want whatever makes you happy." Elise took his hand. "But I think stepping back might actually do that. Give you time to breathe, to live, instead of just survive." Danny thought about it, about the years of constant pressure, constant decisions, about how tired he was, underneath everything. "I don't know if I can," he admitted. "You don't have to do it all at once. Start small, delegate more, train people to take on responsibilities. See how it feels. And if I hate it, then you adjust. That's what we've always done." Elise smiled. "Danny, this isn't giving up. It's growing, changing, becoming something new." Danny looked at the sunset, at the community below, thriving and growing, at the life they'd built together. "Okay," he said, "I'll try. That's all I'm asking." The transition happened slowly. Over the months that followed, Danny began to step back. He delegated authority to the leadership council. He trained younger people to take on responsibilities he'd carried alone. He trusted the systems they'd built to function without his constant oversight. It was terrifying. "I feel useless," he confided to Beth one afternoon. She'd remained his closest friend among the original group, her quiet wisdom a constant source of support. "You're not useless, you're transitioning." Beth smiled. "It's different, I know, but it's also healthy." "Everyone keeps saying that." "Because it's true." Beth was quiet for a moment. "Danny, I've watched you carry this weight for 7 years. The decisions, the losses, the constant pressure. It's amazing you haven't collapsed. Sometimes I feel like I'm about to. That's why this matters. Not just for the compact, but for you, for Elise, for the life you could have if you let yourself." Danny looked at his hands, the calluses, the scars, the evidence of everything he'd done. "What if I don't know who I am without this?" "Then you find out." Beth reached across and squeezed his hand. "That's what the rest of life is for." The 8th year arrived with unexpected news. Elise was pregnant. She told him on a quiet evening, just the two of them. Her eyes bright with something Danny hadn't seen in years. Pure, uncomplicated joy. Are you sure? The test was positive. 3 times, she laughed. I'm sure. Danny felt something shift in his chest. A cracking open, a flood of emotion he couldn't name. We talked about this, he said slowly. Years ago, the risks, the uncertainty. I know, but Elise took his hand, placed it on her still flat stomach. Something changed. The world changed. We changed. And I want this, Danny. I want to build something together that isn't about survival or war or politics. Danny looked at her, at the hope in her eyes, at everything they'd been through together. I'm terrified, he said, and me too. I don't know if I'll be a good father. Neither do I. Elise smiled. But we'll figure it out. Same as everything else. Danny pulled her close, held her, let the tears come that he hadn't realized were building. Yes, he said, yes. The months that followed were different than any that had come before. Danny threw himself into preparing, not for war or crisis, but for the simple miracle of new life. He built a crib with his own hands, the same hands that had wielded a wrench through the end of the world. He read books about pregnancy and parenting that Beth found for him. He worried about everything and nothing. You're going to be fine, Elise said one night, finding him awake again, staring at the ceiling. What if something goes wrong? Then we deal with it. Same as always. But this is different. This is a baby. Yes, it's also the most normal thing in the world. Elise turned to face him. Danny, people have been having babies since the beginning of time. We're not special. We're having a baby after the apocalypse. Lots of people are. That's kind of the point of all this. She gestured at the window, at the community beyond. We didn't just build this to survive. We built it so there could be a future. Children, families, all the normal things. Danny thought about that, about the years of fighting and building, about what it had all been for. I just want them to be safe, he said quietly. I know, so do I. Elise took his hand. But the best safety we can give them is a world worth living in. And that's what you've spent years creating. Danny looked at her, at this woman who'd been with him through everything, who somehow still believed in him despite all the failures. I love you, he said. I know, she smiled. Now go to sleep. You're going to need your strength. The baby was born on a warm morning in late summer, a girl, small and red and screaming with life. Danny held her for the first time in the medical clinic he'd helped build, surrounded by people who'd become family. His hands, scarred, calloused, the hands of a survivor, cradled something impossibly fragile. She's perfect, Elise said, exhausted but radiant. She's terrifying. Danny couldn't take his eyes off her. She's so small. Babies usually are. Yeah, what if I drop her? You won't. Elise reached up, touched his face. Danny, look at me. He tore his gaze away from the baby. You've led people through impossible situations. You've built communities. You've survived things that should have killed you 100 times over. Elise smiled. You can handle a baby. Danny looked back at his daughter, at her tiny fingers, her unfocused eyes, the absolute vulnerability of her. What do we name her? Elise was quiet for a moment. I've been thinking about that, about all the people who got us here, who sacrificed so we could have this. Teddy, Rome, Gary, David. Yes, all of them. She paused. I was thinking, hope. Danny felt tears prick at his eyes. Hope. It's what they all gave us, what you gave everyone. Elise's voice was soft. It seems fitting. Danny looked at his daughter. At Hope. Hello, Hope, he whispered. I'm your father. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to try my best, because that's what we do. We try. The baby's eyes seemed to focus on him for a moment. Then she fell asleep in his arms. The first year of Hope's life passed in a blur of sleepless nights and impossible joy. Danny discovered parts of himself he hadn't known existed. Patience he'd never had to find before. A capacity for love so vast, it frightened him. He also discovered that Elise had been right. He could handle this. Not perfectly. There were nights of frustration, moments of doubt, times when he felt completely inadequate. But he kept going, kept trying, kept showing up. You're good at this, Beth observed, watching him rock Hope to sleep one afternoon. I'm adequate at this. You're good at it, Beth smiled. I've seen you lead armies, negotiate treaties, build communities from nothing, but I've never seen you as content as you are with that baby in your arms. Danny looked at Hope, at her peaceful, sleeping face. She doesn't know who I am, he said. What I've done. The people who died because of my decisions. To her, I'm just Dad. That's not nothing. No. It's everything. Danny felt a lump in his throat. It's why we built all this. So there could be children who don't remember the before, who get to grow up in a world that isn't constantly ending. Beth was quiet for a moment. You've changed, Danny. I hope so. Not in a bad way. You're just lighter, less burdened. Danny thought about that, about the weight he'd carried for so long, about how it had shifted, transformed, become something different. I still carry it, he said. The memories, the losses, all of it. But it doesn't feel as heavy anymore. That's what peace feels like. Is it? Danny laughed softly so as not to wake Hope. I thought peace would feel more dramatic. Peace is never dramatic. It's ordinary. That's what makes it special. Beth stood, squeezed his shoulder. Enjoy this, Danny. You've earned it. The years passed. Hope grew from an infant into a toddler, then into a child. She had Elise's green eyes and Danny's stubborn chin. She asked questions constantly. Why does the sun set? Where do the dead people go? How does the radio work? And Danny answered them as best he could. Daddy, were you a soldier? They were walking through the community, Hope's hand in his, when she asked. She was 5, precocious, already reading books meant for children twice her age. Not exactly, Danny said. I was an HVAC technician. What's that? Someone who fixes heating and cooling systems. Hope considered this. That doesn't sound very exciting. It wasn't. But then things changed, and I had to become something different. What? Danny thought about how to answer. How to explain a lifetime of impossible choices to a child who'd never known the world as it was. I became someone who helped people, he said finally. When things got scary, I tried to make them better. Did you? Sometimes, not always. Danny squeezed her hand. That's the thing about helping people. You can't fix everything. You just do what you can. Hope was quiet for a moment. Then, is that why everyone knows your name? Partly. Uncle Rome says you're a hero. Danny smiled at that. Rome visited once a year now, bringing Sandra and Keisha, staying for a week of shared meals and endless conversations. Uncle Rome is very kind. Is it true? Is what true? That you're a hero? Danny looked at his daughter, at the future he'd fought so hard to give her. Heroes are just people who keep trying, he said. Even when it's hard, even when they're scared, that's all. Then everyone's a hero? Maybe, Danny smiled. I think you will be, certainly. Hope grinned up at him. I want to help people too. Then you will. Danny lifted her onto his shoulders. Come on, let's go home. The 10th year arrived quietly. A decade since the outbreak. A decade since Danny had walked out of that library basement into a world transformed. He marked the anniversary alone, standing on the hillside where he'd stood so many times before. Below, the community stretched out, larger now, more complex, but still recognizably the place he'd helped build. Thinking? Elise appeared beside him, her hair streaked with gray now, but her eyes as sharp as ever. Remembering. The beginning? All of it. Everything that happened. Everyone we lost. Elise took his hand. They stood together in silence, watching the sun set. 10 years? Danny said eventually. It doesn't feel that long. It feels longer. Danny turned to look at her. Sometimes I can barely remember what life was like before. Other times it feels like yesterday. That's how memory works, especially traumatic memory. I know, Danny paused. Do you ever regret it? Any of it? What would be the point? Elise squeezed his hand. We did what we had to do. Made the best choices we could with what we had. Regret doesn't change any of it. That's very rational. I've had practice. She smiled. Danny, listen. We've built something remarkable here. Not perfect, nothing is perfect, but real, lasting. A place where children can grow up without the terror we experienced? That's not nothing. I know. Do you? Elise turned to face him. Because sometimes I think you're still carrying guilt for things you couldn't have changed, still punishing yourself for losses that weren't your fault. Danny thought about Teddy on the bridge, Gary in the depot, David protecting those children, all the faces that haunted his dreams. They trusted me, he said, and they died. They trusted you, yes, and some of them died. But others lived because of you. Thousands of others. Hope exists because of what you built. Elise's voice was firm. That has to count for something. It does. It doesn't erase the rest. Nothing erases it. That's not how grief works. She touched his face. But you can't carry it forever. At some point, you have to let go. I don't know how. Then we'll figure it out. Together. Same as everything else. Danny looked at her. At this woman who'd been his anchor through hell after hell, who still somehow believed in him. I love you, he said. I know. She smiled. I love you too. Now come on. Hope's been asking for you all afternoon. They walked down the hillside together toward home. The next decade passed faster than the first. Danny watched Hope grow from a child into a teenager, then into a young woman who reminded him more of Elise every day. She was smart, determined, fierce. Everything he'd hoped she would be. I want to help, she told him when she turned 16. Not just live in the community, but actually help. Make a difference. Danny felt pride and fear in equal measure. What did you have in mind? Training. Learning how the systems work. Understanding how to lead. Hope's eyes were serious. You won't do this forever, Dad. Someone has to carry on. Danny thought about everything he'd built. About succession planning and institutional knowledge and all the things Lori had lectured him about years ago. Are you sure? It's a lot of weight. I've watched you carry it my whole life, Hope smiled. I think I can handle some of it. That's not... Danny stopped. Actually, that's exactly the right attitude. I learned from the best. Danny felt tears prick at his eyes. Okay, we'll start your training, but slowly. There's no rush. I know. Hope hugged him. Thanks, Dad. Danny held her, this child of the apocalypse who'd never known a world without hope. Thank you, he said, for wanting to continue what we started. The 20th anniversary arrived with celebration. The whole compact gathered, representatives from communities spanning half a continent, all come to mark the milestone. 20 years since the outbreak. 20 years of building, growing, hoping. Danny stood before the assembly, feeling the weight of the moment. 20 years ago, he began, the world ended. Everything we knew was destroyed. Everyone we loved was lost. It would have been easy to give up, to surrender to despair. He looked out at the crowd, at the faces young and old, survivors and children of survivors, all part of something that had seemed impossible once. But we didn't give up. We chose to fight, not just for survival, for something more, for the chance to build a world worth living in, a world where our children could grow up without fear. He paused, gathering himself. We've lost people along the way, people we loved, people who gave everything so we could be here today. Teddy, Gary, David, so many others. His voice cracked. I think about them every day. I carry them with me. The crowd was silent. But I also think about this. Danny gestured at the assembly, at the community, at everything they'd built. This is their legacy. Every child who grows up safe, every community that thrives, every moment of peace in a world that tried to destroy us. This is what they died for. He took a breath. So today, we celebrate. Not just survival, but life. Not just endurance, but hope. 20 years of building something worth defending, and 20 more to come. The cheering lasted for a long time. That night, Danny sat with the original survivors, those who were left. Beth was there, her hair completely gray now, but her eyes still sharp. Nikki, harder than ever, but with cracks of warmth showing through. Kevin, who'd grown from a terrified teenager into one of the compact's most respected leaders. Amy, whose brother had died years ago, but who'd found a new family in the community. Doug, who'd never stopped trying to prove he was more than the bitter man he'd once been. Lori was gone. She'd passed 3 years earlier, peacefully in her sleep. Margot had returned to the east to help rebuild communities there. But Rome had come. He sat beside Danny, older and slower, but still carrying that quiet strength. 20 years, Rome said, hard to believe. Feels longer. Feels like yesterday. Rome smiled. I remember walking away from you on that ice, heading south, not knowing what I'd find, telling myself I'd see you again. And here we are. Here we are. Rome was quiet for a moment. Sandra died last spring. Did I tell you? You told me. Danny reached over, squeezed his friend's shoulder. I'm sorry. She went peacefully, after a good life. Rome's voice was rough but steady. Keisha's got grandchildren now. Can you believe that? I'm a great-grandfather. That's amazing. It is. Rome turned to look at him. Danny, I want you to know something. What? Everything I built, the network, the communities, the future I gave my family that started with you. With the months we spent together, running from hordes and camping in frozen barns, you showed me what leadership could look like. You give me too much credit. I give you exactly the right amount. Rome's eyes were steady. You're a good man, Danny Kowalczyk, the best I've known, and I'm grateful for everything. Danny felt the emotion rising in his chest. Thank you, he said, for coming with me, for staying when you could have left, for everything since. They sat in silence, two old men who'd been young together, who'd survived the impossible together. What now? Rome asked eventually. Danny looked around the room, at the people who'd become family, at the futures they'd built from wreckage. Now we rest, he said, and let the next generation carry on. Sounds like a plan. For once, yes, Danny smiled. It does. The years continued to pass. Danny stepped back from leadership gradually, letting Hope and her generation take over. They were good, better than he'd been in some ways, products of a world that expected cooperation rather than conflict. He watched from a distance as the compact grew and evolved, as new challenges arose and were met, as the future he'd fought for became reality. You're not worried? Elise asked, watching him watch their daughter address a community gathering. Terrified, Danny admitted, but also proud and hopeful. That's appropriate. Is it? It's how parents are supposed to feel, terrified and proud and hopeful, all at once. Danny smiled. When did we become normal parents? Somewhere along the way? Elise took his hand. It sneaks up on you. They watched together as Hope spoke, confident and capable. The future they'd built together. The end, when it came, was peaceful. Danny was 73, worn but content. He'd seen Rome pass 5 years before, surrounded by generations of family. Beth had gone in her sleep, a smile on her face. One by one, the original survivors had made their exits, leaving Danny increasingly alone with his memories. But not truly alone. Elise was still beside him. Hope visited every day. Grandchildren ran through the house, their laughter a constant reminder of why it had all been worth it. On his last morning, Danny woke early, watching the sun rise over the valley. Beautiful, he murmured. Elise was there, as she'd always been. It always was. We built this. We built this, she took his hand. Together. Danny felt a peace settling over him, a letting go of weight he'd carried for decades. I'm tired, he said. I know. Elise squeezed his hand. It's okay. You can rest now. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. Hope will take care of me. Elise smiled through her tears. You did good, Danny. You did so good. Danny looked at her, at this woman who'd been his anchor, his partner, his reason for everything. I love you, he said. I love you too. She leaned down, kissed him. Always have. Always will. Danny closed his eyes, felt the warmth of the sun on his face, the softness of Elise's hand in his. He thought about the journey, the library, the cabin, the bridge, the island, all the miles and years, and impossible moments that had brought him here. He thought about the people he'd lost. Teddy singing into the fog, Gary's final smile, David falling to protect children he barely knew. All of them, part of him forever. He thought about what they'd built, the compact, the communities, the future, all of it, rising from the ashes of the old world. He thought about Hope, his daughter, carrying on what he'd started, making it better than he ever could. And he smiled. It had been enough. It had been everything. Danny Kowalczyk closed his eyes for the last time, surrounded by love, and let go. They buried him on the hillside where he'd stood so many times. Hope spoke at the service, her voice steady despite her tears. My father crossed 400 miles through hell to find my mother. He built communities from nothing. He led people through impossible circumstances. He never stopped fighting for a better world. She looked out at the crowd. Thousands of people gathered to honor a man who'd started as nobody special. But that's not what I remember most about him. What I remember is how he held my hand when I was scared. How he answered my questions, no matter how many I asked. How he taught me that helping people was the whole point of everything. She paused, gathering herself. He used to say that heroes are just people who keep trying. Even when it's hard. Even when they're scared. That's who he was. Someone who kept trying no matter what. Elise was in the front row, frail but present. She'd insisted on coming, on being here for this. So today we don't just mourn him. We celebrate him. What he built, what he gave us, the future he made possible. Hope's voice strengthened, and we carry on. Because that's what he would have wanted. That's what he spent his whole life teaching us to do. They lowered him into the ground as the sun set. The marker was simple. Just a name and 2 dates, but underneath, carved in small letters, he kept trying. Elise passed 6 months later. She went peacefully, surrounded by family, with Danny's photograph on the pillow beside her. Her last words were, "I'm coming, Danny." They buried her beside him on the hillside they'd loved. 2 people who'd found each other across a dead world, together in death as they had been in life. Hope continued the work. She led the compact through another generation of growth and change, faced new challenges with the wisdom her parents had taught her, built on what they'd built. And every year, on the anniversary of her father's death, she climbed to the hillside where he was buried, sat beside his grave, talked to him about everything that had happened. "We're still here, Dad," she said on the 30th anniversary. "Still building, still hoping, still trying." The wind rustled through the trees. "I hope you're proud. I hope wherever you are, you can see what we've become." She placed flowers on both graves, her father's, her mother's. "I love you, both of you, always." She sat there until the sun set, watching the light fade over the valley, over the community her parents had built, over the future they'd made possible. Then, she walked back down the hill into the life that was waiting for her. Behind her, the stars emerged, and somewhere, somehow, Danny Kowalczyk's spirit smiled. The Mackinac Bridge appeared through the morning fog, like the spine of some ancient beast, its towers rising into the gray sky, cables stretching across the frozen strait like the ribs of a world that had died and refused to fall. Danny stood on the shore of St. Ignace, staring at the 5 miles of steel and concrete that separated him from everything he'd been fighting toward. Beside him, the others gathered in silence. Beth, Nikki, Kevin, Gary, Lori, Amy, Doug, and Teddy. 8 people who'd crossed 400 miles together, who'd lost friends and found family, who'd survived the impossible, only to face something worse. "It's longer than I thought," Kevin said. His voice was thin, barely audible above the wind. "I mean, I knew it was long, but 5 miles, Gary said. He was studying the bridge through binoculars, his weathered face grim. One of the longest suspension bridges in the world before. Now it's the longest graveyard. Danny could see what he meant. Even from this distance, the bridge was clearly not empty. Shapes moved along its length. Too many to count, too far to identify clearly. But he knew what they were. They all did. "The ice," Amy said. She'd been scouting the shoreline, looking for alternatives. "It's solid enough to walk on. Maybe we could go around..." The ice is unstable near the bridge supports, Gary interrupted. Currents underneath, temperature variations. We try to cross on the ice, we're just as likely to fall through. Then we go through them. Nikki's voice was hard, certain. Same as always. Through thousands of dead? Lori's tone was sharp. That's suicide. Not if we're smart about it. Danny turned to face the group. We've gotten this far by using our heads, not our strength. This is no different. It's very different. Teddy spoke for the first time, his voice rougher than usual. The old man had been declining for weeks, the cancer eating at him from the inside, the journey wearing down whatever reserves he had left. This isn't an ambush or a distraction. This is a gauntlet. We go in, we don't come out the same. We don't have a choice. Danny met the old man's eyes. Elise is on that island. So is everything we've been working toward. I'm not saying we don't go. Teddy's gaze was steady, knowing. I'm saying we go in with our eyes open. Some of us aren't going to make it. The words hung in the cold air. Danny wanted to argue, wanted to promise that everyone would survive. But he'd learned better. Promises like that were lies, and lies got people killed. We plan for the worst, he said instead. We prepare for everything. And we move at dawn. They spent the day preparing. Gary found what they needed at the abandoned marina. A small boat, barely seaworthy, but functional. If the bridge became impassable, they'd have a backup option. A way across the ice-choked strait that didn't involve walking through an army of the dead. She's not pretty, Gary said, running his hand along the boat's hull, but she'll float. Engine's shot, but I can rig oars, and the current should help push us toward the island. Will we all fit? Barely. If we have to use it, we're leaving everything but essentials behind. Danny nodded. Backup plans weren't supposed to be comfortable. They were supposed to keep you alive. Kevin worked on communications, rigging a signal booster that might let them reach the island's radio frequencies, trying to make contact with the resistance Carol had told them about. Nothing yet, he reported that afternoon. But I'm getting fragments. There's definitely someone broadcasting from the island. Multiple someones, actually. Different frequencies, different encryption. Can you tell what they're saying? Bits and pieces. Something about patrols, supply schedules, medical. Kevin hesitated. Medical procedures. Danny's stomach tightened. Medical procedures. Elise, being drained of blood day after day. Being treated like a resource instead of a person. Keep trying, he said. If you can reach the resistance, let them know we're coming. And if I can't, then we surprise everyone. Nikki organized their weapons and ammunition, such as they were. Hunting rifles, handguns, knives. Enough to fight through a small group, nowhere near enough for what waited on the bridge. We're not going to shoot our way across, she admitted. Best case, we use these as a last resort. Worst case, they're better than nothing. What's the strategy then? Speed, stealth, distraction. Nikki laid out the plan on a hand-drawn map. We move at dawn, when visibility's low. Stay quiet, stay together, move fast. If we can get through without attracting attention, through 5 miles of dead, through whatever gaps we can find. Nikki's jaw tightened. There will be gaps. There always are. The dead don't form perfect lines. They cluster, they wander, they leave spaces. We find those spaces and we exploit them. And if there aren't any gaps, then we make some. Beth organized the medical supplies. Bandages, antibiotics, painkillers. Everything Teddy had taught her over the months of travel, compressed into a pack she'd carry on her back. You should stay behind, Danny told her that evening. Your arm's still not fully healed. You'd be safer here. Safer doing what? Waiting to see if you come back? Beth shook her head. I've done enough waiting, enough hiding. Whatever happens out there, I want to be part of it. Beth, I left my students. Her voice cracked. When it mattered most, I ran. I'm not running anymore. Danny looked at her, this woman who'd been trembling on a road when he'd found her, who'd become one of the strongest people he knew. Okay, he said, but you stay in the middle of the group. Don't take unnecessary risks. I'll be careful. Beth smiled, thin but genuine. I've learned a few things about survival. Amy mapped the bridge itself, using Gary's binoculars, studying the patterns of movement, looking for anything that might help. The dead are concentrated on the center span, she reported. Something happened there during the evacuation. Maybe a crash, maybe a panic. They've been there ever since. Can we avoid the center? Possibly. The lanes are separated, 2 on each side with a gap in between. If we stick to the outer edge, we might be able to slip past the worst of it. How many are we talking about? Amy was silent for a moment. Thousands, she said finally. Maybe tens of thousands. I can't count them all. Danny felt the weight of that number settle into his bones. Tens of thousands. An army of the dead standing between him and his wife. We'll find a way, he said. We always do. Lori handled logistics, food, water, cold weather gear, everything they'd need to survive the crossing. 8 hours, she calculated, at a normal walking pace. But we won't be walking normally. We'll be dodging, hiding, fighting. Figure 12 hours minimum, maybe longer. Can we do that in one push? We'll have to. Lori's expression was grim. We can't stop on the bridge. Can't rest, can't make camp. Once we start, we keep going until we reach the other side. And if someone can't keep up, Lori was silent. Lori, then we make a choice. Her voice was flat. The same choice we've been making since this started. Do we save one person and lose everyone? Or do we save everyone and lose one? Danny thought about Teddy, about the old man's declining strength, the pain he tried to hide, the acceptance in his eyes when he'd said some of them wouldn't make it. We don't leave anyone behind, he said. Danny, we don't leave anyone behind. Lori looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay, she said. But Danny, some choices make themselves, whether we want them to or not. Doug spent the day alone. Danny found him at the water's edge, staring at the bridge, his heavy frame hunched against the cold. You should be helping the others. They don't need me. Doug's voice was bitter. Never have. Danny sat down beside him. They'd had a complicated relationship, he and Doug. The antagonism of the early days, slowly giving way to something like grudging respect. But Doug had never stopped being difficult, never stopped resenting his place at the bottom of the group's unofficial hierarchy. What's going on? Nothing. Doug. The big man was silent for a moment, then, I'm scared, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I'm scared. Everyone's scared. Not like me. Doug turned to look at him, and Danny saw something raw in his eyes. I've never been brave. Not once in my whole life. Every time things got hard, I found a way to duck out. Let someone else handle it. You've been with us this whole time. Because I had nowhere else to go, Doug's voice cracked. Not because I'm brave. Because I'm a coward who's too scared to be alone. Danny didn't know what to say. The admission was more honest than anything Doug had ever said before. Tomorrow, Doug continued, we're walking into something nobody should survive. And I keep asking myself, when things go bad, when we're surrounded and there's no way out, am I going to stand and fight? Or am I going to run? What do you think? I think I'll run. Doug's voice was barely a whisper. I think I'll run and leave all of you behind. Because that's who I am. That's who I've always been. Danny thought about the man beside him. About the journey they'd taken, the losses they'd shared, the slow accumulation of moments that had shaped all of them. You know what I think, he said slowly. I think you're wrong. What? I've watched you for months, seen you struggle, seen you complain, seen you push back against everything. But I've also seen you carry supplies when you were exhausted, seen you stand watch when you could have slept, seen you stay when you could have left. That's exactly what bravery is. Danny met his eyes. It's not about not being scared. It's about being scared and doing the right thing anyway. And you've been doing that, Doug. Every day. Even when you didn't realize it. Doug stared at him. The rawness in his eyes shifted to something else. Hope, maybe, or just the beginning of belief. You really think so? I know so. Danny stood, offered his hand. Now come on. We've got work to do. Doug took his hand. Let Danny pull him up. Thanks, he said quietly. Don't thank me yet. We've still got to survive tomorrow. Yeah, Doug almost smiled. But at least I know I'll try. Teddy found Danny at sunset. The old man moved slowly, his limp more pronounced than ever, but he made it to the overlook, where Danny stood watching the light fade over the frozen strait. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Teddy said, in a terrible sort of way. "I was thinking the same thing." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the colors shift across the ice. "I need to talk to you," Teddy said, "about tomorrow." "Teddy, let me finish." The old man's voice was firm. "I know what you're going to say, that everyone will make it, that we'll find a way, that you won't leave anyone behind. I've heard the speech. I've given it myself once or twice. It's not just a speech. It's not a lie either. I know you believe it." Teddy turned to face him. "But I need you to hear something, and I need you to really hear it." Danny nodded slowly. "I'm dying," Teddy said simply. "The cancer's winning. Has been for a while now. I can feel it spreading, eating away at what's left. I've got weeks, maybe less. We can... No, we can't." Teddy smiled, thin but genuine. "There's nothing to be done, Danny. I made my peace with it a long time ago. I'm telling you now because you need to know." "Why?" "Because tomorrow on that bridge, there's going to come a moment when everything goes wrong and someone needs to make a sacrifice." Teddy's eyes were steady. "When that moment comes, it needs to be me. I can't ask you to..." "You're not asking. I'm offering." Teddy reached out, put a hand on Danny's shoulder. "I've had a good life. Better than most, especially these last few months. I've done work that mattered, helped people who needed helping. That's more than I ever expected. Teddy, but you've got a wife waiting for you. A future to build. People who need you in ways they don't need me." Teddy's grip tightened. "So when that moment comes, let me go. Don't throw everything away trying to save a dying man." Danny felt tears stinging his eyes. "I don't know if I can do that." "You can, because that's what leaders do." Teddy released his shoulder. "They make the hard choices. They carry the weight. And they keep going even when it breaks them. You taught me that. Then prove I taught you well." Teddy turned back to the sunset. "Now go, get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." Danny didn't move. "Danny, I just want you to know," Danny said quietly. "These months we've traveled together. You've been more than a medic, more than a teacher. You've been..." "Don't!" Teddy's voice was rough. "Don't make this into something it doesn't need to be. We're friends. That's enough. It's everything." Teddy was silent for a moment. Then he reached out, squeezed Danny's arm. "Go," he said. "I'll be along soon." Danny walked away, leaving the old man alone with the sunset and his thoughts. The night before the crossing, Danny couldn't sleep. He lay in the shelter they'd made, listening to the wind, thinking about everything that had brought him here. The library, the note, the 400 miles of frozen hell. Between that moment and this one, Elise was so close now, just 5 miles away. After months of searching, of hoping, of refusing to give up, she was right there. And between them stood an army of the dead. Danny closed his eyes, trying to rest, but his mind wouldn't quiet. He kept seeing the bridge, the shapes moving along it, the impossible gauntlet they'd have to run. He kept seeing Teddy's face when he'd said, "When that moment comes, let me go." "You're awake." Elise's voice, no, not Elise. Beth. She'd approached without him hearing, settled down beside him in the darkness. "Can't sleep." "Neither can I." Beth pulled her coat tighter. "I keep thinking about what's waiting out there, trying to prepare myself. And I'm not sure you can prepare for something like this. Not really." She paused. "Danny, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Why did you come for me? That day on the road when you found me. You could have kept moving, not gotten involved, but you stopped." Danny thought about the question, about the woman he'd found trembling in the cold, about all the decisions that had followed. "Because I needed to," he said. "Because the whole point of surviving is having something to survive for. And if we start leaving people behind, we're not really living anymore. We're just existing. That's very noble." "It's just true." Danny turned to look at her. "Why do you ask?" "Because I've been thinking about my students, about running when I should have stayed." Beth's voice was soft. "For months, I've been carrying that guilt, telling myself I was a coward, a monster. You're not... Let me finish. She took a breath. But watching you, watching all of us, I've started to understand something. We all run sometimes. We all make choices we regret. The difference isn't in never running, it's in what we do after. What do you mean? Tomorrow on that bridge, I'm going to be terrified. I might freeze. I might panic. I might do exactly what I did with my students. Beth's voice hardened. But I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try to be the person I want to be, not the person I was. That's all any of us can do. I know, and I know it might not be enough. She reached out, squeezed his hand briefly. But I wanted to say thank you for giving me the chance to try. Beth, get some sleep, Danny. We've got a long day tomorrow. She walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Danny closed his eyes. Tomorrow they'd cross the bridge. Tomorrow he'd find Elise. Or tomorrow they'd die trying. Either way, at least they were still trying. Dawn came gray and cold. They gathered at the bridge's entrance, a maintenance access point Amy had found, away from the main roadway where the dead were thickest. The fog was dense, visibility barely 50 feet, the bridge's towers disappearing into the white above them. Everyone remember the plan? Danny looked at each face in turn. Stay together, move fast, quiet as possible. Nods all around. Faces tight with fear but determined. If we get separated, head for the boat. Gary knows the location. We regroup there and try the water crossing. And if the boat's not an option, Lori asked, then we keep moving forward, always forward. Danny checked his weapon. A handgun, 6 rounds, more symbolic than useful. The island's our destination. Whatever happens, we get to that island. Together, Beth said quietly. Together. Danny turned to face the bridge. Through the fog, he could see the first shapes moving, dead figures wandering aimlessly, waiting for prey. He took a breath. Let it out. Let's go. The first mile was almost easy. They moved along the outer lane, hugging the railing, using the fog as cover. The dead were sparse here, scattered individuals, easy to avoid, barely aware of their presence. Danny set the pace, slow and steady, testing each step before committing his weight. The bridge surface was covered in debris, abandoned cars, scattered luggage, the detritus of an evacuation that had turned into a massacre. They picked their way through, carefully avoiding anything that might make noise. So far, so good, Kevin whispered behind him. Don't jinx it. They continued. The fog began to thin as they approached the first tower, the massive steel structure looming out of the white like something from a nightmare. And with the thinning fog came visibility of the road ahead, of the shapes that filled it. Jesus, Gary breathed. The dead stretched before them as far as they could see. Not scattered individuals, not manageable groups. A sea of rotting flesh, packed tight across both lanes, swaying in some unheard rhythm. Hundreds, thousands, an impossible number, blocking every path forward. The center span, Amy said. I told you they concentrated here. Can we go around? There is no around. Look. Danny looked. The dead filled the bridge from railing to railing, packed so tight the passage seemed impossible. They'd have to push through, literally push through bodies, to make progress. We go under, Nikki said. She was pointing to the bridge's maintenance walkway, a narrow platform that ran beneath the main roadway, used by workers to access the structure's supports. It'll be tight, but they can't follow. Can we access it? There. Gary had found a hatch, partially hidden beneath an overturned vehicle. Maintenance access should lead down to the walkway. Danny looked at the hatch, at the sea of dead above them, at the impossible choice between 2 terrible options. Do it. Gary pried open the hatch. Cold air rushed up from below, the smell of rust and ice and something else. Something wrong. Single file, Danny said, quickly. They descended into darkness. The maintenance walkway was a nightmare, barely 3 feet wide with no railing suspended above the frozen straight by rusting supports. The wind howled through the gaps, threatening to tear them off the structure with every gust. Ice coated the metal surface, making each step treacherous. Don't look down, Nikki called back. Just keep moving. Danny looked down anyway, saw the frozen water 50 feet below, saw the dark shapes embedded in the ice. Bodies, he realized. People who'd fallen during the evacuation, preserved by the cold. He looked away, kept moving. The walkway stretched ahead of them, disappearing into the fog. They moved in single file, hands gripping the support cables, breath fogging in the frigid air. Above, Danny could hear the dead, the shuffle of countless feet, the wet moan that rose and fell like some terrible tide. How far? Beth asked. Her voice was strained, her grip on the cable white-knuckled. Maybe a mile, maybe more. Amy was leading now, her wilderness skills translating to the treacherous terrain. The walkway runs the length of the center span. We should be able to bypass most of them. Should. It's the best we've got. They continued. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Danny counted steps, counted breaths, counted anything that would keep his mind off the impossibility of their situation. One foot in front of the other. Just keep moving. Teddy was struggling. Danny could see it, the way the old man's steps had become labored, the grimace of pain that crossed his face with each movement. The cancer was taking its toll, the exertion pushing his body beyond what it could handle. Teddy, you okay? Fine. The word was a lie, but Teddy kept moving. Just keep going. They reached the halfway point, a maintenance platform, slightly wider, where they could catch their breath. Danny called a stop, watching as the group collapsed onto the frozen metal. 5 minutes, he said. Then we keep moving. We're making good time. Kevin was checking his watch. If we can maintain this pace, the scream came from above. Danny's head snapped up. Through the gaps in the decking, he could see movement, the dead, pressing against the railing, reaching down toward them. They'd been spotted. Move, he said. Now! They scrambled to their feet, exhaustion forgotten. But the dead were already responding, pouring toward the maintenance hatches, finding the openings, beginning to descend. They're coming down! Nikki had her weapon up, firing at the first shape to appear on the walkway behind them. Go! Go! They ran. The walkway became a gauntlet, dead emerging from hatches ahead and behind, the narrow path offering no room to dodge. Nikki fired until her ammunition ran out, then switched to her knife, clearing a path through the bodies that fell onto the walkway. Keep moving! Danny was in the middle of the group now, helping Beth, pulling Kevin along when he stumbled. Don't stop! A shape dropped from above, landing directly in front of Amy. She twisted aside, barely avoiding its grasp, but the movement threw her off balance. For a terrible moment, she teetered on the edge. Doug caught her. The big man's hand closed around her arm, yanking her back from the precipice. He was there suddenly, holding her steady, while the dead closed in from all sides. I've got you, he said, and keep moving. Amy nodded, regaining her balance, pushing forward. Doug stayed at the rear, placing himself between the group and the following dead. They reached another hatch, this one leading up, back to the main roadway. Nikki was first through, her weapon clearing the space above. One by one, they climbed up, emerging into chaos. The main road was crawling with dead. They'd emerged past the worst of the concentration, but there were still hundreds around them, alerted by the noise, converging on their location. The fog had cleared enough to see the far tower, maybe a mile ahead. A mile of death between them and safety. The boat! Gary was pointing toward the railing. There's an emergency ladder. We can climb down, reach the ice. The ice won't hold all of us. It's our only chance! Danny looked at the approaching dead, at the railing, at the ice below. Go, he said. Everyone to the ladder. Now! The ladder was rusted, barely holding together. They descended one at a time, testing each rung, the metal groaning under their weight. Above, the dead were reaching the railing, beginning to tumble over, falling toward the ice below. Faster! Nikki was at the bottom, on the ice, reaching up to help Beth down. They're going to overwhelm us. Danny climbed, rung after rung, hands numb with cold, the wind tearing at his coat. Below, he could see Gary working on the boat, trying to get it free from the ice. Could see the others gathering, preparing to push off. Could see Teddy, still at the top. The old man hadn't started climbing. He stood at the railing, watching the dead approach, his face calm. Teddy, Come on! Teddy looked down at him and smiled. Take care of yourself, Danny. Teddy, no! But the old man had already turned, walked toward the advancing dead, arms spread wide. Hey! His voice was loud, carrying over the wind. Over here! Come and get me, you bastards! The dead responded, changed direction, converged on this new target, this willing sacrifice. Teddy pulled something from his coat. A flare, Danny realized. He'd taken one of their emergency flares. You want to eat? Teddy was still walking, still calling. Come get it. Dinner's served. He lit the flare. The red light blazed in the fog, a beacon that drew every dead thing in sight. They poured toward him, a wave of rotting flesh and gnashing teeth. Teddy started to sing. Danny recognized the tune, America the Beautiful, sung in a rough, off-key voice that somehow carried over the moans of the dead. Teddy walked and sang, leading them away, buying the group time. Danny, we have to go! Gary was shouting from the boat. The others were already aboard, hands reaching up to help him down. Danny looked at Teddy, at the wave of dead engulfing him, at the friend he was about to lose. Danny, now! He climbed. The ice groaned beneath their weight as they pushed the boat toward open water. Danny could hear Teddy's voice still singing, growing fainter. Could hear the sounds of the dead, the terrible feeding frenzy that was consuming a man who'd chosen to die so they could live. Then, silence. The ice is cracking, Gary warned. We need to get to open water before... A sound like a gunshot. The ice beneath them shifted, a crack racing across the surface. Push! They pushed. The boat scraped across the ice, inching toward the dark water ahead. The crack widened, spreading toward them, threatening to swallow them whole. Almost there. The ice gave way. The boat tipped, slid, and suddenly they were in the water. Frigid black water that shocked the breath from their lungs. Danny gasped, grabbed the boat's edge, hauled himself up. Everyone aboard! Now! Hands reached, grabbed, pulled. Beth, Nikki, Kevin, Amy, Lori, Doug. One by one, they climbed into the boat, soaked and shivering. Gary was at the stern, working the makeshift oars, fighting to stabilize them in the choppy water. We're clear, he gasped. We're... The shape rose from the water beside them. A bloater, one of the swollen dead preserved by the cold, released when the ice cracked. It lunged for the boat, its massive arms reaching, its distended body colliding with the hull. The boat rocked violently. Kevin screamed. Lori was thrown against the side, nearly going over. Get back! Nikki had her knife out, slashing at the thing's arms. Gary, move! Gary was rowing, fighting to pull them away. But the bloater had hold of the gunwale, its grip impossibly strong, its weight threatening to capsize them. Doug moved. He grabbed an oar, swung it like a bat, connecting with the bloater's bloated skull. The thing's head jerked back but didn't release. Doug swung again and again, each blow driving the creature back, but not defeating it. The propeller! Gary shouted. The engine's dead, but the propeller, if we can get it spinning... Doug understood. He dropped the oar, moved to the stern, grabbed the propeller shaft. Doug, no! But Doug was already in the water. The cold hit him like a hammer. Danny could see it in his face. The shock, the pain, the instant sapping of strength. But Doug didn't stop. He grabbed the propeller, started turning it by hand, fighting against the resistance of the dead water. The propeller began to spin. The bloater felt the vibration, turned toward the new threat. Its grip on the boat loosened as it oriented on Doug, reaching for this new prey. Doug! Go! Doug was still turning the propeller, forcing it faster. Get out of here! The bloater lunged. Doug released the propeller at the last moment, shoving himself away, but he was too slow. The thing's arm caught him, dragged him under. The water churned. Red spread across the surface, and then the propeller caught the bloater's bloated body. The explosion was unlike anything Danny had heard. A wet, violent rupture as the gases inside the creature ignited against the spinning metal. The bloater came apart, its remains spraying across the water. And the force of the blast pushed the boat away from the ice, toward open water. Doug! Kevin was screaming, reaching over the side. Doug! But there was no answer. Just the dark water, the spreading red, the terrible silence. We have to go back. There's nothing to go back for. Gary's voice was hollow. He was rowing, pulling them toward the island. He's gone. They're both gone. Danny stared at the water, at the place where Doug had disappeared, at the sacrifice the man had made, the coward who'd finally found his courage. He saved us, Beth whispered. Yes. Danny's voice was rough. He did. They reached the island as the sun was setting. The approach was quiet. No patrols, no alarms, just the gentle lap of water against the rocky shore. Gary guided the boat into a small cove, hidden from view, and they dragged it onto the beach with the last of their strength. 8 had started the crossing. 6 remained. Danny stood on the shore, looking up at the island that had been his destination for so long. Somewhere up there, Elise was waiting. Somewhere in that maze of buildings and secrets, his wife was being held prisoner. We need to rest, Lori said. Her voice was barely a whisper. We're in no condition to. I know. Danny turned to face the group. We find shelter. We recover. Tomorrow we move. Tomorrow? Tomorrow we find Elise, and we end this. They found shelter in an abandoned fishing shack on the north shore of the island, far from the main settlement, hidden from patrols. It was cramped and cold, but it was safe, or as safe as anything could be. Danny sat apart from the others, staring out the window at the darkening sky. Teddy. Doug. 2 people he'd traveled with for months, who'd become family, who were gone now because of choices he'd made. It wasn't your fault. Nikki had appeared beside him, her voice uncharacteristically soft. I led them here. They chose to come, same as all of us. Nikki sat down beside him. Teddy knew what he was doing. So did Doug. They made their choices. Choices I put them in position to make. That's leadership. Nikki's voice hardened. You don't get to feel sorry for yourself because people died following you. You honor them by finishing what they died for. Danny looked at her, at this fierce woman who'd been his enforcer, his challenger, his friend. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You just didn't listen. Nikki almost smiled. Now get some rest. We've got a lot to do tomorrow. Danny didn't sleep. He lay in the dark, listening to the others breathe, thinking about what came next. The island, the council, Elise. She was so close now. After everything, the miles, the losses, the impossible odds, she was right there. He pulled the photograph from his wallet, studied her face in the dim light, tried to remember what her laugh sounded like, what her hand felt like in his. I'm coming, he thought. Just hold on a little longer. I'm coming. The night stretched on, cold and endless, and Danny waited for the dawn. Morning brought rain, a cold, steady drizzle that soaked through clothing and chilled to the bone. But it also brought cover, reduced visibility, muffled sounds. Better conditions for what they had to do. The main settlement is about 2 miles south, Amy reported. She'd been scouting while the others rested, returning with intelligence and determination. The medical facility is on the eastern side. High fences, guard posts, the works. Elise? I couldn't get close enough to confirm. But based on what Carol told us, that's where they keep the immune subjects. Danny studied the crude map Amy had drawn. The settlement was larger than he'd expected. A full community with residential areas and administrative buildings and all the infrastructure of civilization. How many people? Hundreds, maybe 1,000. Most of them civilians, survivors who came here during the evacuation. But there's also a security force, soldiers or something like it. They patrol the perimeter and guard the key facilities. The council? The leadership operates from a building near the center of town. Helena Vance. She's the one in charge. Amy's voice tightened. I saw her. Just a glimpse, but she looks like someone's grandmother. Not a monster. The worst ones never do. Danny turned to the group. Beth, Nikki, Kevin, Gary, Lori, Amy. 6 people, against an island full of enemies. We can't fight our way in, he said. Not with what we have. We need to be smart about this. The resistance, Kevin said. Carol's contact. If we can reach them, I've been trying. Kevin had been working the radio since dawn. The frequency Carol gave us. There's someone there. I've made contact. What did they say? They're willing to help, but it's complicated. Kevin hesitated. The resistance is small. A few dozen people who oppose the council but can't act openly. They've been waiting for the right moment to move. This could be that moment. Maybe. But they're scared. The council has eyes everywhere. One wrong move and where do we meet them? Kevin gave him coordinates. A location on the island's western edge, away from the main settlement. Risky, but possible. We split up, Danny decided. Kevin, Beth, you stay here with the radio. Keep monitoring council frequencies. Warn us if anything changes. The rest of us make contact with the resistance. Danny, Beth started. We need people here. Someone to coordinate. Someone to call for help if things go wrong. Danny met her eyes. This is important. Beth hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. Always. They moved through the rain, staying low, using the weather as cover. The island was beautiful in a haunted way. Victorian buildings, tree-lined streets, the architecture of a tourist destination that would never see tourists again. But beneath the beauty, Danny could sense the wrongness. The empty streets, the watching windows, the feeling of being observed by something hostile. Patrol, Nikki whispered. They pressed against a building, watching as a group of soldiers passed. 4 men armed with rifles, moving with military precision. Not amateurs. Real security, trained and equipped. They're serious about defense, Gary observed. They're serious about control, Danny replied. That's different. They continued. The meeting point was an abandoned stable on the edge of town, one of the island's many remnants of its pre-motor vehicle past. Danny approached cautiously, weapon ready, nerves tight. A voice from the shadows. Danny Kowalczyk? Who's asking? A figure emerged. Young, maybe mid-20s, with dark hair and sharp eyes. She moved like someone who'd learned to be invisible. I'm Maya. Carol said you'd come. Carol's dead. Maya's expression flickered. Pain, quickly suppressed. I know. We heard about the reclamation attack. She studied Danny, assessing. You made it this far. That's impressive. We need to get into the medical facility. Get my wife out. Your wife? Maya's voice was careful. The immune woman, Elise. You know about her? Everyone knows about her. She's the council's prize asset. Maya paused. She's also the reason we're willing to help you. What do you mean? The council's research, the blood harvesting, the experiments. It's not just cruel. It's dangerous. Maya glanced around, checking for observers. They're not looking for a cure. They're looking for control. A way to weaponize the immune. Use them to maintain power. Weaponize how? We're not sure exactly, but we've seen documents, heard conversations. Whatever they're planning, your wife is central to it. Maya met Danny's eyes. If we can get her out, disrupt their research, we might be able to stop it. Danny absorbed this. The stakes were even higher than he'd thought. What do you need from us? Chaos, Maya almost smiled. The council's strong because they're organized. Everything runs on schedule, on protocol. If we can disrupt that, create confusion, force them to respond to multiple crises, we might be able to get you inside. Multiple crises? Leave that to us. Maya pulled out a map, spread it on a nearby surface. Here's what we're thinking. The plan came together over the next 2 hours. The resistance would create distractions across the island. Small fires, equipment failures, false alarms. Nothing that would cause serious harm, but enough to stretch the council's security thin. While they were dealing with that, Danny's team would infiltrate the medical facility. Amy had scouted an approach, a service entrance on the building's rear, lightly guarded during shift changes. If they timed it right, they could get in unseen. Once you're inside, you'll need to find the subject quarters, Maya explained. 3rd floor, east wing, that's where they keep the immune subjects. Security? Minimal inside the building. The council relies on the outer perimeter. Once you're past that, they assume you're supposed to be there. And getting out? That's the hard part. Maya's voice was grim. Getting in is one thing. Getting out with a high-value subject, that's going to attract attention. We'll figure it out. You'll have to. Maya stood, rolling up the map. The distractions start at midnight. Be in position by 11:30. Maya. Danny caught her arm. Why are you doing this? Really? Maya was silent for a moment. Then, I had a sister. She was immune. When the council found out, they took her for testing. That was 4 months ago. I haven't seen her since. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, be successful. Maya's eyes hardened. Get your wife out, and if you can, find out what happened to my sister. I'll try. That's all I'm asking. They returned to the shack to prepare. The hours passed slowly, filled with equipment checks and nervous energy. Danny went over the plan again and again, looking for flaws, trying to anticipate what might go wrong. You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Lori observed. Just being thorough. You're being anxious. There's a difference. She sat down across from him. Danny, we've got this. We've been through worse, have we? The bridge, the depot, the church in Bayfield. Lori ticked off their trials. Every time we found a way. We'll find one this time, too. We lost people every time. Yes. Lori's voice softened. We did. And we'll probably lose more tonight. That's the cost of what we're doing. She leaned forward. But the people we've lost, they didn't die so we could give up. They died so we could keep going. Danny thought about Teddy, singing into the fog. About Doug, turning the propeller with bare hands. About everyone who'd sacrificed so he could be here. I know, he said. You want to save everyone. That's who you are. Lori almost smiled. But sometimes the best you can do is save who you can and honor the rest. Danny nodded. He'd known that, had been learning it for months. But hearing it still helped. Thanks, Lori. Don't thank me yet. We've still got to survive the night. At 11 o'clock, they moved into position. The medical facility loomed through the rain. A converted hospital, 3 stories of brick and glass. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The service entrance was exactly where Maya had said it would be. Remember the timing, Danny whispered. When the distractions start, the guards will move to investigate. That's our window. How long do we have? Minutes at most. We go fast, we go quiet, we don't stop for anything. Nods all around, faces tight with focus. They waited. At midnight precisely, the first alarm sounded. A fire. Danny could see the glow in the distance on the far side of the settlement. Shouts rang out. The guards at the service entrance exchanged looks. Then one of them broke off to investigate. Now, Danny said. They moved. The service entrance was unlocked, a vulnerability the council hadn't bothered to address. Danny slipped inside, Nikki right behind him, the others following. The interior was sterile, institutional. White walls, fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic. They moved through empty corridors, following Maya's directions, climbing stairs to the 3rd floor. East Wing should be ahead, Amy whispered. They reached a junction. Danny peered around the corner and froze. 2 guards, stationed at a door at the end of the hallway. Armed, alert, not going anywhere. Complications, Nikki muttered. We need to get past them. Without raising an alarm, Danny thought fast. The distractions outside wouldn't last forever. They had minutes, maybe less, before the council's security reorganized. I'll draw them away, Lori said suddenly. Create a disturbance down the hall. When they investigate, you slip past. Lori, I'm the least useful in a fight. Let me be useful here. Her expression was determined. Just get your wife and get out. Danny wanted to argue, but there wasn't time. Be careful. Always. Lori moved down the corridor, disappearing around a corner. A moment later, they heard it. A crash, a cry, the sound of something breaking. The guards reacted, moving toward the noise, weapons raised. Go, Danny whispered. They ran. The subject quarters were just as Maya had described. A series of rooms, each one containing a bed, monitoring equipment, and a person. The immune, kept here for the council's experiments. Danny moved past the first rooms, checking faces, searching for the one that mattered. And then he found her. Elise lay in a bed near the end of the corridor, connected to IV lines and monitoring equipment. She was thinner than he remembered, pale, her auburn hair dull against the white pillow. But she was alive. Danny rushed to her side, hands trembling as he disconnected the IV, as he checked her vitals. Elise! Elise, can you hear me? Her eyes fluttered open. Focused, or tried to focus, on his face. Danny? Her voice was a whisper, confused. They said you were dead. I'm not dead! Danny was crying now, tears streaming down his face. I'm here! I found you! They said... Elise's hand found his, gripped weakly. They said you died trying to find me. They lied. I'm real. I'm here. Danny pressed her hand to his face. Feel that? I'm real. Elise's eyes filled with tears. You came for me. I'll always come for you. Getting her out was harder than getting in. Elise was weak. Weeks of captivity and blood harvesting had left her barely able to stand. Danny half carried her through the corridors, Nikki covering their retreat, Amy scouting ahead. They found Lori at the junction, nursing a bleeding forehead, but alive. The guards, Danny asked, dealt with, temporarily. Lori fell into step with them. But the alarm's been raised. The whole facility's going to be swarming soon. Then we move faster. They descended the stairs, heading for the service entrance. The sounds of chaos were louder now. Multiple alarms, running footsteps, shouted orders. The council's security was mobilizing. They were almost at the exit when the door burst open. Helena Vance stood in the doorway. She wasn't what Danny had expected. A small woman, elderly, with silver hair and warm eyes. She looked like someone's grandmother. Kind, gentle, harmless. But the soldiers behind her were anything but harmless. Mr. Kowalczyk, Vance said. Her voice was calm, almost pleasant. I've been expecting you. Danny stopped. Felt Elise sag against him. Felt the group tense around him. Let us pass. I'm afraid I can't do that. Vance stepped forward, hands clasped in front of her. Your wife is too valuable to lose. As are you, now that I think about it. I'm not valuable to anyone. On the contrary, you've crossed 400 miles through the worst conditions imaginable. You've survived everything this world has thrown at you. That kind of resilience is interesting. Vance smiled. I think we could learn a lot from studying you. I'm not your test subject. No, but you could be. Vance's voice hardened slightly. This doesn't have to end badly, Mr. Kowalczyk. Surrender now, and no one has to die. We can discuss terms, come to an arrangement that benefits everyone. Danny looked at the soldiers, at their weapons, at the trap closing around them. What kind of arrangement? Your wife's comfort could be improved. Better quarters, better treatment. In exchange for your cooperation with our research, no. The word came from Elise. Her voice was weak but fierce. No more cooperation, no more research, no more treating people like resources. She straightened against Danny, finding strength from somewhere. I'd rather die. Vance's expression flickered, the mask of pleasantness slipping for just a moment. That can be arranged. Danny saw the soldiers raise their weapons, saw the situation spinning toward violence, saw everything they'd fought for about to end in gunfire and blood. And then the world exploded. The explosion came from outside, close, powerful, shaking the building to its foundations. Everyone staggered. The soldiers lost their aim. In that moment of chaos, Nikki moved. She was on the nearest soldier before he could react, disarming him with brutal efficiency. Danny pulled Elise back, shielding her as the others engaged. Get her out, Nikki shouted. I'll hold them here. Nikki, go. Danny ran. He pulled Elise through the service entrance, out into the rain. Behind them, the sounds of fighting, gunshots, screams, the crash of bodies against walls. Ahead, more explosions, fires spreading across the settlement. The resistance had come through. The chaos they'd promised was here. This way! Amy appeared beside them, guiding them through the smoke and confusion. The boat! We can reach the boat! They ran through the streets, through the panic of a settlement under attack. People were everywhere, civilians fleeing, soldiers trying to restore order. The chaos of a carefully controlled world falling apart. They reached the shore where they'd hidden the boat. Gary was already there, working to push it into the water. Help me, he shouted. The ice is... Danny joined him, pushing with everything he had. The boat slid toward the water, inch by inch, the freezing rain soaking through their clothes. We're in. Lori was aboard, pulling Elise up. Everyone, now. Danny climbed in, reached back to help Gary. The shot caught Gary in the side. He gasped, stumbled, but kept moving. Pulled himself into the boat through sheer determination, blood spreading across his shirt. Gary, I'm fine. He wasn't fine, Danny could see that. Just go. Get us out of here. Danny grabbed the oars, started rowing. Behind them, the island burned, and soldiers were reaching the shore, and everything was chaos and fire and the desperate need to escape. "Come on," he muttered, pulling harder. "Come on, come on." The boat pulled away from the shore, into open water, into darkness. The sounds of pursuit faded behind them. They made it maybe half a mile before Gary collapsed. The wound was worse than he'd let on. A bullet lodged somewhere internal, bleeding that Danny couldn't stop with pressure alone. "Just hold on," Danny said. "We'll get you help." "There's no help." Gary's voice was weak, but he was smiling. "Not for this." "Gary, listen." Gary reached up, gripped Danny's arm. "The propeller. Before. Doug didn't make it, but he bought us time. I want you to know that wasn't random. He chose to do that." "I know. And now I'm choosing too." Gary's grip tightened. "Get your wife somewhere safe. Build something. Make all of this mean something. Gary, please, tell them. Tell everyone." Gary coughed, blood on his lips. It was worth it. Every mile, every moment. It was worth it. His eyes closed, his grip relaxed. And Gary, the fisherman who'd guided them across impossible waters, who'd kept them alive when the lake itself seemed determined to kill them, was gone. They drifted in silence. Danny held Elise, who was crying softly. The others sat in stunned grief, the weight of their losses pressing down like the cold rain that still fell from the sky. 3 people, gone in one night. Teddy on the bridge, Doug in the water, Gary in the boat. The cost of reaching this island, the cost of finding Elise. "Where do we go?" Lori asked eventually. Her voice was hollow. Danny looked at the dark water around them. At the distant shore, invisible in the darkness. At the woman in his arms, rescued but not yet safe. "We find somewhere to rest," he said. "Then we figure out what comes next. The council's in chaos. The resistance is fighting them. For now, we're not their priority." Danny hoped that was true. "We find shelter, we recover. And then we finish this," Nikki said. She'd made it out too, appearing at the last moment, bloodied but alive. "We don't let any of this be for nothing." Danny nodded. "We don't let any of it be for nothing." They drifted through the darkness, toward whatever shore would have them. Behind them, the island burned. Ahead was unknown. But at least they were together. At least Elise was in his arms. At least they were still alive. They reached the mainland by morning. A different shore than where they'd started. Further south, wilder, unpopulated. They dragged the boat onto the beach and collapsed, exhaustion finally claiming what adrenaline had been holding at bay. Danny sat with Elise in his arms, watching the sun rise over a world that seemed, somehow, both broken and full of possibility. "I can't believe you're here," Elise murmured. She was half asleep, drifting in and out, her body still weak from the ordeal. "I dreamed about you. Every night. Dreamed you'd come." "I always was," Danny stroked her hair. "Even when I didn't know how. Even when it seemed impossible. They told me you were dead." "I know. I believed them. For a while." Elise's voice cracked. "That was the worst part. Believing you were gone. I'm here now." Danny pressed his lips to her forehead. "I'm not going anywhere." They sat together as the sun climbed higher, as the others stirred and woke, as the world gradually came back into focus. "What happens now?" Elise asked. Danny thought about everything that had brought them here. The journey, the losses, the people who'd given everything so they could have this moment. "Now we rest," he said. "Then we build something. Something worth all the sacrifice." "What kind of something?" "I don't know yet. A community, a home, a future." Danny looked at her, at this woman he'd crossed 400 miles to find, who'd survived horrors that would have broken most people. "Whatever it is, we build it together." Elise managed a weak smile. Together. Together. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and regrouping. They found shelter in an abandoned ranger station, hidden in the forest away from any known settlements. It wasn't much, but it was safe, or as safe as anything could be in this world. Elise recovered slowly. The weeks of captivity had left her weak and malnourished, but her body was resilient, and with rest and care, she began to regain her strength. The doctor said, "I'm one of the most productive immune subjects they've ever studied," she told Danny one evening, her voice bitter. "My blood apparently has unique properties. That's why they wanted me so badly." "That's over now." "Is it?" Elise looked at him. "Danny, they're not going to stop. The council, the research, it's too important to them. They'll come looking for me." "Let them come." Danny's voice was hard. "We've faced worse." "Have we?" Danny thought about the bridge, the dead stretching to the horizon, Teddy singing into the fog. "Yeah," he said, "we have." Word reached them from the island within a week. Kevin had maintained radio contact with Maya and the Resistance, and the news was both encouraging and concerning. The council had survived the attack. Helena Vance was still in control, but their authority had been badly shaken. Several key administrators had defected. The security force was depleted. The carefully maintained control was cracking. "The Resistance is pushing for negotiations," Kevin reported. "They want a new government, one that represents everyone on the island, not just the council's inner circle." "Do you think Vance will agree?" "I think she doesn't have a choice. The alternative is civil war, and she can't afford that." Kevin paused. "But Danny, they want you involved." "Me?" "You're a symbol now. The man who infiltrated their facility, rescued an immune subject, exposed their experiments. People are talking about you like you're some kind of hero." Danny felt uncomfortable with that. He wasn't a hero, just a man who'd done what he had to do to find his wife. "What do they want from me?" "They want you to be part of the negotiations, to represent the people the council's hurt." Kevin's expression was uncertain. It could be an opportunity, a chance to actually change things. Danny looked at Elise, at the others, Nikki, Lori, Amy, Beth, who'd rejoined them after the escape. The survivors, the family he'd built. "What do you think?" he asked Elise. "I think we didn't come all this way just to hide in the woods." Elise's voice was quiet but certain. "If there's a chance to make things better, to prevent what happened to me from happening to others, we have to try." Danny nodded slowly. "Okay, set up a meeting." The negotiations took place on neutral ground, a location halfway between the island and their refuge, mediated by representatives from both sides. Danny found himself sitting across from Helena Vance for the second time. She looked older than he remembered. The events of the past week had taken their toll, but her eyes were still sharp, still calculating. "Mr. Kowalczyk," she said, "we meet again." "Director, I have to admit, I underestimated you. I didn't think you'd make it off the island." A thin smile. "I won't make that mistake again." "I'm not here to fight," Danny said. "I'm here to find a solution." "A solution?" Vance's expression was unreadable. "And you want me to give up everything I've built? The research, the control, everything that's kept this community alive? I want you to stop treating people like resources, to build something that serves everyone, not just the people at the top." "That's naive." "Maybe. But it's also what people died for." Danny's voice hardened. "Teddy, Doug, Gary. They gave everything so we could have this conversation. I won't let that sacrifice mean nothing." Vance was silent for a long moment. Then, "What exactly are you proposing?" Danny laid out the terms. A new governing council, elected by the community. An end to the forced research on immune subjects. Trade and cooperation with other settlements, not domination and control. "This is surrender," Vance said. "This is survival. Real survival. Not just existing, but building a future worth having. You're asking me to give up power. I'm asking you to share it." Danny leaned forward. "Director, I've seen what happens when people try to control everything. It doesn't work. The dead are proof of that. All our systems, all our technology, all our certainty that we knew best. It all fell apart." Vance's jaw tightened. "The only way forward is together. Different communities, different approaches, different strengths, all working toward the same goal. You can be part of that. Or you can keep fighting and watch everything crumble around you." The silence stretched. Danny could see Vance calculating, weighing options, considering futures. You're asking me to trust you, she said finally. After everything, I'm asking you to trust the people you've been controlling, to believe that they can govern themselves, make good decisions, build something lasting. Danny met her eyes. That's the only trust that matters. Another long silence. Then Vance nodded, slowly, reluctantly, but definitively. We'll try it your way, she said. For now. It wasn't complete victory, but it was a start. The weeks that followed were filled with the hard work of reconstruction. The new governing council was established. Representatives from all factions, including former council loyalists and resistance members. Danny served as a mediator, helping bridge the gaps, smoothing over conflicts. Elise recovered fully and began working in the medical program, willingly now, helping develop ethical protocols for immune research. Her expertise was invaluable, and she threw herself into the work with determination. We might actually find a treatment, she told Danny one evening. Not a cure, not yet, but something that could protect people, reduce transmission. That's amazing. It's what all the suffering was supposed to be for. Elise's voice was quiet. The difference is, now people are participating by choice, making their own decisions about their bodies. Danny pulled her close. That's how it should be. I know, I just wish... She stopped. What? I wish it hadn't taken so much loss to get here. Teddy, Doug, Gary, all the others. Lisa's eyes were wet. Sometimes I think about what we sacrificed, and I wonder if it was worth it. Was it? Elise was silent for a moment, then, yes, I think so. But that doesn't make it easier. Nothing makes it easier. Danny stroked her hair. We just carry it. And we try to make sure it means something. 3 months after the escape, they held a memorial. Not on the island, but on the bridge itself, or what they could reach of it. A small group gathered on the mainland side, looking out at the structure where so many had died. Danny spoke about Teddy, about his wisdom, his humor, his final sacrifice. Nikki spoke about Doug, about the coward who'd found his courage at the last moment. Gary's sister, a woman named Helen, who'd been among the island survivors, spoke about her brother, about his love of the water, his steady presence, his smile. They didn't have bodies to bury, but they had memories, and they had each other. They're part of us now, Danny said, looking out at the bridge. Every choice we make, every step forward, they're with us, always. The wind carried his words across the water, toward the island that had been their destination, toward the future that was slowly taking shape. The first year passed. The community on Mackinac, now called New Mackinac, to mark the change, stabilized and grew. The new government wasn't perfect, but it worked. Trade routes were established with mainland communities. The immune research program made progress, developing treatments that could slow transmission. Danny found himself in a strange position, respected, consulted, looked to for guidance. He'd never wanted to be a leader, but somehow, that's what he'd become. You're good at this, Elise told him one evening. They were in their quarters, proper quarters now, not a refugee's shelter, watching the sunset through their window. I don't feel good at it. That's why you're good at it, Elise smiled. The people who feel confident about leading are usually the worst at it. That's terrifying. That's truth. She took his hand. Danny, you've built something here. Something that matters. You should be proud. Danny thought about the journey, the losses, the impossible choices that had shaped who he was. I'm something, he said. Not sure proud is the right word. What would be the right word? Grateful, maybe. That we made it. That we're here. He squeezed her hand. That I have you. Elise leaned against him. I'm grateful, too. They watched the sun sink below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. What happens next? Danny asked. I don't know. Elise's voice was soft. But whatever it is, we face it together. Together. It was the only word that mattered. The second year brought new challenges. The reclamation, thought destroyed, began to resurface. Splinter groups, carrying on the cult's twisted ideology, appeared across the region. They attacked trade routes, raided communities, spread terror wherever they went. They're organized, Nikki reported at a council meeting. Someone's coordinating them. Someone new. Do we know who? Not yet, but we're working on it. Danny felt the familiar weight settling onto his shoulders. Just when things seemed to be stabilizing, new threats emerged. That was the nature of this world. There was always something else. What do we do? Someone asked. Danny looked around the table, at the people he'd traveled with, the people he'd come to trust, at the community they'd built together. We do what we always do, he said. We adapt, we fight, we protect what we've built. And if we can't, then we figure something else out. Danny stood. We've faced worse. We'll face this too. It wasn't certainty, but it was determination. And sometimes that was enough. The confrontation with the reclamation came 6 months later. Their new prophet, a man named Ezra, who'd been a minor figure in the original cult, had united the splinter groups and was pushing toward New Mackinac. His goal was clear: destroy the community that had become a symbol of opposition to the reclamation's ideology. They're coming, Amy reported. Maybe 1,000 fighters. Armed, fanatic, determined. 1,000. Against maybe 300 capable defenders. The odds were terrible. We need allies, Danny said. Communities we've traded with. People who have a stake in our survival. Most of them are too far away. By the time they get here, then we hold until they arrive. Danny's voice was hard. We dig in. We defend. We buy time. Danny, that's our only option. He looked around at the faces gathered. Unless anyone has a better idea? Silence. Okay then. We prepare for a siege. The preparations took 2 weeks. Fortifications were strengthened. Supplies were stockpiled. Everyone who could fight was trained and armed. The community transformed from a hopeful settlement into a fortress. Elise worked tirelessly in the medical program, preparing for casualties. We're going to need everything we have, she said grimly, and probably more. You should evacuate, Danny told her. Take the non-combatants, head for the mainland. No. Elise, I'm not leaving you. Her voice was fierce. I'm not leaving any of them. We stand together or we fall together. Danny wanted to argue, but he knew that look in her eyes. The same determination that had gotten her through captivity, through torture, through everything the council had done to her. Okay, he said. Together. Together. The reclamation army arrived on a cold morning in late fall. Danny watched from the fortifications as they approached. A mass of fanatics. Their faces painted, their banners bearing the symbols of their twisted faith. Prophet Ezra rode at their head, his voice carrying across the distance as he preached about judgment and cleansing. They look ready to die, Nikki observed. That makes them dangerous. That makes them predictable. Nikki checked her weapon. Fanatics always think they're invincible, until they're not. The first assault came at noon. It was brutal, chaotic. A wave of bodies throwing themselves at the fortifications, trying to overwhelm through sheer numbers. The defenders held barely, pushing them back with gunfire and desperation. They'll try again, Danny said, watching the reclamation forces regroup. They have the numbers to keep coming. How long can we hold? As long as we have to. The siege stretched into days, assault after assault, each one pushing closer to the walls, each one leaving more bodies in its wake. The defenders grew exhausted. Ammunition ran low. Hope began to fade. On the 7th day, the message came through. Help is coming, Kevin reported, his face exhausted but hopeful. Rome's network, they're sending fighters. Should be here by tomorrow. Can we hold until then? We don't have a choice. Danny gathered the defenders, looked at the faces, tired, scared, determined. People who'd followed him through impossible circumstances, who were counting on him now. One more day, he said. That's all we need. One more day, and help arrives. Can you give me that? Nods, murmurs of assent. The weary determination of people who had nothing left but each other. Then let's show these bastards what we're made of. The final assault came at dawn. The reclamation threw everything they had at the fortifications. Every fighter, every weapon, every ounce of fanatical fury. The defenders met them with equal determination, fighting for their homes, their families, their right to exist. Danny fought in the line, alongside people he'd traveled with, people he'd come to love. He saw Beth, holding a rifle she'd never thought she'd use. Saw Nikki, fierce and deadly, cutting through the enemy. Saw Lori, organizing the defense with ruthless efficiency. Saw Elise, treating the wounded even as bullets flew around her. The fighting was the worst Danny had ever experienced. Close quarters, desperate, no room for strategy or finesse, just survival, moment to moment, breath to breath. And then, when it seemed they couldn't hold any longer, Rome arrived. His fighters came from the east, hitting the Reclamation's flank, shattering their formation. The fanatics, so focused on the assault, were caught completely off guard. "Push!" Danny shouted. "Push them back!" The defenders surged forward, joined by the reinforcements. The Reclamation's lines broke. Their prophet Ezra fell to a shot from Nikki's rifle. Without their leader, the fanatics' coordination collapsed. By noon, it was over. The Reclamation forces scattered, fleeing into the wilderness. The siege was broken. New Mackinac had survived. Danny found Rome in the aftermath, amid the wreckage and the bodies. "You came," Danny said. His voice was hoarse from shouting. "You called." Rome smiled, older now, grayer, but with the same steady warmth. What are friends for? They embraced, two men who'd survived the impossible together, reunited after years apart. "How's Sandra, Keisha?" "Good, really good." Rome's smile widened. "Keisha's married now. Got a little one on the way." "Congratulations." "Thanks." Rome looked around at the devastation. "Hell of a mess." "We'll rebuild. We always do." "Yeah." Rome clapped him on the shoulder. "That's what we do." The years that followed were years of building. New Mackinac grew and flourished. The research program developed a treatment that significantly reduced infection rates. Trade networks expanded, connecting communities across the region. A new civilization, fragile but real, began to take shape. Danny watched it all with a mixture of pride and exhaustion. He'd become what he'd never intended to be: a leader, a symbol, someone people looked to for guidance. But he'd also found something he'd thought he'd lost forever: a home. "You look thoughtful," Elise said one evening, finding him on their porch, watching the sunset. "Just thinking about everything that's happened. How far we've come." "Pretty far." Elise sat beside him. "From an HVAC technician hiding in a library basement," Danny laughed. "That feels like a different person." "It was a different person." Elise took his hand. "We've all changed. Had to. Is that a good thing?" "It's a necessary thing, and sometimes," she squeezed his hand, "sometimes necessary and good are the same." Danny looked at her, at this woman who'd been his reason for everything, who'd survived horrors and emerged stronger. "I love you," he said. "Man, I know." She smiled. "I love you too." They sat together as the sun sank below the horizon, as another day ended in the world they'd helped build. The future was uncertain, as futures always were. There would be new challenges, new threats, new choices that would test everything they'd created. But they'd face them together, as they'd faced everything else. That was the promise they'd made, 400 miles ago, across a frozen world, and it was a promise they intended to keep. The 10th year brought a kind of peace. Not the peace of safety, there was no such thing anymore, but the peace of stability, of knowing what to expect, of being able to plan for the future. Danny stepped back from leadership gradually, letting younger people take the reins. He'd done his part, carried the weight for as long as he could. Now it was time to let others carry it forward. "You're really retiring?" Nikki asked when he announced his decision. "Not retiring, just slowing down." Danny smiled. "I've got a lot of years to make up for. Quiet years. You deserve them." "I don't know about deserve, but I'll take them." He and Elise moved to a small house on the edge of the settlement, away from the bustle of the main community. They spent their days gardening, reading, simply being together. "This is nice," Elise said one afternoon, watching Danny work in the garden. "Normal." "Is it?" Danny looked up, dirt on his hands. "I don't remember what normal feels like." "Maybe this is the new normal, for us." Danny considered that. The life they'd built, the peace they'd found. "Maybe," he said, "I could get used to that." "Good," Elise smiled, "because I'm not going anywhere. Neither am I." They'd crossed 400 miles of hell to find each other. They'd survived the impossible, lost friends, built a community from nothing. Now, finally, they could rest. Not forever. The world would always need something from them. But, for now, in this moment, they could simply be two people who'd chosen each other. Two people who'd survived. Two people who'd found, against all odds, something worth fighting for. Each other. The memorial stood on a hill overlooking the settlement. Simple stones carved with names, all the people who'd given everything so others could survive. Teddy, Doug, Gary, David, and so many others. Danny visited every year on the anniversary of the crossing, stood before the stones and remembered. "I hope we made it worth it," he said quietly. "I hope what we built is what you died for." The wind whispered through the grass. No answer came. But Danny didn't need one. He knew what they would have said, what Teddy would have said. Keep going, keep building, keep being human. That's what they'd given their lives for. Not just survival, but the chance to be something more than survivors. Danny turned from the memorial, walked back down the hill toward the settlement, toward Elise, toward the future they were still building. Behind him, the stones stood silent, watching, remembering. The sun set over a world that had ended and been reborn. And somewhere, somehow, the dead smiled. 20 years later. Danny stood on the shore of the lake, watching the boats pass. He was old now, truly old, his hair white, his body worn by decades of labor and struggle. But his eyes were still clear, still sharp, still seeing the world as it was and imagining what it could be. "Grandfather." He turned. A small figure ran toward him. A girl, maybe 6 years old, her dark hair flying behind her. "Elena." Danny opened his arms, caught her in an embrace. "What are you doing out here?" "Grandmother said to fetch you. Dinner's ready." Danny smiled. Elena was his granddaughter, the daughter of the daughter he and Elise had never thought they'd have. A miracle, the doctors had said, a gift. "Well, we can't keep your grandmother waiting." He took Elena's hand, let her lead him back toward the house. The settlement stretched out below them, larger now, prosperous, filled with the lives of people who'd never known the world before. "Grandfather," Elena said as they walked, "will you tell me a story?" "What kind of story?" "The one about the bridge. How you crossed it with the dead all around." Danny felt the familiar weight of memory settle over him. The bridge, the dead, the friends he'd lost. "That's a sad story," he said. "I know, but it's also brave." Elena looked up at him with trusting eyes. "Mother says that's why we're all here, because people were brave." Danny thought about that, about Teddy singing into the fog, about Doug finding his courage, about everyone who'd sacrificed so this moment could exist. "Yeah," he said, "I guess that's true. So you'll tell it?" Danny looked at his granddaughter, at the future she represented, at everything they'd built from the ashes of the old world. "Okay," he said, "I'll tell you." They walked together toward home, as the sun set over a world that had survived the impossible, and Danny began to speak. It started in a library basement. The morning Danny Kowalczyk died, the world didn't end. It had ended once before, of course, 23 years ago, when a failed pharmaceutical treatment turned humanity's greatest achievement into its greatest nightmare. But the world that rose from those ashes had proven more resilient than anyone expected. It had survived the dead. It had survived the living. It had survived everything that tried to destroy it. And now, it would survive without him. Elise sat beside his bed in the house they'd built together, holding his hand as the light faded from his eyes. She'd known this moment was coming, had been preparing for it, in her way, for months. But preparation and acceptance were different things, and as Danny's breathing slowed, as the man she'd loved for 34 years slipped away, she felt something inside her break that would never fully heal. "I love you," she whispered. Danny's lips moved. She leaned closer to hear. "Worth it," he breathed. "All of it." Then, he was gone. The funeral drew thousands. They came from across the continent. from New Mackinac and the mainland settlements, from Rome's network in the Ohio Valley, from communities that had grown up in the shadow of the compact's protection. They came to honor a man who'd walked 400 miles through hell to find his wife, who'd built a civilization from the ashes of the old world, who'd shown them all what it meant to be human in an age of monsters. Hope spoke at the service. She was 45 now, her mother's green eyes set in her father's stubborn face. She'd taken over leadership of the compact years ago, guiding it through challenges her father had never imagined. But standing before his grave, she felt like a child again, small and scared and desperately wishing for his guidance. My father used to say that heroes are just people who keep trying, she began. Even when it's hard, even when they're scared. He never thought of himself as a hero. He was just a man who loved his wife enough to cross a dead world to find her. She paused, gathering herself. But what he built along the way, the communities, the connections, the hope, that was heroic. Not because he planned it, but because he couldn't help himself. He saw people suffering and he had to help. He saw a broken world and he had to try to fix it. The crowd was silent, thousands of faces wet with tears. We're all here because of him. Every community, every family, every child who's never known the terror of the early days. We exist because Danny Kowalczyk refused to give up, because he believed that survival wasn't enough, that we had to be something more. Hope looked at the grave, at the simple marker that bore her father's name. He's gone now, but what he built isn't going anywhere. What he taught us isn't going anywhere. We carry him with us, in our choices, our courage, our determination to keep building, no matter what. She stepped back from the podium. Rest now, Dad. You've earned it. We'll take it from here. Elise lived another 7 years. She spent them quietly, in the house she'd shared with Danny, surrounded by grandchildren and great-grandchildren who'd never known a world before the outbreak. She told them stories about the island, the escape, the 400 miles that had brought their grandfather to her. Was he really as brave as everyone says? Her great-grandson asked once. Braver, Elise said, but not because he wasn't afraid. He was terrified most of the time. The bravery was in what he did with that fear. What did he do? He used it. Let it sharpen him instead of freeze him. Elise smiled, remembering, and he never stopped moving forward, no matter what. She died on a spring morning, 78 years old, with Danny's photograph clutched to her chest. Her last words were a whisper. I'm coming. They buried her beside him, on the hillside overlooking the settlement they'd built together. 2 simple markers, side by side. Danny Kowalczyk. He kept trying. Elise Kowalczyk. She never stopped believing. But the story didn't end with them. The compact continued to grow, guided by hope and the leaders who came after her. The research that Elise had pioneered led to treatments that made the infection manageable. Not cured, not eliminated, but controlled. The dead were still out there, but they were no longer an existential threat. New communities rose. Old wounds healed. The world, slowly but surely, began to remember what civilization looked like. And through it all, the memory of Danny Kowalczyk endured. Not as a myth or a legend, but as a reminder that ordinary people could do extraordinary things. That love was worth fighting for. That the choice to keep trying, even when everything seemed hopeless, was the most important choice anyone could make. The children learned his story in schools. The adults told it around fires. It became part of the fabric of the new world, woven into its very foundations. This is who we are, the story said. This is where we came from. This is why we survive. 30 years after Danny's death, the archive was housed in the oldest building in New Mackinac, a converted hospital that had served a dozen different purposes over the decades. Now it held something more precious than medicine or weapons. It held memory. Rows of shelves stretched into the darkness, filled with documents, photographs, recordings, everything that remained of the old world and everything that had been built since. A testament to human persistence, preserved for generations yet to come. Marcus Chen, named for the network's founder, who had died defending its people, walked slowly through the stacks. He was the archive's curator now, responsible for maintaining and organizing the collection. It was quiet work, solitary, but he loved it. Here, among the artifacts of the past, he felt connected to something larger than himself. He stopped at a familiar section, the Kowalczyk collection. It filled an entire row. Journals, letters, photographs, recordings, everything that had been preserved from Danny and Elise's lives. Marcus had read through it all, multiple times. He knew the story better than almost anyone alive. But today, he wasn't here for research. Today was the 50th anniversary of Danny's death, and Marcus had been asked to give a speech at the memorial ceremony. He wanted to find something, some detail, some moment that would help him convey what the man had meant. He pulled out a worn journal. Danny's handwriting, cramped and urgent, filled the pages. Day 47. We lost Maria today. Bitten yesterday, turned this morning. Beth tried to save her, but there was nothing to be done. I had to. The entry trailed off. Some things couldn't be put into words. Marcus turned the pages, scanning entries from across the journey. The fear, the loss, the moments of unexpected beauty, the gradual transformation of a man who'd started with nothing but love and ended with a legacy that spanned a continent. He stopped at an entry near the end of the journal. We made it to the island. Elise is alive. After everything, after 400 miles and all the people we lost, she's alive. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if we'll survive another day or another year. But right now, in this moment, I'm holding her hand. She's sleeping, finally safe, finally free. And I think maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what all of it was for. Not victory, not glory. Just this. Two people who love each other. Still together, still fighting, still trying. That's what survival means. Not just breathing, being human. Marcus closed the journal, held it for a moment, feeling the weight of history in his hands. He knew what he would say at the ceremony. The memorial gathering filled the central square of New Mackinac. 50 years since Danny Kowalczyk's death. 73 years since the outbreak. A lifetime for most of the people present. Ancient history for the children who'd grown up in a world that barely remembered the horror. Marcus stood before the crowd, the journal in his hands. 50 years ago today, a man named Danny Kowalczyk died, he began. Most of you never met him. Many of you have only heard stories. But all of you, every single one of you, are here because of what he did. He held up the journal. This was his. He wrote in it during the crossing, the 400 miles he traveled to find his wife. It's filled with fear and loss and moments he couldn't bear to describe. But it's also filled with something else. Hope. Not the easy kind. Not the kind that believes everything will work out. The hard kind. The kind that knows things might fail and tries anyway. Marcus opened to a marked page. Near the end, after he'd found Elise, he wrote this. Not victory, not glory. Just this. Two people who love each other. Still together. Still fighting. Still trying. That's what survival means. Not just breathing. Being human. He looked up at the crowd. That's what Danny Kowalczyk gave us. Not just survival, humanity. The belief that we could be more than scared animals clinging to existence. That we could build, create love, hope. That being human was worth the cost. Marcus closed the journal. We're 50 years past his death and 73 years past the end of the world. In that time, we've built something remarkable. Not perfect, nothing's perfect, but real. A civilization, a future, a world worth living in. He looked at the faces before him, old and young, survivors and children of survivors, and children of children. That's his legacy. Not statues or monuments or speeches. You, all of you. The lives you're living, the choices you're making, the future you're building. That's what Danny Kowalczyk died for. Marcus placed the journal on the podium. So today we honor him. Not with words, but with action. by being the people he believed we could be, by never giving up, no matter how hard things get, by remembering that survival isn't enough, that we have to be something more. He stepped back. Rest in peace, Danny Kowalczyk. We'll take it from here. The ceremony ended, but the day continued. Throughout New Mackinac, people gathered to share memories, exchange stories, celebrate the legacy of the man who'd helped build their world. It was a tradition now. Founders' Day, they called it, observed across the compact and beyond. In the archive, Marcus returned the journal to its place on the shelf. He stood for a moment, looking at the collection, thinking about all the lives it represented. Quite a legacy. He turned. An old woman stood in the doorway, impossibly old. Her face a map of years survived. "Can I help you? I'm looking for something." The woman moved slowly into the archive, her steps careful but determined. Something from the early days, the crossing. Most of that material is in the Kowalczyk collection. "Are you researching for the anniversary?" "Not exactly." The woman reached the shelf, ran her fingers along the spines of the journals. "I was there." Marcus stared at her. "You were on the crossing?" "Yes." The woman pulled out a journal, opened it to a specific page. "I remember when he wrote this entry. We'd just lost Thomas. Danny stayed up all night, writing by candlelight. That's impossible. The crossing was over 70 years ago. You'd have to be 94. The woman smiled. "I'm Beth Mallory." Marcus felt his legs weaken. Beth Mallory. The teacher who'd abandoned her students and spent the rest of her life trying to atone. One of the original survivors, part of Danny's inner circle from the very beginning. "I thought the records said you died decades ago." The records were wrong. Beth closed the journal, held it to her chest. "I've been living quietly out on the edge of things. Didn't want the attention, but I couldn't miss today. 50 years. You knew him. You actually knew him. Better than most." Beth's eyes were distant, remembering. "He saved my life. More than once. Showed me that running from your past doesn't mean you can't build a future." Marcus didn't know what to say. Standing before him was living history, a direct connection to the man everyone had come to honor. "Would you?" He hesitated. "Would you be willing to share your memories for the archive?" Beth was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. "I think Danny would have wanted that. He always said the stories were more important than the people in them." She moved toward a chair, lowered herself slowly. "Sit down, young man. This is going to take a while." Beth talked for hours. She told Marcus about the early days, the terror, the confusion, the gradual coming together of strangers into something like family. She told him about Rome and Teddy and Gary and Doug, about the sacrifices they'd made and the choices that had haunted them. She told him about Danny. He never thought he was special, Beth said. That was the thing about him. He genuinely believed he was just a regular person doing what anyone would do. But that's not true. What he did, the persistence, the compassion, the refusal to give up, most people can't sustain that. Most people break, but he didn't. He bent, many times. I saw him at his worst, when the weight was too much, when he couldn't see any way forward. Beth's voice softened, but he always found a way to straighten again. That's what made him different. Not strength, resilience. The journal entries suggest he struggled with leadership, with the responsibility, constantly. He never wanted to be in charge. He just wanted to find a lease. Beth smiled. But people kept following him, and he couldn't turn them away. So he learned, adapted, became what they needed him to be. At what cost? Beth was silent for a long moment. Everything, she said finally. He gave everything he had. His peace, his certainty, his sense of himself as just a regular person. By the end, he was carrying so much, so many losses, so many decisions, so many lives depending on him. I don't know how he did it. How did he? Elise. Beth's voice was certain. She was his anchor. No matter how heavy the weight got, she was there, reminding him why it mattered. why any of it mattered. Marcus thought about that, about the love that had driven a man 400 miles through the apocalypse, about what it meant to have something worth fighting for. One more question, he said. If Danny were here today, if he could see what we've built, what do you think he'd say? Beth considered the question. Then she laughed, a dry, ancient sound that still carried warmth. He'd probably say we were making too big a deal of it, that anyone would have done the same thing, that he was just an HVAC technician who got lucky. She shook her head. He never understood, never accepted that what he did was extraordinary. But it was. Yes. Beth's eyes met his. It was. Beth died 3 months later. She went peacefully in her sleep, the last of the original survivors, finally joining those who'd gone before. Marcus attended her funeral, spoke about what she'd shared with him, made sure her memories were preserved in the archive. The living connections to Danny Kowalczyk were gone now, but the legacy remained. 50 years after Danny's death, 100 years after the outbreak. The world had changed. The compact had grown into something no one could have imagined. A network of thousands of communities spanning from the Atlantic to the Pacific, connected by trade routes and communication systems and a shared sense of identity. The dead were still out there, still dangerous in remote areas. But for most people, they were a manageable threat. A fact of life, like weather or wildlife. New generations had been born, grown up, had children of their own. For them, the outbreak was history, something that had happened to other people in another time. They learned about it in schools, heard stories from the few remaining survivors, but they couldn't truly understand what it had been like. And maybe that was okay. Maybe that was the whole point. The centennial of the outbreak was marked with ceremonies across the compact. In New Mackinac, they unveiled a new memorial, a garden where the original settlement had stood, filled with native plants and walking paths, and a central monument bearing the names of everyone who died in those first terrible years. At the dedication, the speaker of the compact, a young woman named Elena, Danny's great-great-granddaughter, addressed the crowd. 100 years ago, our world ended. Everything our ancestors had built, their cities, their technology, their certainty about how things worked, it all fell apart in a matter of weeks. They lost almost everything. She paused, looking out at the faces before her. But they didn't lose each other. They didn't lose their humanity. And from the ashes of the old world, they built something new. Not because they were special or destined or chosen, but because they refused to give up. Elena gestured at the memorial garden. This place honors those who died, but it's also meant to remind us of what they died for. Not just survival, not just existence. A world where children can grow up without fear, where communities can thrive, where the future is something to look forward to, not something to dread. She looked at the monument, at the names carved into stone. My great-great-grandfather Danny Kowalczyk walked 400 miles to find my great-great-grandmother. Along the way, he helped build the foundations of everything we have today. He never thought of himself as a hero. He was just a man who loved his wife and couldn't stand to see people suffer. Elena turned back to the crowd. That's the legacy we inherit. Not just structures and systems, but values. The belief that every person matters. That love is worth fighting for. That we're stronger together than we are apart. She stepped back from the podium. 100 years. It's hard to even imagine. But here we are, alive, thriving, building. That's the best tribute we can offer to those who came before. Not words or monuments, but the lives we live and the choices we make. The crowd applauded. The ceremony continued. And in the garden, among the flowers and the paths and the names of the dead, the legacy of Danny Kowalczyk lived on. 200 years after the outbreak, the world had transformed beyond recognition. The dead were gone, truly gone, finally eradicated through a combination of time and treatment and relentless effort. The infection that had ended the old world was now just a chapter in history books, a cautionary tale about hubris and unintended consequences. Humanity had rebuilt. Cities rose again, different from before, more sustainable, more connected. designed with the lessons of the collapse in mind. Technology advanced, though more carefully than it had in the old world. People had learned that progress without wisdom was dangerous. The compact had evolved into something larger, a loose federation of regions, each with its own character but all connected by shared history and values. They called themselves the Commonwealth now, a name that reflected their understanding of themselves as stewards of something precious. And at the heart of it all, in the archives and the schools and the cultural memory of billions of people, the story of Danny Kowalczyk endured. Not as the only story. There were many heroes, many sacrifices, many ordinary people who'd done extraordinary things. But his story had become symbolic, a touchstone for what it meant to be human in the face of catastrophe. In schools, children learned about the crossing, about the 400 miles, the lost friends, the reunion with Elise. They learned about the choices that had been made, the values that had guided them, the vision that had shaped everything that came after. They learned that heroism wasn't about being fearless. It was about being afraid and trying anyway. They learned that love was worth fighting for. They learned that giving up was never the answer. In the great library of New Mackinac, a massive structure now, housing the accumulated knowledge of centuries, there was a special room, the Kowalczyk Archive. It contained everything that had been preserved from those early days. Journals, photographs, recordings. The wrench Danny had carried across 400 miles. The wedding ring Elise had worn through captivity and escape. Physical connections to a past that grew more distant every year. Visitors came from across the Commonwealth to see it. They stood before the displays, read the words, tried to imagine what it had been like. Most of them couldn't, not really. The world Danny had known was too different, too far removed from their experience. But they could feel something, a connection, a sense that they were part of a larger story, one that stretched back through generations to a man who'd refused to give up. The archive's curator, a position that had been held continuously for 200 years, gave tours, answered questions, helped visitors understand what they were seeing. This journal, she would say, holding up a worn leather book, was written during the crossing. You can see the fear in the handwriting, how it gets shaky during the worst moments, how it steadies when things improve. She would turn to a specific page. This is the entry he wrote the night they reached the island. Two people who love each other, still together, still fighting, still trying. That's what survival means. Not just breathing, being human. The visitors would look at the journal, at the words written 2 centuries ago, and they would feel something shift inside them. That was the power of the archive. Not information, but connection. A reminder that the world they lived in hadn't always existed, that it had been built, deliberately and painfully, by people who'd believed in something worth building. 500 years after the outbreak, the Commonwealth had become something vast and complex. Billions of people spread across continents, connected by technologies that would have seemed like magic to Danny's generation. They had solved problems that had once seemed impossible. They had built wonders that defied imagination, but they had not forgotten where they came from. In every city, in every community, there were places dedicated to memory, archives and museums and monuments that told the story of the collapse and the rebuilding. They varied in size and focus, but they all shared a common purpose: to remind people that what they had was precious, that it had been bought with sacrifice, that it could be lost again if they weren't careful. The Kowalczyk Archive remained the most visited of all. It had grown over the centuries as new discoveries were made and new connections drawn. Scholars had traced Danny's lineage, mapped his influence, documented the ways his choices had rippled through history. The man who'd been an HVAC technician was now studied as a philosopher, a leader, a symbol of human potential. But the archive's curators were careful to keep the focus on the person, not the symbol. He was just a man, they would tell visitors. He made mistakes. He had doubts. He wasn't always sure he was doing the right thing. They would show the entries where Danny questioned himself. The moments of despair. The times he'd wanted to give up. That's what makes him important, the curators explained. Not that he was perfect, but that he kept going despite his imperfections. He showed us what ordinary people could do when they refused to surrender. The visitors would leave with something they couldn't quite name, a feeling, a connection, a sense that the person they'd learned about was, in some fundamental way, the same as them. That was the archive's greatest gift. Not reverence for a distant hero, but recognition of a fellow human being. 1,000 years after the outbreak, humanity had spread to the stars. The first colonies had been established centuries ago, on Mars and the moons of Jupiter and beyond. Now, there were thousands of settlements scattered across the solar system, each with its own character, its own culture, its own way of life. But they all remembered Earth. They all remembered the collapse. In the schools of Luna and Mars and Titan, children learned about Danny Kowalczyk. They learned about the crossing, the sacrifice, the love that had driven a man across a dead world. They learned that their civilization, the solar-spanning network of communities they called home, had begun with people like him. The stories had changed over the millennia, of course. Details had been added or altered, meanings reinterpreted for new contexts. Danny had become something like a mythic figure. The founder, they sometimes called him, or the crosser. But the core of the story remained true. A man who loved his wife. A journey through impossible obstacles. A refusal to give up no matter the cost. A community built from the ashes. These elements endured because they spoke to something fundamental in human nature. The need for connection. The power of love. The importance of perseverance. They were universal truths, as relevant in the vacuum of space as they had been in the frozen wilderness of Minnesota. On Earth, the Kowalczyk archive still stood. It had been rebuilt multiple times over the centuries, expanded, modernized, adapted to new technologies. But the original artifacts remained, preserved with care that bordered on reverence. The journal, the wrench, the wedding ring, physical connections to a past so distant it was almost incomprehensible. Visitors still came, though they arrived by methods Danny could never have imagined. They stood before the displays, read the words, tried to understand what it had been like, and they felt something. Not just historical curiosity, not just academic interest, something deeper. A recognition that they were part of a story that stretched back through millennia, that the choices they made mattered, that the future was theirs to build. The archive's current curator, a position that had been held continuously for 1,000 years, watched them with quiet satisfaction. We're still here, she would think, after everything, the collapse, the rebuilding, the expansion to the stars. We're still here, still human, still trying. That was Danny Kowalczyk's true legacy, not structures or systems or even the communities he'd helped build. The belief that humanity was worth saving, that love was worth fighting for, that the future was something to embrace, not fear. 1,000 years later, that belief endured. The end of time. All things end eventually. Stars burn out. Civilizations rise and fall. Even the universe itself has a lifespan, measured in timescales so vast they defy comprehension. But some things transcend the physical. In the final days, when humanity had spread so far and changed so much that the original species would have been unrecognizable, they still told stories. Stories about love that crossed impossible distances. Stories about ordinary people who did extraordinary things. Stories about refusing to give up, no matter the cost. The specifics had changed. The names had shifted. The context had transformed beyond recognition. But the essence remained. A man who loved his wife. A journey through darkness. A community built from nothing. A legacy that outlasted the stars. Danny Kowalczyk would not have understood it. He was just an HVAC technician after all. just a man who'd done what he had to do. But in the end, that was enough. It was everything. Back to the beginning. The library basement was dark and cold. Danny Kowalczyk sat against the wall, listening to the sounds from above. Shuffling feet, wet moans, the constant terrible reminder that the world had ended and he was alone. In his pocket, a photograph. Elise, smiling at the camera, her auburn hair catching the sunlight. In his heart, a decision. He could stay here, wait for the dead to find him, or for starvation to take him. Except that this was how it ended, not with heroism or meaning, but with quiet surrender in a forgotten basement. Or he could move. He could try to reach her wherever she was, cross whatever distance separated them, face whatever obstacles arose. He might fail, probably would fail. The odds were impossible, the journey unimaginable, the chances of survival essentially zero. But there was a chance, a tiny flickering chance, that if he just kept moving, kept trying, kept refusing to give up, he might find her. They might survive. They might build something worth building. Danny looked at the photograph. At the woman he'd married 11 years ago, who'd become the center of everything that mattered. He made his choice. The basement door creaked as he pushed it open. The hallway beyond was dark, filled with shadows and the smell of death. Danny moved slowly, carefully, the wrench in his hand the only thing between him and the fate that had claimed so many others. He didn't know what waited for him out there, didn't know how far he'd have to go or what he'd have to survive, didn't know if the journey would end in reunion or death. But he knew one thing. He was going to try. The first day was the hardest. Danny moved through the ruined streets of his town, past bodies and burning buildings and all the evidence of a world that had stopped. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every sound could mean death. But he kept moving. He found supplies, food, water, a better weapon. He found shelter as night fell. A house that seemed empty. Doors and windows secured against the darkness outside. He lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the sounds of the dead, and he thought about Elise. She'd been evacuated to Mackinac Island. That's what the last reports had said, before the broadcasts stopped. 400 miles away, across terrain that had become a nightmare. Impossible. But Danny had never been good at accepting impossible. He closed his eyes, tried to sleep. Tomorrow he'd start walking. The first week taught him the rules of survival. Move during the day, when visibility was good. Avoid groups of the dead. They were dangerous alone, deadly in numbers. Trust no one until they'd proven themselves trustworthy. Conserve everything. Ration food, ration water, ration hope. Keep moving. Always keep moving. Danny crossed familiar territory first. Places he'd known before, transformed into alien landscapes of destruction and fear. Then he entered the unknown. Forests and highways and small towns that might have been idyllic once, now monuments to humanity's fall. He encountered other survivors. Some were friendly, willing to share information and supplies. Others were hostile, seeing him as a threat or a resource to be exploited. He learned to read people quickly, to assess their intentions, their capabilities, their likely actions. It was a skill he'd never needed before. Now, it was essential. The second week brought his first real test. A horde, hundreds strong, blocking the only route through a river valley. Danny watched from a hillside, trying to figure out how to proceed. He couldn't fight through them. Couldn't go around. The terrain on either side was impassable. Couldn't wait. His supplies were running low and winter was coming. He had to find another way. It took 2 days of careful observation, but he found it. A culvert running under the highway, partially flooded but passable. He waited until nightfall, then made his move. The crossing was a nightmare. Freezing water, pitch darkness, the knowledge that one wrong move could alert the horde above. Danny moved inch by inch, breath by breath, until finally he emerged on the other side. He'd made it, exhausted, soaked, half frozen, but alive. Still moving, still trying. The third week brought companions. Rome first, the trucker with the gentle eyes and the steady presence, who'd joined Danny almost by accident and stayed by choice. Then Beth, the teacher carrying guilt like a physical weight, who'd run from her students and couldn't forgive herself. Then Teddy, the dying veterinarian who'd become their medic, their philosopher, their heart. One by one, they came, drawn by something they couldn't name, a quality Danny possessed without realizing it, the ability to make people believe in something larger than survival. They became a group, then a team, then something like a family, and they kept moving. The losses began in the 4th week. People Danny had come to care about, killed by the dead or the living or the simple cruelty of a world that no longer supported human life. Each death was a wound. Each wound left a scar. But Danny kept moving. He learned to carry the weight, to honor the dead by continuing what they died for, to transform grief into determination. The group shrunk and grew. People joined, people left, people died. But the core remained. The purpose remained. Find Elise, build something worth building. Never give up. The bridge appeared on the horizon in the 6th week. Danny stood on the shore of St. Ignace, looking at the 5 miles of steel and concrete that separated him from everything he'd been fighting for. The others gathered around him: Beth, Nikki, Kevin, Gary, Lori, Amy, Doug, and Teddy. 8 people who'd crossed 400 miles together. 8 people who would face the final obstacle. "We can do this," Danny said. He didn't know if it was true, but he knew it had to be said. The bridge waited. They crossed at dawn. The details of that crossing would become legend: the maintenance walkway, the horde, the sacrifices that bought them passage. Teddy singing into the fog, Doug turning the propeller with bare hands, Gary bleeding but refusing to stop. Danny would carry those memories forever. The weight of the lives given so he could continue. But he made it. Soaked, grieving, exhausted beyond measure, but alive. Mackinac Island rose before him. And somewhere on that island, Elise was waiting. Finding her was another journey. The island's politics, the council's control, the resistance that helped him infiltrate the medical facility. Each step brought new challenges, new dangers, new reasons to give up. Danny refused to give up. He fought through the facility's defenses. He found the room where they kept the immune subjects. He opened the door, and there she was, thin and pale, connected to machines that had been draining her blood for weeks, but alive. Still alive. "Danny?" Her voice was a whisper, disbelieving. "They said you were dead." "I'm not dead." He disconnected the IVs, lifted her in his arms. "I'm here. I found you. You came for me. I'll always come for you." The escape was chaos, gunfire and explosions, allies and enemies, the desperate flight through streets that had become a battleground. They lost people in that escape, more names to carry, more weight to bear. But they made it to the boat, made it to the water, made it to the mainland. Danny held Elise as they drifted through the darkness, surrounded by the survivors of their journey. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now we rest," he said. "Then we build something, something worth all the sacrifice." What kind of something? Danny thought about the journey, the people he'd lost, the people he'd found, the community that had formed around a shared goal. "A future," he said, "a world worth living in." Elise closed her eyes, exhausted but safe. "Together," she murmured, "together." The years that followed were years of building. Danny led, though he never sought leadership. He organized, though he never thought of himself as an organizer. He inspired, though he would have laughed at the suggestion. He was just doing what needed to be done. Communities formed, networks connected. The compact grew from a handful of survivors to a force that could challenge the council, that could defeat the reclamation, that could build something lasting. And at the center of it all, Danny and Elise, 2 people who'd found each other across a dead world, Who'd built a life from the ashes? They had a daughter, named her Hope. They watched communities flourish and challenges arise and new generations grow up without the terror they'd known. They grew old together. The end, when it came, was peaceful. Danny lay in bed, Elise beside him. Hope and her children gathered around. The community he'd helped build stretched out beyond the window, visible in the morning light. "I love you," Elise said. "I know," Danny smiled. "I love you too." He thought about the journey. 400 miles. 8 people who'd become family. All the losses and victories and moments that had led to this. "Worth it," he whispered. "All of it." Then he closed his eyes. And Danny Kowalczyk, who'd crossed a dead world for love, who'd built a civilization from nothing, who'd shown humanity what it meant to refuse to give up. Danny Kowalczyk finally rested. But the story didn't end. The story never ends. It continues in the lives of those who came after, in the choices they made, the values they held, the futures they built, in the children who learned his name, and the grandchildren who told his story, and the generations beyond count who inherited what he'd created. It continues in the communities that flourished, in the networks that connected them, in the civilization that rose from the ashes because ordinary people refused to accept that survival was all there was. It continues in moments of choice. When someone faces an impossible obstacle and decides to try anyway. When someone loves enough to cross any distance. When someone refuses to give up, no matter the cost. Danny Kowalczyk never thought of himself as a hero. He was wrong. But the heroism wasn't in the crossing, or the battles, or the leadership he never wanted. It was in the choice he made every single day. The choice to keep trying. The choice to believe that humanity was worth saving. The choice to love. That's the story that never ends. That's the legacy that lasts forever. That's what it means to be human. And so, we come full circle. A library basement, a photograph, a decision. 400 miles, 8 friends. Countless losses, a bridge, a crossing, a reunion, a community, a civilization, a future. All because one man loved his wife enough to never give up. That's the story of Danny Kowalczyk. That's the story of us all. Because in the end, we're all crossing our own bridges. We're all facing our own hordes. We're all trying to find our way to the people we love. And the only thing that matters is whether we keep trying. Danny Kowalczyk kept trying. So can we. The end epilogue. A letter never sent found in the Kowalczyk archive, dated approximately 6 weeks after the outbreak. Written on paper torn from a notebook, in handwriting that would become familiar to millions. Dear Elise, I don't know if you'll ever read this. I don't know if you're alive. I don't know if any of this matters, but I'm writing anyway, because if I don't, I think I'll lose myself. It's been 6 weeks since the world ended. 6 weeks since I walked out of that library basement and started walking toward you. In that time, I've seen things I can't describe, done things I never thought I'd be capable of. I've also met people, good people mostly, people who are trying to survive just like me. Some of them are traveling with me now. I think you'd like them. There's Rome. He's a trucker, big guy, quiet but steady. He reminds me of my dad in a way, the kind of person you can count on when things get bad. There's Beth. She's a teacher, or she was. Something happened to her students, something she won't talk about. She carries it with her everywhere. There's Teddy, he's older, a veterinarian. He's dying, actually. Cancer. But he keeps going anyway. Keeps helping. I don't know how he does it. There are others too. Nikki, who's fierce, in a way I've never seen. Kevin, who's just a kid, but adapting faster than any of us. Gary, who knows boats and lakes and how to survive on the water. They're all trying to reach somewhere. Home, or what used to be home. Family, or the hope of family. Me, I'm trying to reach you. I know it's crazy. 400 miles through territory that's crawling with the dead. No vehicle, no supplies, no real plan. Just the knowledge that you're out there somewhere, and I have to find you. The others think I'm brave. They don't understand. This isn't bravery. It's the only thing I know how to do. If I stop moving, if I give up, then what was the point of any of it? What was the point of 11 years together, of building a life, of all the dreams we had? I refuse to believe it ends like this, in basements and bodies and the smell of death. I refuse to accept that the world we knew is gone forever. So I keep walking, I keep trying. I keep hoping that somehow, against all odds, I'll find you again. And when I do, if I do, I'm going to hold you and never let go. I'm going to tell you that I love you, that I've loved you since the day we met, that nothing in this world or any other could change that. I'm going to build us a life, a real life, whatever it takes. That's not bravery. That's just love. That's just what you do for the people who matter. I don't know if you'll ever read this, but I needed to write it down, needed to put it somewhere outside my head, where it can exist, even if I don't make it. If I don't make it, if something happens and you find this somehow, I want you to know, I tried. I tried with everything I had. And the only thing I regret is that I didn't get to see your face one more time. I love you, Elise. I always have. I always will. Until I find you, Danny. The letter was discovered in Danny's personal effects after his death, preserved in a plastic sleeve that had protected it for decades. It was never sent because he found her before he could, but he kept it anyway, as a reminder of who he'd been in those dark early days. A reminder that he'd been scared, that he'd doubted, that he'd been just an ordinary man facing impossible circumstances. A reminder that he'd kept trying anyway. That letter is now one of the most visited items in the Kowalczyk archive. People come from across the Commonwealth to see it, to read the words of a man who didn't know if he'd survive the night, but who refused to stop hoping. They leave with something they didn't have before. Not courage, exactly, but the belief that courage is possible. That's Danny Kowalczyk's true legacy. Not what he built, not what he achieved. The belief that ordinary people can do extraordinary things if they just keep trying. The end final author's note. This is the story of Danny Kowalczyk, an HVAC technician from Minnesota, a husband, a survivor, a hero, though he'd never have called himself that. His story began in a library basement and ended in a bed surrounded by family. In between, he crossed 400 miles of hell, built a civilization from nothing, and showed humanity what it means to refuse to give up. But his story didn't really end when he died. It continues in everyone who reads it, who carries it forward, who faces their own impossible obstacles and thinks, if he could do it, maybe I can too. That's the power of stories. They outlast us. They become part of something larger than any individual life. Danny Kowalczyk lives on, in the communities he built, in the values he modeled, in everyone who chooses to keep trying, including you. So whatever bridge you're facing, whatever horde stands between you and the people you love, remember, you're not alone. Others have walked this path before. And if you just keep trying, just keep moving, just keep believing, you can make it to the other side. Danny did. So can you.